of House Bill 8980 under Committee Report number 155. This pertains to the 2024 General Appropriations Act. The parliamentary status is that we are now in the period of interpellation. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, we now recognize the distinguished Senator Sonny Angara to sponsor the same and Senator Pimentel to interpellate the budget of the Philippine National Police.
Our distinguished Chairman of the Committee on Finance, Senator Angara, and is recognized, as well as our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Aquino Coco-Pimentel.
So are you sure you want the PNP? I thought...
I thought the minority
we had
leader
an
wanted
agreement.
to interpolate on the OSG.
Yes, OSG.
I'm willing to be interpolated on either since I'm the sponsor for both, Your Honor.
Yes, can we ask that the PSG goes ahead for... Mr.
OSG
President?
means?
OSG. Because the Solicitor General is here and he's already here.
Bilis lang? Mabilis na.
Okay, so we suspend session for
Mr. President, I move that we withdraw my previous motion, and I move that we withdraw the previous motion.
yes, there being no objection, motion is approved.
Yes, Mr. President, I now move that we consider the budget of the Office of the Solicitor General and acknowledge the presence of its officials, led by Solicitor General Sonny Angara, to sponsor the same, and Senator Pimentel to interpolate the budget of the Office of the Solicitor General.
Yes, I'd just like to welcome Secretary Guevara, was formerly the DOJ Secretary in the previous administration. It's good to see you, sir. Welcome to your Senate and to your family, the OSG family. Once again, we recognize the sponsor and the Minority Floor Leader to interpolate the budget.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, and good morning to our colleagues, our Minority Leader, and of course to the Solgen family, led by former DOJ Secretary and now Solicitor General Maynard Guevara. Morning, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President, with the permission of our sponsor.
Certainly.
Ito po, the agency is led by a subject matter expert na, Mr. President. Wala nang mas gagaling pa dyan. Former DOJ Secretary, former Executive Secretary. But Mr. Solicitor General, siguro lang we don't want COA items in the COA report just to keep on appearing. So please address the two significant ones that we have noticed. The balance of PPE accounts is reported to be unreliable. So ayusin na po natin yan para hindi na po natin makita next year. And apparently, you also have difficulty in complying with our GAD law, the Gender and Development Law. There's also a finding there. So, although napansin po namin yan, medyo maraming agencies ang nahihirapan. But since we are lawyers, if you could, from your experience, siguro examine the law and recommend possible amendments so that this finding of infraction of the GAD law or non-compliance with the GAD law will be easier to comply with and not keep on appearing in the different in the COA reports of the different agencies. Napansin po namin yan. But in the meantime, please comply, and then siguro as lawyers mag-usap po tayo how we can improve it, kasi kayo yung nag-execute ng law, kayo yung who need to comply with the law. Although kami rin sa Senate we have to comply, and I think, may findings ba sa Senate? Wala naman. Sa Senate yata, no findings naman on the, as far as the GAD law is concerned, Mr. President.
Because the Deputy Minority Leader helps the Senate comply with the GAD law through programs for women. Your Honor, ano yung una ho na binanggit niyo before GAD? There was an acronym that you
The
mentioned.
balance
PPE?
of PPE, property, plant, and equipment
I see.
accounts totaling to malaki.
It's been reconciled according
Okay.
to this,
So, okay.
the
Thank you.
Solicitor General, Your Honor.
To the amount of 0. Okay na?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, congratulations for that, Mr. President.
Yung sa GAD ho, you raised it many times.
Yes.
We remember you raised it during the Commission for Filipino Women, and they said they're going to work with the agencies to so that they'll have greater ease in complying with the law. So we'll refer them. Maybe that's what the service through your intervention and through the committees putting them together. We can that won't be repeated, Your Honor.
But yes, but the position of that agency is that the law is easy to comply with. Yun lang, pero labas. Pero parati na may COA findings. So
Apparently not as easy, not as easy as
not
as
not
they think.
unnecessarily or wastefully spend funds just minimum requirements. So pangkalahatang solusyon na and still sticking to the spirit of the GAD law,
Yes,
Mr.
Your Honor.
President.
Yes,
Apo.
Your Honor.
Sige po. And then siguro just to subject matters with the OSG on the acquisition of citizenship. Pala, Soljan, I forgot to tell you this. So, what is the role of the OSG in proceedings for naturalization? Meron ba?
Administrative naturalization for those born in the Philippines. The OSG is the chair of the three-agency committee.
There is a three-agency committee for naturalization of individuals born in the Philippines. The OSG chairs that committee, Your Honor.
Individuals born in the Philippines. Parang
Aliens born in the Philippines.
aliens
Yeah,
born.
sorry.
I don't think they're entitled as a matter of right. Di ba? Blood tayo, di ba?
We
Yung sanguinis po tayo, di ba? Hindi
Yes, Your
tayo-
Honor.
hindi
That's
tayo
why they need to
solely.
apply for it, Your Honor.
No,
That's why they have to go through the naturalization process. Unlike if you're born in the U.S., you just signify, I think. It's rather than it's an application. In the U.S., I think I could be mistaken, no? But I think you just have to signify before you reach a certain age. Pero basta doon ka pinanganak, may entitlement ka na. Dito, it's not a matter of right, Your Honor. It's a privilege that is granted by the state, so you have to apply for it. The OSG is the chair of that three-agency committee together with
National Security Council and Foreign Affairs.
together with the DFA and the National Security Council, or NSC, Your Honor.
But what agency grants the petition for naturalization?
It's the committee which grants
It's
it,
a
Your Honor.
committee? I always thought it was the Department of Justice. So it's a committee.
In this case, for the case of, there are other cases.
That's a law. What's the legal basis for that, Soljan? I-note nyo nga legal basis, basahin lang yun.
This is the 9139. It's Republic Act 9139, the Administrative Naturalization Law of 2000, Your Honor.
Okay, so that's parang that's a concession we gave to foreigners born on Philippine soil. Yun lang po yun. Okay.
Yes, Your
But
Honor.
for all other foreigners, is there an administrative?
It's judicial for all the other foreigners, Your Honor.
There is no administrative.
Wala
grant
po,
of-
wala po.
Okay, judicial. Okay. Judicial or legislative.
Legislative, yes, yes,
Or
Your Honor.
legislative, yes. Okay. Di ba, what is the best proof of Philippine citizenship? Passport is a good proof. Let's say not say best proof, good proof. A good enough proof of Philippine citizenship is that the person is the bearer of a Philippine passport. Tama? Yes, you will not doubt the citizenship of that person bearing a Philippine passport. Tama po ba? Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, oh.
Yes.
Now foreigners or holders of it, genuine passport paper. So we have a big problem. Who's gen- anong ahensya ang dapat, yes, special mission niya yan to find out the root causes of all of this, as well as the syndicates or the people behind this phenomenon, Mr. President.
Like the civil registry. It's the DFA, Your Honor. But the DFA also places reliance on the documents submitted, as we have seen in the cases we have encountered. So it's also the civil registries. After the DFA, if you go look at the agencies perhaps to issue the underlying documents, then you have the civil registries, which are under the PSA, whom the civil registries eventually submit the documents to, or is the repository.
The Filipino citizenship of the bearer of a Philippine passport. How can that be questioned, Mr. President? Is there a proceeding to question that?
Is that co-warrant to question the right or something? The genuineness of the...
Administrative investigation.
But eventually, if you want to go to court,
And the
appeal,
OSD will
it's appeal.
for the loss of citizenship or passport.
It's for citizenship ultimately, ang tanong ninyo, no? If you're questioning the
Kasi
citizenship.
Yung mga
Opo.
na-discover, may mga na-discover po talaga na may hawak siyang Philippine passport So we have no right to say hindi ka Filipino, but we really doubt dahil number one, hindi daw marunong na ating any of our two official languages,
Yes,
din
yes.
alam. Pero ang alam niya is an official language of another country. Okay? Pero holder na. So we really doubt. How do we question the Filipino citizenship of that Philippine passport holder?
It's an administrative proceeding, is the opinion of the...
Yan, gusto ko nga maturuan na...
Of the-
That's why I recognize the expertise of our Solgen. Administrative proceedings initiated where, Mr.
Sa
Solicitor
DFA
General?
siguro muna ho. Sa DFA.
DFA?
Opo.
Okay, but please study it, Solgen, kasi sa tingin ko darating tayo rin sa dami na nung mga incidents na kasi pwedeng ang ibabangga nga sa atin, sino ka to question? I'm a holder of a Philippine passport. Paghawakan mo naman yung material, genuine naman. That's the issue, Mr. Solgen. Sa tingin ko, sasabog na yan sa lalong madaling panahon. At marami-rami na po itong kasong ganito.
Tama po. I think dapat maagapan ho yan. Dahil parang mukhang may sindikato na eh.
So let's prepare for it, all of our yung agencies with a law firm function. Pag-aralan na po natin po yan. Siguro last but not the least na lang second to the last is let me comment bago ko tumalimutan the manifestation of the Solicitor General that yung whatever grant ng CIF sa office niya is, he is willing to waive it. Sana he has waived it, Mr. President. What is the statement of our Soldier? He's willing to waive it, or he has waived it?
His statement, Your Honor, is the agency needs it in the pursuit of other cases. But if other agencies need it more, then he's willing to give it up, Your Honor.
Kasi we started this new practice last year. Before last year, wala naman yata kayo.
Last year lang ba?
That was what I was pointing out last year.
For the Solgen, meron hong...
Before last year?
Opo. There was in 2009, 2010, 2011,
And then,
2017, 2018, 2019, and even in bigger amounts than what the...
sige.
2018, it was 30 million. 2019,
Budget proceedings, I was looking at the immediate preceding year, no? So wala
Yes,
yata-
there was
wala-
none for,
wala,
there's none for
yes.
this year, ho.
Okay,
But there were in previous years.
That explains it, Mr.
Opo.
President. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then siguro my office has been receiving a lot of complaints about land grabbing, Mr. President. Land grabbing, and then ito, we know this as parang legislative notice, Mr. President, that some inalienable public hands na titulado. So these are two distinct cases, no? Yung land grabbing cases between private individuals, can they run to the OSG for help, for assistance?
Public lands ang involved, we institute reversion cases para mabalik sa domain.
If public lands are involved, the OSG can institute a reversion case so that it goes back to the state since it was not the proper subject of titling or alienation, Your Honor.
Yun yung second scenario na sinabi ko. Pero itong mga reklamo na nagrereklamo yung
Private.
titled owner, and then all of a sudden daw, nabago na ang titulo, na land grab. There was no transfer transaction in any form, Mr. President. Does the Solgen have a role in such a dispute?
Wala po, basta hindi po publicly owned.
Saan ang takbuhan nila, Solgen?
Sa,
Para
civil,
lang,
sa courts ho, civil case ho yun. So,
or criminal? Pwede rin
korte.
criminal.
Pwede rin ho,
Yes,
especially if they used falsified documents, Your Honor.
Pwede rin criminal, ano? Apa. So, yes, thank you for that. And then, yun na nga, yung reversion cases, ito na, this is now the jurisdiction of the OSG. This would involve public lands which all of a sudden are titled by private individuals or inalienable lands, and then being put under the TCT or individuals. So, what is the state of this problem, Mr. Solicitor General?
The state, Your Honor, is that as of November 6 of this year, the OSG has successfully obtained favorable rulings in 126 cases, covering a total area of 9.2 million square meters, Your Honor. But there are also pending cases numbering 719. These are either in court or on appeal, on trial court or on appeal, involving 2.6 billion square meters.
Huh? Ano, sir? 2.6?
2.6 billion square meters dun sa pending 719 cases, Your Honor.
Okay.
Meanwhile, there are 541 possible cases which are for filing or undergoing case build-up, Your Honor.
And ito pong 541,
How
ano
many?
to,
Baka tanungin niya, how many square meters dito? Would you know?
meron pa tayong mga unentertained complaints?
Wala po, wala po.
Okay na to. Are we noticing a spike in the complaints? Or in these incidents of public lands having been titled in private hands?
Not really, but it's just accumulated over time, the cases, I think. So the Solgen is trying to move, to make these cases move, Your Honor.
Kasi kayo lang yata makakaano nito eh.
That's true.
The initiatory move must
That
come
is-
from the
That is true, Your
Solgen.
Honor. That is correct, Your Honor.
Any area in the Philippines which stands out as
Prone to
where
land case. Mindanao daw.
this phenomenon has happened?
Sa Mindanao daw.
Mindanao, marami. Any particular area in Mindanao?
Di naman ho. It's just Mindanao-wide ho.
Kalat-kalat sa Mindanao. Okay. So we congratulate the Solgen for recovering for the state 9.2 million square meters of public land na somehow na-violate po yung mga public land laws natin, yung policy na biglang all of a sudden na through fraud or other machinations natituluhan po ng private individuals or under the possession or control of private individuals. Ito pong 126 cases involving 9.2 million square meters, final, settled, executed. balik na canceled na back to
Cancelled,
Republic
Your
of the
Honor.
Philippines na.
They have been cancelled, Your Honor.
And we wish you all the best dito sa effort natin to recover 2.6 billion square meters of public land in your 719 cases. Pero isa, under appeal yung iba rito, but sometimes we appeal cases we lost. Marami rin po tayong mga cases we lost sa lower courts and we are appealing them.
So many, sir, not so many cases na we lost.
We don't lose too many cases according to the Solgen.
Good, okay. So we wish you all the best, and then itong 541 involves how many square meters, Sergeant? Hindi.
We'll furnish the info,
Yes,
Your Honor. It's not readily available.
Ito yung fund natin. I mean,
Yes, sir.
ano pa nung funding dito? Itong effort na to. Is it specifically funded in your budget? Titled.
Special budget.
Line nila. Check mo yung mga lines nila. Anong line dun sa...
Your Honor. So there's no the salaries of Your Honor.
Okay, so there's no special request from the Solgen, pero tulong dito, I'm sure I can ask the support of the majority. This is for the benefit of the Republic of the Philippines, the state, and for future generations. Binalik yung
Yes, Your Honor. They're very thankful to you for this.
Sige.
Yeah. And we agree with you, what your manifestation. We'll certainly look into that if you have a motion, Your Honor.
And then don't wait for the budget cycle to let the people know about the achievements of the OSG in this subject matter, in this regard, Mr. President. Mag-press release po kayo para makita natin that land grabbing, illegal titling of land does not pay. Babawiin talaga ng gobyerno yan. And the time frame for filing a case does not prescribe, if I am correct, Solgen. Dapat malaman ng mga sindikato yan. It does not prescribe. Hahabulin at hahabulin kayo ng gobyerno at justice will catch up with you. Especially if we have a proactive Office of the Solicitor General and a proactive leader of the said office. Like our current one, si Solgen Maynard Guevara. So, thank you, and congratulations na po. Sige, and thank you, Mr. Sponsor, also.
Thank you very much for the very good points, distinguished minority leader. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes, Majority Leader.
there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Office of the Solicitor General to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr.
There being no
President.
objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budget of the Office of the Solicitor General is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations, and the session suspended for 1 minute.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Philippine National Police and acknowledge the presence of its officials, led by Police General Benjamin Acorda Jr. We now recognize the distinguished Senator Sonny Angara to sponsor the same, and Senator Coco Pimentel to interpolate the budget of the Philippine National Police.
Yes, we would like to recognize once again General Acorda. Thank you for joining us today's hearing. And to our sponsors, Senator Sonny Angara, and to interpolate, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, we greet our colleagues as well as PNP Chief Acorda and the PNP family. Magandang umaga po sa kanilang lahat. And of course, our Minority Leader. Good morning.
Thank you. We're just resuming our interpellation. So we love seeing the PNP chief here, Mr. President, in our premises. So pinabalik po natin siya. And then because we also are hosting an international conference. So I hope we took advantage of their presence to.
Yes, I think the
Fix
Senate
this
President, the
security.
Sergeant at Arms have been having a
Security
dialogue
arrangements, yes.
with the PNP chief.
And then
his
siguro
men.
sabi ko, chance na natin ito to greet our chief an advanced happy birthday. Sa December po, or first week of December ang birthday po.
I
niya.
join you in that birthday.
And
Chief.
then siguro, it's our way of congratulating our chief for his successful tenure as the chief of the PNP. But of course, di ba, nung umpisa, in-establish natin how large di ba, yun ang una kong tanong sa inyo eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
Personnel ninyo, 228,000. Sabi ko nga, you're like a municipality, sabi na ating sponsor, even a province. So talagang there will be some problematic members there. Ano naman yun, siyempre, that's a given. So, ang akin lang in-express na hope is because of your specialized discipline, your structure and traditions, and hopefully your good culture within the PNP, sana yung expected ratio of bad eggs sa 228,000 would be lower than a randomly selected 228,000 from the general population. Kasi nga, pulis kayo eh. Pulis. Merong naka-uniforme, nag-take ng oath, diba? Nag-schooling, may disiplina, may hierarchy, may kultura. Ayun. Tama po ba?
That's correct, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Yes, apo. Pagkatapos nun, tinanong ko po kayo sa inyong pinaniniwalaang ideal police personnel to population. Inyong kulang ba? Are we hitting that ideal? Kulang ba? Then ang tanong po, yung hiring policy nga natin. And then binanggit po natin yung inyong budget for your hiring. So doon yata po tayo nahinto eh. Doon tayo nahinto. So ang tanong ko yata noon, yung last session natin, magkano po ang inilaan natin sa budget ng 2024 sa PNP ang gagamitin po nyo for hiring new personnel? Kasi yung hiring of new personnel nyo pursues that ideal ratio that is in your plan.
Your Honor, the amount in the 2024 budget is 324.7 million.
Yeah, tama.
This is for hiring 1,000
1,000.
patrolmen and women and 50 cadets, Your Honor.
What does that mean, Mr. President? Yung hiring 50 cadets. What does that mean? We hire cadets?
It's I guess, to fund their expenses, Your Honor. The mga taga
Schooling.
PNPA sa Academy ho. PNPA, Philippine National Police Academy.
50 scholars or just 50 new entrants per year?
Additional entrants, Your Honor, for 2024.
Okay. Good. When will the PNPA graduates start leading the police organization? Anong year sila expected po?
Soon, Your Honor. I think early 90s yung... Yeah. 2026, Your Honor.
Wow, 2026 PNPA PNPA led na po ang ating PNP. And the ideal ratio that you gave us, Mr. President, was
Yung ideal ba yung nasa law? Yung nasa law? Well, the ideal is the one in the law. The average, for the average nationwide, this is under Republic Act 6975. It's 1:500, Your Honor.
Nag-ilo pala nagsabi. 1:500. Thank
Opo.
you. Tama, it's also good nan that we provided this. This is in the law. The law is categorical. Yeah, tama. Para nga
Yes,
hindi.
opo. It's Section 27 of Republic Act 6975, Your Honor.
Yeah, maganda para merong direction po ang ating hiring, hindi po siya mag-bloat. Pero ano po yung sagot natin doon pala? Talking about the ano tawag doon? Bloating PNP personnel. Recently may headlines na may finding na you parang that's not about having too many PNP with high ranks, parang top heavy. Is our PNP organization top heavy, Mr. President? Ano ba yung news na yun?
There are no excess positions in the PNP, Your Honor.
Yun pala, the DBM found 35 excess flag positions. Can we get the reaction of the PNP? There were also thousands of excess positions for colonels, lieutenant colonels, majors, captains, staff sergeants, and corporals. Ito po, nabalita po ito, so we might as well get the
I think
official position.
what the
of
chief is relaying, Your Honor, is that they need to update the data. PNP. All the positions in the PNP currently are pursuant to NAPOLCOM resolutions, Your Honor.
Kasi normally kasi sa mga agencies, di ba, when we create positions, DBM ang ipinapa-approve sa DBM yan eh. Is it a different procedure with the PNP? When you want to create the ranked positions or other positions, it's just up to the NAPOLCOM. The NAPOLCOM is the one approving the plan.
DBM pa rin nag-approve. Still the DBM which approves. So parehas lang sa mga ibang agencies. Of course, they have to go through the NAPOLCOM, then they go to the DBM, Your Honor. So,
Oh, how come the answer is for the DBM to update its data? So, ibig sabihin, parang hindi alam ng DBM kasi DBM po ang nag-findings po ito eh.
well, they're in communication.
Sa system na ini-explain nga natin because if DBM should have been present from the very start, it is now DBM which is raising the issue. So, ayusin na lang po natin ito, General, and
Yes, Your Honor.
to your successor, who I'm sure is probably listening, Mr. President. Let's talk about body cameras, Mr. President. How many have we procured so far up to today?
There are 2,756 operational body cameras. And for 2024, of 2,001 body cameras. The total body camera requirement to cover the whole country is 45,552, Your Honor.
2,700 operational, but how many have we procured, Mr. President?
There is a budget in 2024 to procure 2,001, to add to the currently operational 2,756, Your Honor.
Hindi, I mean to say, there are no body cameras which are not functioning. All are functioning. How many have we procured so far? Procured, past tense.
Kailan na yung nabili? Yung whether both operational and non-operational.
There are 2,696 na nabili. May donations from 60. So, total of 2,000.
So, lahat operational. So, the 2,756, out of that, 2,696 were purchased and 60 were donated, Your Honor. So, they're all operational. There are no non-operational body cameras, Your Honor.
60 donated.
Yes, Your Honor.
60 donated. May we know the donor? Who is the donor?
Public safety, savings, and loan insurance corporate.
And Loan Insurance Association, Your Honor.
Galing. Compatible siya. Same system. The donated and the procured.
Yes,
same,
Your Honor.
same system.
Parehas ho.
So we intend to procure more. Kailangan same system. Ganun ba yun? On the 45,000 that we need, kailangan one system lang ba yan? Hardware plus software? Isang system? Or mga ano ba yan? Ang tawag doon? Open, ano yun? Open source na maraming supplier pwedeng sumakay dun sa system?
Yes, Your Honor. The requirement is they must all be interoperable, and that so far that is the case, Your Honor.
Can there be only one supplier? Because nakabili na tayo ng ano. So, we have already 2,756 operating right now. So, we're bound with the operating system of the body camera system plus the hardware and then the
We're not
software.
bound.
Are we already bound? Only one supplier
We're
can
not,
comply?
Your Honor.
So-
Because it's an open platform system, so
Yeah, open platform.
people can bid for it. Yeah.
So, maraming
Pwede,
ano dyan,
pwede po.
labanan. Okay.
Pwede po.
Unfortunately, imported lahat ito.
Opo, Your Honor. But maybe with Tatak Pinoy law, maybe we can require them to
Pero
procure locally, Your Honor.
Wala pa yata, Mr. President, na kaya. So, we really have to
But
develop.
maybe it's a chicken or egg problem, Your Honor. Kasi in a lot of our hearings dun sa, of course, this is tangential already, Your
Yes,
Honor.
yes, yes,
But in a lot of our hearings, because of there is no assured supply, which is why industries have not grown. Yun ang relayed to us by one of the remaining arms suppliers, yung local arms suppliers. They said, in the 70s, marami daw sila, pero dahil hindi nga sila assured of local procurement, yun, a lot of them died out. But sila, they kind of survived. Oh.
Anyway, 10% pa lang ito pinag-usapan natin. 2,800. Ang target ninyo, 45,000. So, pwede pa, Mr. President, Mr. Sponsor, i-announce na natin ito na
Okay. For how
mag-set
many
up
more?
na sila ng mga manufacturing facilities for
We added this in the
body cams. And then,
If I may,
yes.
if I may address that, Your Honor, I have been informed that we added, the Senate added 807 million in the committee report. So that can procure, if at a cost of 33,000 per body camera, that can procure an additional 24,454 cameras, Your Honor.
how much is a body camera, sir? 20?
Roughly 33,000, Your Honor.
33,000. Madali ito ma-check po sa US kasi they use body cam. So,
Yes, Your Honor.
tanungin natin yung cost nila doon, Mr. President. Kasi marami rin like for example, si MMDA yata may body cam, si Immigration gusto rin mag-body cam. The industry should be set up here, Mr. President, under the Tatak Pinoy program sponsored by our sponsor. Apo. So, Mr. President, siguro sa addressing it to the Chief, hindi naman natin rini-require magsuot ng body cam just because gusto nila magsuot. I think sa United States, the footage cannot be tampered with. Dapat, ano? The camera cannot be turned off the camera cannot be muted. Otherwise, sa kanila nga, criminal violation yun of law enforcement of body camera. Dito po sa Pilipinas, ano po ang ating mga rules dito? Is this optional? Pwede mong i-off? Pwede mong... Tapos yung footage ba, nagagalaw ba, nai-edit ba? Sa kanila po, I think they download it, wala na, ano na sila Beyond their control na po yun pag time na to surrender and download the footages.
Pero only in the execution of a warrant. Paano kung regular? Wala tayong procedure. Well, they would prefer to really have a prevalence of a body camera, Your Honor. Pero alam nilang limited by the budget. But there is a Supreme Court issuance or the rules on the use of body-worn cameras in the execution of warrants. This is SC Administrative Matter 21-06-08-SC, where the court now requires the use of at least one of two devices or such number as may be necessary to capture and record the relevant incidents during the execution of a warrant. So this is specifically for Your Honor.
So yun lang po, that's the state of the law now or the regulations. When we execute an arrest warrant or a search warrant, those who have access to body cameras must be issued the body cameras.
If I may add, Your Honor, my attention has been
Apa.
called to, in addition to the Supreme Court issuance, in 2018, there is a PNP Memorandum Circular MC number 2018-009, approved by a certain Police Chief General Ronald De La Rosa, setting forth the guidelines, policies, and procedures on the use of body cameras during police operations and other law enforcement activities.
So more than just execution of warrants, basta compared. So,
Apo, may sarili silang...
sige po, and once the operation or the activity
ano yung laman?
should be covered by body cam, violation po na hindi magsuot, i-turn off ang camera, i-mute at galawin ang footage. Violation po yon. Ano pong penalty nun? If it's not a crime, is there an administrative penalty?
There is a... They can be subjected to an administrative case for the cases you mentioned, Your Honor. And they can be subjected to a penalty, Your Honor.
Yes, yes. Kaya kino-compare ko lang po kasi kasi kumokopya tayo ng practice sa United States of America. Wag natin sirain yung mga importanting features din which pursue the essence of why we have this But I'll continue with my point on the body cameras kasi mayroon kami positive experience dito with the use of the body camera explaining. But at this point, I think Senator Cynthia Villar wants
I believe
to
our
interject.
distinguished colleague, Senator Cynthia Villar,
Yes,
would like to recognize.
with the indulgence of the minority floor here, Mr. President, I move that we recognize Senator Cynthia Villar for a manifestation. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes,
Is he related to
Senator
the
Villar
Majority
is,
Leader, Mr. President?
Thank you,
Is
Mr.
she related to the
President
Majority Leader?
and
Yes, I believe so.
Minority Floor Leader. It's just that my guest is upstairs already, so I have to make the manifestation before I leave. I just want to ask the PNP to make a report of the Pogo closure in Las Piñas City. We never understood what happened there. So I just want to be informed of what is the whole story because I want to know because it happened in our city where I live. And at the same time, I just want to manifest that the SOSYA will make a report on a case I filed against a security agency who abused us in our subdivision. So that's all. That report about that Pogo you closed in Las Piñas And I want to know the real story.
They will
of-
furnish you a report, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
and the case against the security agency who abused us in Las Piñas. Thank you very much.
Yes, we will furnish, Your Honor. Thank you to Senator Villar.
Thank you. Mr. Senate President,
Thank you.
we move to recognize Senator Pimentel.
Yes, please proceed. Thank you.
I'll just make a comment on an earlier subject matter we discussed. No? Yung pagdating po dun sa so-called excess positions in the PNP, hindi na po natin i-debate yun, pero I think it should be the concern actually of the legislative branch because according to the DBM, it is the legislative branch that can create such positions except for offices created by the Constitution. So yung laws daw po na minention natin, RA 6975, RA 8551, do not provide for the increase in the number of flag positions. So siguro our respective offices should pursue this subject matter. Mr. President.
Your Honor, I think it's being addressed in the bill of Chairman Bato of the Committee on Public Order. He sponsored a PNP modernization. I think sakop siya nung panukalang yan, Your Honor.
So, bill pa lang na-execute na, Mr. President. yun po yung, kung tama yung posisyon na yun, parang gano'n, bill pa lang na-execute na po natin. So, which we discourage. We will discourage, of course, agencies to anticipate the law and execute a bill as if it's already a law, Mr. President. Kaya nga against ako sa practice ng early procurement, Mr. President, kasi dinidiscuss pa lang ang GAA, ang budget law, parang authorized na silang mag-bid out ng mga projects po na nandun sa NEP. Disagree po ako doon, wala pang ang batas eh. But I think that has been a practice for so long, ano, Mr.
I think it's the demand of the cash-based budgeting. Kasi pag hindi nila ginawa, the weather, the unpredictability of the weather, you lose a lot of days constructing to the weather. So talagang nakasanayan na nila, na ready na sila. They do all the pre-award, all the activities, procurement activities preliminary to award, even before the law is passed. Practicality lang ba, Your Honor?
Pero I always ask kasi for the legal basis, pasensya na po kayo. Yan po naging training ko. I became a lawyer, so I always ask, what's the legal basis? So, I don't think a bill can be a legal basis, Mr. President. Anyway, that's that's the differing positions here in the Senate, and that explains the reason why I am in the minority, also, Mr. President. Well, at any rate, okay, talking about body cams, okay. Nakita ko po yung use niya, maganda, nag-investigate po kami rito sa public order with, of course, chaired by the former chief, Senator Bato de la Rosa, doon sa pag-raid sa isang municipal hall in Misamis Occidental because parang there was, I think, a suspended mayor holding office because they wanted to resolve the issue. Nag-body cam sila doon. At least very objective ang kuha ng footage. So, meron po siyang value. Except that nung present na sa amin, pansin ko na edited na yung footage na present sa amin. Pero ang tanong ko nga, but yung master file ba nun, can that be edited? That's my question. Can the entire footage taken by the body camera, the whole time that it was on, can that be accessed and then edited or tampered with, Mr. President?
It's designed so that you cannot edit it, Your
Correct.
Honor. And any attempt or any attempt to edit it would be an administrative violation, Your Honor.
Yes. Pero ipag-present kasi sa amin, siyempre ibang office na yung nag-present sa amin, okay na, I understand, nakita ko naman na mayroong edit. Wala naman tampering na making it as if it was the real event. Ando naman talaga captured and then, except that nag-skip siguro ng a few minutes, yun na yung next. But then I asked for the master file and then i-follow up ko na lang and then we'll see kung nandun yung system, no? Hindi, it should not allow any tampering, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. We agree with you there.
Okay, so good. Hindi na ito sa inyo, Chief. Noon-noon pa ito. Yung mga cases na ito, sana may natutunan tayo rito at hindi na maulit ever sa PNP. Yun po yung meron tayong mga rubber boats na in order ba noon na super powerful yung mga engines niya na hindi siya magamit kasi it pushes up the rubber boat. How's that case? May nakasuhan pa po na
Na-dismiss? What was the punishment? I really... Ano yung mga kaso? What all the cases? May kulong? May nakulong? May mga nakulong ho doon. They were also dismissed from the police force, Your Honor.
so at least parati nating alalahanin po yun. How about yung helicopters po na binili ng PNP na brand new pero second hand pala?
Ganun din ho. May mga nakulong and they were also dismissed.
Ilagay ka natin yung mga years dito para klaro na hindi to under the present. So yung rubber boats na overpowerful lang pang engine, ano year po yun? Time period para klaro na hindi po to under the watch of our Chief Acorda.
Roughly lang. Hindi naman eksakto ho. Kung gusto natin sabihin yun.
Yung general time period lang po, kahit anong years po to nangyari, more or less.
2009, sir.
Around yung helicopter or yung
Rubber boats muna.
yung rubber boats was roughly 2009, Your Honor.
2009, okay. How about these helicopters na sold for brand new but in reality second hand?
Yung sa helicopter 2013.
2013.
Around 2013, Your Honor.
Ang masakit yata rito, sold for brand new pero with a premium price pa.
Opo.
Brand new premium price.
Yeah.
In reality, second hand. Meron po na punish din po rito.
Opo.
Meron din
Nakulong
po. Kulong? Kasuhan? Suspended?
ho.
Terminated?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you po.
And dismissed from the service also.
Dismiss up. What's this issue on the automated night vision devices and sniper rifles? What has happened to the procurement of these items, Mr. President?
Suspended yung delivery, sir.
The procurement project for the supply and delivery of 305 units of auto-gated night vision devices was conducted by the PITC for the PNP. The approved budget was 96 million approximately. The winning bid was 92.3 million. As of November 15, 2023, the items were already delivered at the Bureau of Customs and ready for release and will be processed considering the renewal of the Certificate of Registration by the PNP Logistics Support Service. Medyo mabagal lang ho yung pag-procure ata ng PITC because it seems that the fund was already authorized as early as 2015 pero ngayon pa lang ho i-deliver.
Yung option ba to have the PITC procure this is just an option. You decided to let PITC procure this. You could have also procured this by yourself.
It was an option exercised by the PNP at the time, Your Honor, but it has not been done recently.
Yes, oo nga. So it was it could have been procured by the PNP directly, except that you chose to
Yes, Your Honor.
to give it to them. Bueno, anong year naman po yung decision naman to? 2015.
2015,
Sige,
Your Honor.
para po na nalalagay natin in proper context po itong mga issues na ito. So final, anyway, mag-appear ang Bureau of Customs sa atin mamaya yata, Mr. President.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Tanungin na lang natin. So what is now with the Bureau of Customs? The night vision and the sniper rifles? Or just the night vision?
Yes, Your Honor, yes.
Both?
Ready, yes. Ready for pre-delivery inspection.
Sige.
The one that affected the delivery, sir, is yung
There's also a COA report. There are the rights and ownership of
Ito naman hong sa ammunition, Your Honor, with your permission, was affected by the Russia-Ukraine war. Kasi parang yung supplier taga doon.
Yes.
Yung taga doon po yung supplier.
which one, sir? Which one?
Yung sa rifles ho.
So, hindi na tuloy ang kontrata?
At na-delay lang ho, pero tuloy din ho yata. Tuloy din ho. Tuloy pa rin ho.
The supplier is Ukrainian or Russian? Bakit siya apektado sa war? Is it because the supplier's source is Ukraine or the supplier source is Russia?
Ano?
It just affects the movement, sir. The movement of the transactions.
Pero yung supplier hindi
Not suppliers, sir.
Sinong nag-analysis, sir?
UNDC, sir, yun.
UTMC.
UNDC is there.
Bakit na-deny? Nakalagay dito na-deny by the US Department of Commerce. I think it was delayed by the Russia-Ukraine war, but the supplier is a US source. And initially, the export permit was denied by the US Department of Commerce, Bureau of Industry and Security. So it's a requirement pertaining to another country, Your Honor, which delayed.
So US, siguro, they took into account the Ukraine-Russia war and then for
Yeah,
their...
sabi nila, teka muna,
in their decision-making
Opo.
process. Opo, I understand. Yung 2 billion pesos worth of helicopter procurement natin from Russia, is that PNP or military?
Military ho yan.
Military. Okay, we'll ask that sa DND. Kasi naapektuhan naman po yung, I think, 2 billion ba yun? Or, I think it's more than 2 billion, but I think ang affected doon is 2 billion. 2 billion pesos of
Hindi
the
ko
people's
kabisado, Your Honor.
of the people's money, Mr. President.
Opo. We will ask the...
Later po. I will ask that of the DND later, Mr. President. Ito po, sabi ng COA, rights and ownership of the 473 lots with an aggregate value of at least 747 million could not be ascertained due to the inability of PNP to complete the processes and obtain titles over these properties under its name. Talo pa po ko yung OSG topic natin kanina, yung mga walang karapatan sa lupa, nakakatitulo. Ngayon kayo po, inyo po ito. Ano pong problema po rito sa COA finding na ito?
157 lots. Tinatrabaho.
Punta na tayo sa
Tinatrabaho nila yung 9 lots are for deed of exchange, 7 lots are for reconveyance from AFP, 2 lots are for reconstitution of title, 45 for writing off from records, 45 lots have no conveyance, 1 lot is not alienable, 27 lots require a court decision, 5 lots require payment of taxes from BIR, 4 lots were reverted by LGU, and 3 lots were acquired through a use of RAC agreement. So may kanya-kanyang issue which are being addressed, Your Honor.
All over the country po ba ito? All over the country?
Yes, Your Honor.
Siguro involving your stations and siguro camps?
Regions 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8, Your Honor.
Sige po, at least Senator Cynthia Villar already raised the issue of Pogo. Magkano resources natin ang nadidevote natin dito sa
Pogo.
monitoring Pogo areas, maintaining peace and order? Estimate na, hindi natin madi-deny, no, that some of our resources are diverted for the maintenance of law and order in areas where the Pogos are located, and maybe also to solve the crimes
Pagkain nila.
perpetrated by Pogo-linked individuals, Mr. President.
Deport na agad yun eh.
Estimate.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a strain on resources, especially when they conduct operations and puhulihin mo nila. Yung malaking expense daw yung pakain ho dun sa kanila. So, and sometimes there is an overlap of jurisdiction with the BID, Your Honor, Bureau of Immigration, as to who will spend for that, Your Honor.
Significant.
Kasi ano naman ang
Ramdam ng PNP ang significant effect sa kanilang budget. Nung lumago na ang Pogo activities, ramdam ba ninyo na malaking parte ng inyong oras, budget,
sa oras naman.
ay naibubuhos ninyo sa maintenance ng law and order doon sa Pogo area, and then as well as yung crimes
Sa
na
law enforcement.
reported because of some Pogo-linked personalities, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor, yes.
Ramdam na natin, ramdam na ng organization.
Yes, they have to devote the time and resources, as you mentioned, Your Honor.
Sige, we will not ask for your position sa Pogo kasi siyempre dapat policy namin yun. Execute lang kayo ng batas. But thank you for that input na naramdam na ninyo. And tama ba na yung oras na yon o yung resources na yon, kung wala sana yung Pogo, sa komunidad natin na, sa mga normal or ordinaryong komunidad natin na ibubuhos?
Yes,
Tama po ba yun?
it would follow, Your Honor. It would follow.
Thank you po. Well, Mr. President, let's go to the CIF of the police. You have intelligence, confidential. You have intelligence fund amounting to 806 million.
You have the, first day. Yung use, yung justification.
Kinumpara ko nga yan sa intelligence fund ng PDEA. PDEA, 500 million eh. Sabi ko, hindi sa maliit ang
Justification.
confidence intelligence fund ng police. Baka masyado malaki ang binibigay ng intelligence fund sa PDEA. PDEA, drugs lang eh. Kayo, revised penal code, all the other special laws, maintenance of peace and order. But then, I found, my staff found a line in the NEP 2004, conduct of intelligence and counterintelligence activities amounting to 1.15 billion. So, is this,
Kasama sa MOE yun. Kasama yung MOE yun.
yes, but it's conduct of intelligence, counterintelligence activities. Is this treated like a CIF?
How is it liquidated? Like a regular fund. It's more like a regular fund, Your Honor.
The audit of this amount is
Regular audit. Ho.
Regular MP.
Like MOE ho. Kung ano yung audit ng MOE.
how different is it? Kasi yun ang yung line eh. Kasi if the line describes the expenditure, conduct of intelligence and counterintelligence activities, tanggalin na lang muna natin yung second point. So, conduct of intelligence activities. Hindi ba parehas lang yan sa intelligence fund? Intelligence fund is you conduct intelligence activities.
Ang difference.
Patanong ka na sa PNP? Ano? Stop na, wala na.
Since board yung
Kailan ba yan?
yung program expenditure classification boarding so kasi
When was that?
it started
Ano ko na? Ano ko na?
the program expenditure classification was
Masyado na.
the last 2018.
Meaning?
Yung line na items yung na sinasabi sa
Sa'yo ko na masyado.
Yeah.
program expenditure classification. Sorry, sir.
Yeah, but it doesn't really answer the question. Ang question is, how is it different from intelligence fund?
It's really
Ito
different.
last. Ito na last.
Justification ng witness and certificate.
Tama, yun lang.
Regular
Ganda pa.
sir, for intelligence activities, it's very defensive.
Huwag na tong duty.
They say it's different, Your Honor, because sige.
Yung mga activities po kasi sir are different.
The activities are different, Your Honor. Itong PNP Intelligence Fund is for intelligence technologies and analytical tools for accurate threat assessment and proactive intelligence-led crime prevention and investigation. It's a long list, Your Honor. If I can just
Sige ba? Okay. I'll just ask for the
Other-
list. If I can just ask for the
other
list.
projects ho.
Oh, these are the
Covert operations, yung mga police attaches, doon
That-
ginagamit o yung
Doon it's a charge.
Yung-
And then the PNP assures us that the audit of this amount is the regular audit, not the way that the CIF is liquidated. Kasi itatanong ko rin yan eh. Itatanong ko actually rin naman yan sa COA eh.
Opo.
Kaya I need an answer now kasi para lang ibabangga ko yung sagot
Yeah.
ninyo sa COA eh.
Yung binanggit niyo pong amount na binasa niyo, that's like treated, audited like regular funds yun,
Yun
yung MOE. ho.
Ang point ko lang kasi yung yung how it is described, it can be argued na itrato ito like intelligence fund. Anyway, kasi ang item po talaga is conduct of intelligence and counterintelligence activities. But if it is clear with the PNP and it's clear with COA, I'll clarify that with COA
Yes, sir.
on Monday.
Monday po.
Sa Monday. Sige po. So your total that makes your total for intelligence fund only around 800 million pesos.
That's correct, Your Honor. It's been that amount since 2018, Your Honor.
Yun lang nga, Chief. Yun na nga, bigla namin naalala kagabi ng staff ko eh. May 800 million ka ang PNP ng Intelligence Fund. Si PDEA may 500 million na Intelligence Fund. Tapos meron pang isang insidente na nagka-enkwentro kayo. I mean, very, very, very disappointing.
Hindi sila nag-uusap, Your Honor.
Very disappointing. I think lives were lost there, Mr. President.
Yes.
It's the trauma. Trauma nung mga nandun. I don't know. Hindi nga natin pinupurso yung mga ina-involved doon. Kumusta yung trauma na nila? Traumatic pa ba sa kanila? May buntis pa yata doon, Mr. President. Yun lang yung...
I remember that, Your Honor.
That's why, Mr. President,
Yes.
An institution with 800 million intelligence fund, another institution with 500 million intelligence fund. Ang ending, nagbarilan yung dalawa. Mr. President. Ano na bang ano doon? Has there been a categorical report po doon?
This report, we'll submit it to you, Your Honor. Opo.
Meron yung summary, meron bang nanagot? I mean, may nakasuhan, gano'n? Meron? No need for the details, basta meron.
Yes,
meron.
there is a criminal case. There is also an administrative case against certain individuals, Your Honor. Some were exonerated, some were given 60-day suspension.
Ilagay din natin yung year. Anong year nangyari yan? Para alam natin, hindi din sa time
This
ni
was
Chief ito.
2021, Your Honor.
2021.
February
Not the
2021,
time
Your Honor.
of
Not during the watch of
yes, not under the watch of our
Chief
chief.
Acorda.
Opo.
SFCs.
Opo,
Okay, that's it.
you have an integrity monitoring and enforcement group. Ano bang function nito?
This is the IMEG, Your Honor. The function is
Contra corruption?
it's to run, it's to run after airing police officers, Your Honor.
Airing in terms of
Kalawag.
disciplinary or airing in terms of corruption?
Disciplinary, criminal, lahat po, lahat.
Pati lahat.
More daw on the operation side, Your Honor.
More on the operate. Okay. Sige po. Yung IAS naman, sir, ano naman siya?
That's the internal affairs.
Yes, how different, yung functions siya sa integrity monitoring and enforcement group.
The jurisdiction of IAS is, it concerns incidents of discharge of firearms, usually when death or serious physical injuries occur, when there is evidence that has been compromised, tampered with, in case of suspects injured in the custody of PNP, and where the established rules of engagement are violated. Yun usually ang subject matter or jurisdiction.
If there's a police activity, operation, at may namatay, resulta, is it automatic IAS investigation?
Yes, Your Honor,
Okay,
automatic.
that's good policy, Mr. President. Automatic po.
Automatic. Moto proprio. Moto proprio.
Hindi ako nananawagan na automatic kakasuhan, but investigation.
Yes, sir.
So, you know,
Tama po.
pagka-
Automatic.
Pagka in order naman lahat, self-defense naman talaga, let us say so. We have to clear. At gusto na rin siguro ng mga police operatives natin yun na ma-clear din po yung pangalan nila. Okay, for as long as it's automatic and we know that, mabuti pa. So yung mga, saan ba yun? Yung pinatay yung bata na nasa fishing boat, nabotas ba yun? So, yung nabotas po ba yun? Na may binaril na teenager na gusto lang mangisda. Police operation yon because they were, I think, pursuing a suspect. So, ginagamit ko lang na example yon. Was that automatic IAS investigation? Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, and all 8 were dismissed from the PNP and they're pending criminal cases, Your Honor.
Who's the chief of the IAS, Mr. President?
Chief ng IAS, you know. Attorney Triangulo, Your Honor. He's here with us.
Yes, he's here.
Yeah.
Is Attorney Triangulo chami-chami with all the police officers, Mr. President?
Palagay ko maraming galit sa kanya.
Correct. Attorney, pagka ganyan ang attitude sa'yo, pagkapasok mo parang ostracize ka, congratulations. Pero wag naman kayo ganon. Do not ostracize him just because he is ES chief. Hindi naman. Haba. So, I know it's a very difficult job, pero maganda naman kasi parang nakaano na eh. Para kayong may flowchart na eh. May flowchart na kung if this happens, then it's IAS, automatic na. It's not the fault of the fault of the head. It is the correct way of treating the incidents, Mr. President. So with that manifestation, I'm glad. No, siguro, how old has been the internal affairs system in the PNP? Ilan taon na po tayo nagkaroon ng IAS?
Before that, wala. At about 21 years, Your Honor.
21 years. So siguro pa, yeah. And, I think long enough na for the system to show its efficacy, Mr. President. How about itong IMEG natin? How long has this been in place?
2018.
Since 2018, Your Honor.
So, sandali. Hindi sila nag-overlap? No overlapping?
Wala
Klaro.
naman daw ho.
Klaro. Okay, sige.
Sometimes.
Siguro in writing na lang, in writing na lang siguro, Mr. President, if the PNP can just give me a document, just yung ano natin, side by side natin si IMEG at saka si IAS, so I will know ano
Yes,
yung...
Your Honor.
Yes. You have a VP Security Group, Vice Presidential Protection.
Yes,
Security
Your
Group.
Honor. There's one. They have one, Your Honor.
Did you separate the budget for that security group? Is it separated from is it clearly identified in your budget?
Yeah. It's not clearly identified, Your Honor, but ito yun eh, di ba?
Police security.
Ito yun, di ba?
The PSP is
MOE, sir. MOE of the police security protection.
Pero naka-identify siya. Nakabukod siya, di ba?
Part lang po. Yung budget siya dun sa MOE, sir, MOE PSP.
Yeah, it's part of the MOE of the PSPG, which is the protection group of the police, Your Honor. Yeah,
Police security protection.
protection.
So yung MOE ng PSPG tumaas.
Tumaas.
Definitely tumaas.
No, it did not.
Na-absorb ninyo? Na-absorb ng...
Opo. Yes, Your Honor.
Yung historical level of the PSPG MOE, na-absorb ninyo yung component ninyo sa VP PSG?
Yes.
Congratulations for you. But how many personnel is the PNP devoting for the
112, Your Honor.
112? Kasi 433 yan. So yung balance siguro comes from the AFP.
Opo.
But I'm glad to hear that. No impact to your budget. Yan klaro Pinapag-usapan natin yan.
So there's an impact, Your Honor, but it's part of the budget.
Yes, parang sunk cost na yun
Opo.
I mean, yun na yun So, whether or not may VPPSG, yun na yung MOE niya historically. Yun ang ating establish
Yes.
ngayon
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you for that input, Mr. President. Your budget also has 600 million for a parking management information system. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, Your Honor.
What is this for?
This is to modernize the existing PNP Krame parking management system technology to automate the manual process of parking system entry, guidance, payment, and exit. This is to lessen the operational expenditure of the parking system. By automating the process, warm bodies manning the said facility may be eliminated, and similarly, the cost required in maintaining operational headcounts is also eliminated. So it's technology to...
Sa Camp Crame lang po ito.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this the first time that we are funding this?
Yes, Your Honor.
First time. And is this one-time funding or this is a multi-year project?
One time.
One time. Sige. Sige po. Medyo namahalan lang po ako. Para parking management system for... How large is...
It's 600,000, Your Honor, not 600 million.
So mali. Sure. Let me double check.
Yeah.
Tama. If it's-
600,000.
Tama, mabuti you're correct. Can I get a minute suspension, Mr. President? Kasi we have to correct this kung na-mistake kung napakalaking amount. Yes, sir. Confirm, my amount is wrong. To be fair to the PNP, kasi namahalan ako, taba, it's 600,000, so reasonable na. Okay pa. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. President, galing naman ito sa experience ng ating mga kababayan. Someone from Muntinlupa wants to have blattered or recorded in the police station of Muntinlupa an incident which happened in Manila. So punta siya sa Muntinlupa Police Station, sabi hindi pwede, hindi kaya. You have to have this report. You have to report this in the Manila Police Station
Ganun ba? Sistema.
where it happened. Akala ko po meron tayong e-blotter system in place.
Parang korte ba? Na?
Meron po ba o wala?
Regular filing in person.
Meron ba o wala?
Hindi, pero yung sinasabi niya sa police station, pa-blatter.
20?
May panukala ba tayo na yung must file it wherein the jurisdiction. Parang, yes, parang korte ho yun eh. Parang,
E-blotter system. Di ba ang purpose ng blotter, if you have a concern sa tingin mo, police matter, you have it recorded para lang masabi na at that very point in time na may reklamo ka, record mo. Ngayon, a Muntinlupa resident, pero it's an incident in Manila, hindi niya ma-report sa Muntinlupa Police Station? Is that the correct response given to this Muntinlupa resident? In spite of the fact na mayroon kayong e-blotter system.
Blatter natin, sir, is parang physical.
hindi, sagutin yung tanong. Sagutin mo yung tanong. Huwag mong explain yung i-blatter. Pwede ba niyang ireklamo sa Muntinlupa dahil doon sa nakatira? Pero yung nangyari, yung incident na nangyari sa Manila.
Hindi pwede na purpose ng i-blatter.
So talagang hindi pwede.
Yes, sir.
Physical pa
Kasi doon siya,
Hindi pwede ho. Their system, the current system requires him to file it in where the incident happened, Your Honor.
Kasi when they went now to Manila to have it blattered, tinanong nila sinabi nila yung treatment sa kanila sa Muntinlupa. Ang sabi naman ng Manila Police Station, mali si Muntinlupa, it could have been done under the e-blatter system. So what is this e-blatter? Bakit tayo nag-announce ng e-blatter when it is not online, it's not interconnected, Mr. President?
Online blatter.
Pero sinabi lang.
ano, sir, yung i-blatter, pang ano lang yun. Parang physical din niya. Para sa recording niya.
Hindi, sabi mo hindi pinanggap sa Muntinlupa. Sinabi, pumunta ka sa Manila.
Letters is for recording.
Your Honor, the e-blatter turns out is for recording purposes, not for filing purposes. For filing purposes, they have a system which is akin to our court system where you have to
this is reporting.
file a case.
This is reporting. Initial yun eh. Yun yung
Opo.
initial lapit nila. So,
They're
So-
reporting within the organization, meaning
sila,
for internal purposes, Your Honor.
not for the transacting public.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Although I
Is
do
this-
admit that
oh,
you have a
is-
point there. Na,
Inisip ko, is there a technical reason why we cannot extend this to the transacting public? If you're online, you claim to be online, ha? Yan ba, i-blatter nyo. You claim to be online. And yet, you cannot let the general public take advantage of your being online, Mr. President?
That is
How much is this e-blatter project, Mr. President?
CRI.
Magkano na po nabuhos natin dito?
Last na ba? Last na ako. Ano na? Law and order na tayo. Law and order. Law and order. We source it from our previous. Yung pag-develop ng e-blatter.
It started, sir, last 2018. Source it sa
Resolutions.
yun, sir.
there is no special budgetary item. There is no special budgetary item for it, Your Honor. It's taken from their regular MOE. It started in 2018, Your Honor.
Sige, pero online na po kayo. Sige. Ayun na lang siguro, just a suggestion, if possible, na hindi naman masyadong malaking budgetary impact, the benefits of being online, if you can make it available to the general public transacting with the police. Unless sasabihin nyo nga, it will really make it too difficult or the data will be too muddled. Di, wag nyo lang ituloy. Just food for thought na lang po ito, Chief. Okay. Now
Yes, Your Honor.
let's go to my final issue, Mr. President, on the peace and order situation of our beloved country. One and only country. Siyempre yung general maintenance of the peace and order, that's your responsibility, PNP. Nababahala po tayo sa mga balita eh. Si Arnold Clavio yata nag-post pa nung video na dalawang pasahero sa bus, binaril. Hindi ko na to pinanood po, but and then may isa pa yata na mayroong babaeng trinay inabduct ng lalaki sakay sa kotse, mayroong good Samaritan na dalawa, pinagbabaril ng tao, tapos yung babae ay pinagpapalo nung kanyang baril. And then of course, yung nangyari sa Misamis Occidental, nangyari kay Governor, wag natin kalimutan nangyari kay Lanao del Sur Governor Mamintal Adyong. Diba? Ambush din po yun. Kay Vice Mayor Romel Alameda, he's from Apari, Cagayan. Inambush naman sa Bagabag, Nueva Vizcaya. The missing Miss Grand Philippines candidate. Marami pang iba. Dami, mga individual cases, the missing Sabong, connected with Sabong. Pero yung ano siguro, yung ano kasi, for example, yung nasa bus na dalawa po ang nabaril doon sa loob ng bus. At a time when may gun ban pa, ano na parang wala nang takot eh. Wala nang talagang takot. May gun ban, hindi takot naglabas ng baril. Tapos ginamit pa yung baril, pampatay. In a public place. May chance pang makadamay ng iba na hindi nila target. So, I think we should bring back the deterrent effect of our criminal laws, because the certainty of the PNP and the other law enforcement agencies in solving the crime is high, and they will be ultimately be caught and charged in court. So may we hear from the PNP, what is the state of the criminality in the Philippines, and what is the vision or medium-term to long-term plan of the PNP to improve the state of the peace and order in our one and only beloved country, the Philippines?
In general, the crime situation, I'm looking at the data, Your Honor. If we 8 focused crimes covering, comparing the January to October period in 2022 to this year's January to October period, the crimes seem to be down across the board except for homicide, Your Honor, and a lot of the cases you mentioned were homicide or murder. So, yun lang po yung nag-increase. Pero in the cases of physical injuries, rape, crimes against property, robbery, theft, carnapping of motor vehicles, carnapping of motorcycles, bumabaho siya. But homicide, umakyat ho from 851 during that period, umakyat to 907. But the others, lahat ho bumaba.
Pero, dear sponsor, yan ang pinakagrabe, homicide. Patayan yan eh.
Yan na.
That's what's giving us a black eye to the national community.
The killings.
After our very successful trip to my three country stop in Europe, bigla na nang napanood nila yung killing ng radio announcer sa online. They messaged me, what's going on there? Why are you killing your radio or media personalities? And so I joined the minority floor leader.
I think that's a land dispute, Your Honor.
Hindi na ilalabas eh.
It's a land dispute. The suspects are 2 individuals who were involved with the radio commentator in a land dispute. Apparently, there is a pending case where they were already convicted, but they were able to avail of probation, Your Honor. So
that is a land dispute case.
they have a land dispute, and the victim filed cases against 2 individuals. I think they're brothers, for a land dispute. There's a case for annulment of public documents, and there's already a conviction for falsification of public documents, Your Honor.
Yung masama kasi dyan na minority floor leader, live siya on video, kaya
Yeah.
hindi na mawawala sa internet yan eh.
Very gruesome, Your
Even this one in the bus incident, I saw the video itself and I said, oh my goodness, parang baboy lang, pinatay na, parang baboy. Kaya, And then I'll also ask, if after my majority floor leader will ask this question, we'll go back to the point on the incident in Siargao, your dear sponsor, yung sa Spain, yung hiningi ng Spanish King sa atin.
Yes, yes. Well, those individuals were dismissed from the police service, and the cases are pending in court, Your Honor.
So they were dismissed from the service,
Yeah, three policemen, Your Honor.
and what murder charges were filed against
Yes, Your
them?
Honor. Yes.
So, and are they in jail?
Yes,
Or
they are, Your Honor.
they're in jail?
They're undergoing. Yeah, they're on preventive custody, Your Honor. Yes.
Oh, perfect. Okay, at least we can report that to the Spanish.
Yes, yes. The police, they submitted, after we had our committee report, I think the minority leader raised it. The PNP submitted a progress report, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. So, Majority Leader, you would like to raise?
Mr. President, with the indulgence of my colleagues, I also would like to just point out the importance of really seriously taking action to these incidents. We call it isolated incidents, but unfortunately, Mr. President, it's all over the world. It's online. The act and the brazen killing and in front of everyone. I mean, this has never happened before, and that is why I think we have to be more serious about it. And we are hoping that we get a report and the developments of these cases, if there are cases filed, and I hope that cases are already filed. Because again, Mr. President, hindi pa natin to naranasan before, no? Na pupuntahan sa loob ng studio, nagsasalita sa kanyang bahay, gobernador na nakaupo, nasa loob ng kanyang compound, gobernador. My God. And if we can do something about this, it speaks volumes to who we really are as Filipinos. Sino tayo bilang isang bansa? Kaya we need to act on this seriously. And if we have to put in all our resources to solve this case, at ipakita natin sa mundo that we condemn these acts and we are not going to tolerate such actions. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Yes, we agree
Yes,
completely
thank you.
with our majority leader. Dapat kilusan talaga ito. And according to the PNP chief, they take these incidents as a slap in their faces and they resolve to work double time, Your Honor, distinguished majority leader.
Yung dun sa Misamis Occidental na radio commentator, binabigyan nyo kami ng background, so that means na-solve na. You mean you have a theory already?
They have a theory, and
And
in
that's-
fact, they filed cases, Your Honor. They filed cases.
And that's police work. That's police work.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
so congratulations naman sa PNP.
Pero huhulihin pa. Hindi pa.
Buti nabanggit ni Majority Leader naman ang case pala ni Governor Digamo. Pero ang feedback sa amin doon, Sir Chief, yung mga nag-investigate daw doon, they disregarded the PNP. Ang feeling nila, compromised yung PNP naman doon sa area. So, yan, that is a slap really to the face of the PNP. Kung ganun ba, image, hindi natin, walang judgment kung guilty or involved or hindi, but image-wise, that is the slap to the face. Kasi kinakausap ko yung mga kung paano to na-investigate, ganun-ganun, sino nagbigay ng lead sa inyo. Kinikredit army, military ang bakit ang police hindi involved? Hindi sir, sila? Napansin namin, compromise. So, that is the really a slap to the face ng PNP. So ayan po ang ayusin po ninyo, Mr. President, sa PNP. Pero siguro there must be a way to improve yung crime monitoring natin. Masakit maging biktima ng krimen, lalo na yung mga 8 focus crimes, binabanggit ninyo, manakawan ng kotse, ganun-ganon. Yung, siyempre, rape, masakit po yun. Okay po na i-keep track natin yun, pero siguro pinaka-critical talaga is the loss of the greatest gift of God to us. Life, to be born, to have the chance to fulfill our potential, help our whatever yung mission mo sa mundo. Yun po ang kinukuha ng isang one particular crime, which is homicide / murder, assassination, etc. So siguro, we should focus on that, Mr. President. Gawa na lang kayo ng bagong category. I-maintain natin ng 8 focus crime, but siguro 4 crimes or whatever. fundamental crimes. Ganun. Kasi kasama ba sa 8 focus crimes yung pati carnapping? Ganun? Andun ba?
Kasama
Ah,
po, kasama.
I mean, ano yan eh. That is, yung carnapping, material possession po yon sa regalo ng tao sa sarili niya through his hard work. Pero yung buhay niya, regalo ng Diyos yun eh. So yun po ang ating i-monitor, Mr. President. So, malulungkot tayo na tumataas yung mga homicide, murder rates po. What is our murder to population per 100,000 population rate, Mr. President? Kasi I think that's how the other countries track it. I-compare po natin sa ranking natin, Mr. President. Tignan niyo si murder capital of the world. Sino?
I-divide lang natin sa ano.
Per 100,000 daw.
Or whatever
Your Honor, they're
or whatever is the metric that they use, Mr. President. Is it murder to population or to per 100,000 of the population?
As in, pero ang sinaka talaga sa pag-pick up of crimes na reported sir. And EMCR, ito sir. Sa murder. Sa murder.
Number 1. It's the same sir.
Per population ang tinatanong niya. Oo, may metric ba tayo dyan? Murder per
Average
population.
monthly.
Ilan siya? Anong metric?
Per murder lang ang tinatanong.
Ang mag-reflect yan sa measure dyan is yung average 5.82 per 100,000. That is for the
Anyway, Nancy, last
Five
na.
murders per...
8 focus question.
Hindi, murder nga ang tanong niya.
Tanong kasi divided by
Ah,
Your Honor, can we pursue another matter while they're computing that
This is-
particular metric?
this is my last matter that I will be pursuing,
Dapat
Mr.
tama yung
President.
sagot para ba hindi humaba yung interpellation, no?
Sana tama sagot para hindi natin i-suspend ulit ang approval, Mr. President.
As of January to October 20.
Tingnan mo, hindi nila kinikip.
Well, what they have, Your Honor, is a average monthly index crime rate. Meaning there are a number of index crimes, yung 8 focus crimes natin kanina. Murder, homicide, physical injury, robbery, theft, rape, carnapping of both vehicles and...
Sige na lang po, I'm not interested in that. Eh. So,
Pero yung
sa
average
murder lang po ako.
Opo, yung monthly index crime rate is 2.85 per 100,000. So that's the number of crimes per
2.85 per
Right.
100,000 for the 8 focus
population.
crimes.
Opo, yun ang meron sila ho. I guess they have to disaggregate the murder from that.
Sige, in writing na lang po.
Opo.
Oh, to emphasize during this hearing that
1,000.
napaka-importante po, you keep track of the murder, the loss of lives,
I agree with you, Your
the
Honor.
violent crimes,
That
Mr.
should be
President.
given a premium, Your Honor. I agree with you, Your Honor.
We do not, meron yatang nagtatrack ng murder capital of the world. Ayaw natin mag-top,
Definitely not,
ayaw
Your
natin mag-top ng list na yan or even mag-top 10 sa list na yan. But we need to have the accurate data. Tsaka buhay po ito eh. Hindi ba dapat mga loss of lives? Dapat yata maganda data natin dito, Mr. President. We are back to data gathering, Mr. President. Na,
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I agree with you. We should prioritize it and give it special attention in our statistics, Your Honor.
Sige po, Mr. President. So, PNP, alam naman ninyo, you are appreciated by Congress. Pagdating sa budget, reflected naman doon. You enjoy a high level, relatively speaking. I'm sure sasabihin nyo kulang, pero siyempre lahat naman nagsasabi kulang. Relatively speaking, you enjoy priority in the budget process, Mr. President. So, ibig sabihin no, binubuhusan po kayo ng resources ng taong bayan for your general function of the maintenance of law and order, peace and order sa ating lipunan. Paano nararamdaman ito? The people must feel safe 24 hours in a day sa bahay nila o sa labas man. And if ever may mangyaring krimen, kasi siyempre hindi naman yun naman kaya bantayan din lahat ng 110 million, at least there's a reasonable expectation na ma-solve for justice to be achieved in particular cases na may krimen. So siguro po, yan na lang po yung ating pakiusap sa ating police officers. And then just to clarify, lahat ng mga anomalya o mga shenanigans na nabanggit ko, linagyan natin ng panahon because hindi ito nangyari sa tenure ng ating chief, si PNP Chief Acorda. Okay? Ito ay mga bringing up ko lang ito para lessons learned, reminder sa future leaders of the PNP na hindi po nalilimutan ito para hindi tayo ano yung tawag yung back majority ano tawag yung parang backsliding para hindi po tayo nagba-backsliding. Okay? So we wish the PNP organization all the best. Sorry at napabalik kayo namin. Pero i-review niyo yung nangyari. It was because of some unpreparedness on your part during that day. Okay? So, hindi namin kayo dinisire talaga magpabalik. So lesson na rin yan sa next budget hearings, we come better prepared. Okay? Even with the murder rate, okay, for the next
They will furnish you with that, Your Honor.
So with that, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to our PNP organization. And we congratulate the Chief, General Acorda, for his entire PNP service, culminated with his stint as the Chief of the Philippine National Police. Congratulations, sir, for devoting your life to public service, for the maintenance of law and order, for leading the organization that you love. So we wish you the best in your future endeavors. Hopefully, the government will still tap you for your services, your talents, and your skills and your experience, General. Congratulations. Thank you to our sponsor for his patience.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, distinguished minority leader.
Yes, and I'd like to join the minority floor leader in congratulating and thanking the Chief PNP for decades of service with the Philippine National Police and serving the Filipino people. Maraming salamat sa serbisyo niyo po sa inang bayan. And I hope that you don't close your doors to other future endeavors working in public service. Masyado pang bata si Chief PNP, 56. Kaedad lang natin siya. So, kayang-kaya pa. Isa pang dekada. So, thank you very much, Chief, for your service.
Mr. President, may I also join your statement and the statement of our minority leader in thanking our Chief PNP. He has devoted his time, effort, and everything in the service of the Filipino people. I respect him so much, especially as we were conducting or deliberating a while ago on the issues of criminalities and the incidents of shooting, etc. He immediately made mention that it's a slap in the face of the Philippine National Police. So makikita mo, Mr. President, that he is accountable. He is always there to make sure na alam ng kapulisan yung ginagawa po nila. And I just want to put on record, Mr. President, na tama po si Chief PNP doon, but it's not just slap in the face of the PNP, but also in the slap in the face of the entire government system, which we all belong. Kaya that's the main reason why we are here and we're scrutinizing the budget of each and every department and agencies of the government. So with that, Mr. President, may I just ask for a minute suspension because I think unless the sponsor would like to continue, I think there's a liquidity.
We're ready to continue,
We're ready
Your
to
Honor,
continue.
but if it's going to be a lengthy interpolation,
No,
maybe.
The gentleman from Davao and Isabela has committed himself to this representation that he will just be brief, Your Honor.
Okay, well, let's proceed then, Your Honor.
Mr. President, with that, may I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Davao and Isabela, no other than Senator Raffy Tulfo.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Raffy Tulfo, is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Joel Villanueva, Majority Floor Leader. Just like my colleagues, of course, nais ko pong bigyan ng papuri si Chief PNP, General Acorda, dahil isa po siyang pulis na may integridad at marami pong humahanga sa kanya. Maging yung mga kanyang kabaro ay mataas ang pagrespeto at paghanga sa kanya. Kaya ito mga i-raise ko ng question, hindi pa siya ang chief PNP noon. So, wag ho kayong kabahan, General.
Mukhang
Because you don't have
babanatan yun
anything
ho,
to do with
PS.
this. Dalawa lang po ang aking issue, Mr. President, Your Honor. Noong year 2020, meron po ako nabasang article na inaprubahan ni dating President Rodrigo Duterte ang pag-purchase ng breath analyzer at speed gun worth 330 million. That was in 2020. Pero noong 2021, 17 units lang po ang na-purchase na breath analyzer.
Bigay sa inyo? Hindi. Sa LTO po yung bumili ho? LTO.
Ang sinabi po kasi dito, dito sa article, inaprubahan ng dating Pangulo, Rodrigo Duterte, 330. So, ilang units ang napunta sa PNP? 17 units lang out of the 230 million.
Wala daw silang natanggap, Your Honor.
Wala kayo natanggap.
Nasa LTO daw ho yun. Sa
Maging yung 17 units na napunta raw sa crime lab.
They're double checking, Your Honor, pero yung mga officials po dito sa likuran natin, hindi nila, ang sinasabi ho ay hindi nila natanggap po yun.
Hindi ba yung PNP dapat nakipag-ugnayan sa LTO? Kasi dapat trabaho po yun ng PNP, especially ng HPG, na gamitin yung breath analyzer test para tugisin itong mga drunk drivers sa ating mga kalye.
Lumabas na meron pala.
Okay, ito po, meron
They're double checking, Your Honor, pero ang sabi sa amin is nagkaroon sila ng pag-uusap sa LTO in preparation, pero hindi yata they've received the verification from the
Ito po,
crime lab. Wala daw ho silang natanggap.
resolution number 2011-407-A, total cost is 448,481 lang for breath analyzer test. Mababa, kaya nga nawawala po. So siguro ito yung dapat hanapin natin, 330 million, saan napunta sa LTO? Ba lahat? Ang napunta lang po sa PNP, 17 units. So I need to know kasi bakit ko po na-raise to Mr. President, Your Honor, palagi na lang po ako nakakatanggap ng reklamo sa aking programa na may mga nakakasagasa na mga nagmamaneho ng kotse na sila po ay lasing. And recently, meron pong isang pamilya, si tatay, si nanay, at 3 anak na wipe out dahil sa isang drunk driver. It could have been prevented. Kung meron tayong mga pulis na rumoronda, naghahanap ng mga nagpa-violation ng speeding law natin, mabibilis ang takbo, pinapara, and then sinusubuan ng breath analyzer kit. Napigilan sana to.
They will help try to monitor these situations, Your Honor, that you're mentioning. Pero wala ho talaga silang natanggap po, Your Honor, na breathalyzers or equipment na.
Siguro, Mr. President, Your Honor, hanapin natin to. Very important to, 230 million breath analyzer test at hindi po nagagamit. Saan napunta to? And almost on a regular basis, nakabalita tayo ng mga lasing, nakasagasa, ng mga motorista, mga pedestrians, at namamatay dahil sa kalasingan ng pagdadrive, patay yung mga biktima. And like I said, itong recently, kung meron sanang breath analyzer gadget, yung mga pulis natin, HPG, na napigilan sana ng aksidente. Ang tanong ko lang, meron ho ba kayong rumoronda ng mga pulis sa gabi para i-monitor po yung mga sasakyan sa kalye nang sa gayon mapigilan po natin yung pagmamaneho ng lasing ng sino man, especially those people coming from the nightclubs? Kasi po sa ibang lugar, sa ibang bansa, nakaabang po malapit sa mga bars, disco, yung mga pulis. It will also
Meron po
serve as a
silang mga
deterrent. sa mga
Roving-
highways.
Roving patrols ho, as part of the police visibility effort, Your Honor.
Meron na hubang nahuli ating mga pulis na mga drunk driver? At kung meron, ano pong nangyari sa mga kasong yon? At bigyan po ako ng listahan. Ilan na po ang nahuli? 1 peraso, 1,000, 1,000,000, 1 bilyon. Gano'n kaya karami na?
Meron po silang mga nahuli. They will furnish a report to you, Your Honor.
Pwede ba malaman? Mga ilan kaya? Kada araw? Kada linggo? Kasi every single day, meron po nagdadrive dyan ng lasing. And I would probably say every week, base po sa mga natatanggap kong reklamo, ito po yung reklamo lang tatanggap ko, yung iba hindi nagreklamo. Every week, meron pong nasasagasaan ng mga drunk driver.
Yeah, they're calling up the department in charge of that, Your Honor. They will get the data for you.
Opo. At ang gusto ko po sana mangyari, from now on, meron pong mga pulis na nakasakay sa mobile car na rumoronda, naghahanap ng mga drunk driver.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And kadugtong dyan, siyempre, pag naghanap ka ng drunk driver, ayoko naman na pagpipestahan niyo po yung mga motorista sa ngalan ng paghahanap ng drunk driver and then kukutungan. Siyempre, ayoko yan. Diba? Kumbaga, bibigyan ko kayo ng hanap buhay para kayo po'y kumita sa pamagitan ng kotong. That's why idudugtong ko yan sa body cam. Dapat lahat ng operatiba sa kalye, hindi kayo lalabas ng kalye nang walang body cam. Two-way din purpose yan eh. Protection sa mga motorista o kinukumpranta ng mga pulis, protection din sa mga pulis. So, ilan ho bang body cam meron ang PNP ngayon?
2,756, Your Honor.
2,756?
Yeah.
Ilan ho ba ang operatiba ng PNP? Field operatives?
The needs of the PNP are 40. Na-discuss ho to nung nag-interpret ho si Minority Leader at ulitin na lang ho natin. 45,000 po yung pangangailangan nilang body cameras. And dito po sa National Expenditure Program, may additional budget of 66 million for 2,000 additional cameras. Pero yung tayo dito sa Senado, dinagdagan po natin ng 800 million para makapagbili ng additional 24,000 units, Your Honor.
So kapag nakapagbili ng 24,000 units, so lahat po ng operatiba ng ating PNP?
Hindi pa ho.
meron na.
Mga 55 to 60% ang mabibigyan ho. Pero meron pa rin kakulangan ng mga 40% ho.
So, therefore, Chief PNP, Acorda, wag ho kayong pumayag na ang mga pulis natin lalabas, especially pag yung sa traffic man o magkumpranta ng mga suspect o kriminal, kailangan po may body cam. Kasi marami na po ako experience niyan na mag-raid sila, walang body cam. Ang nangyari, yung complainant versus yung police, it's his word against the other. Buti na lang, yung mga nagsusumbong sa akin, may CCTV. So dapat po talaga, wala pong gagawing raid o anumang klaseng pag-aaresto ang ating PNP nang wala silang body cam, period. Pwede ho ba akong makakuha ng assurance from now on? Wala hong hulihin, wala hong arestuhin, wala hong paparahin ng motorista hanggat kailangan merong body cam. Pag walang body cam,
Your
then
Honor,
papagalitan po yung operatiba, bakit ka nang huli nang wala kang body cam?
Opo. Opo, Your Honor. May commitment tayo kay Chief to the extent limited lang po by their logistics kasi as of the moment, 2,700 lang ho yung kabuuan nung mga body cam sa buong PNP ho. So, to that extent ho, he commits to follow your
Tutulong
guidelines.
po ako, Mr. President, Your Honor, na kung kinakailangan dagdagan ng husto yung budget ng PNP para makapagbili sila ng body cam para nang sa gayon, lahat na po ng ating kooperatiba ay magkaroon na ng body cam. Para matupad na po yung aking request na each and every operative na pupunta sa field ay may suot na ng body cam. Is that
That's most
something
welcome,
na
Your Honor. That's most welcome.
maano natin, maasahan?
That's most welcome, Your Honor. If you
Okay.
can source the funds, then that's most welcome, yeah.
All right, very good. Balik ako last na lamang doon po sa breath analyzer. So sabi niya maghahanap siya ng records kung ilan po ang napunta sa PNP.
Na-apprehend. Medyo mahirap there's a lot of numbers. Which are the relevant numbers, guys? Tested, 400. Meron po tayong data, Your Honor, but it's not from the police. It's from the LTO. It's from the LTO kasi sa kanila ho talaga yung breathalyzer. So yung alcohol, nakatest ho sila ng 515 people. This is the period of January to December of last year, Your Honor. Dun sa 515 na tinest, negative ho yung 66 pero positive ho yung 449.
Yung 66 na negative, siguro naglagay yun. Kaya ang sinasabi ko, dapat meron pong body cam. Hindi kayo magte-test ng isang suspected drunk driver sa kalye nang walang body cam. Kasi nga po, that will be a source of corruption. Kaya kung ako tatanungin, Mr. President, Your Honor, ang pulis lang dapat ang may karapatan na gumamit ng breath analyzer test. Because they are the ones only allowed na magkaroon ng body cam. Ang LTO ata, LTO Traffic Enforcers, wala ata silang body cam.
I will check on that, Your Honor. I'm not sure. But this data I just relayed to you, Your Honor, is data from the LTO kasi wala ho talaga silang
Tama,
breathalyzers.
Mr. President, Your Honor. Kaya nga yung sinasabi ko, dapat yung paghuhuli ng mga suspected drunk driver ng isang personnel ng PNP man yan, ng LTO, may kaakibat na body cam para maging maayos yung trabaho. Katulad yan, may sinabi kayo na mina-apprehend na 500, 66 ang negative. Baka yung 66 naglagay yun. O, di ba, nakalusot. Kaya nga, ayoko rin na maging source of corruption yung breath analyzer test. Pagpipestahan ng mga kutungerong enforcer, ikita sila ng dahil sa breath analyzer test. Kaya nga dapat, kung tatanungin, Mr. President, Your Honor, ang PNP lang dapat ang allowed dyan. At syempre, hindi kayo magte-test ng mga lasing using the breath analyzer test kung wala kayong body cam to avoid corruption. So, maybe, Mr. President, Your Honor, I will pass a resolution in native legislation. Ipatatawag ko po yung LTO para magpaliwanag kung saan napunta yung 330 million na inaprubahan for breath analysis test kasi sabi ng PNP napunta raw sa LTO. So dapat yung LTO pumunta rito, magpakita ng dokumento saan napunta yung breath analyzer test. Yung mga yun. At wala naman ako nakikita ng mga taga-LTO personnel nandyan sa kalye na nakaabang ng mga drunk driver. O sa gabi, rumoronda. Wala eh. Ang alam ko, yung mga taga-LTO nakaabang sa mga toll plaza o nakaabang sa mga probinsya na kung saan dumadaan yung mga truck para kumotong ng mga truck driver. Yung mga flying squad na mga taga-pati LTO na pasama tuloy dito.
Your Honor, with your permission, there is new data from the PNP. This is the PNP data naman ho. Yung kanina, LTO data ho yun. Ngayon ho, merong, there are 146 cases of drunk and drugged. So kasama po, drunk
Okay.
and drugs.
140 cases.
146, Your Honor.
Na ano po nangyari dun sa 146 cases?
Violations po. Violations.
Sila ho ba ay
Violations. Apprehended ho. Apprehended.
nagtanggalan ho ba silang lisensya at sila ho ba ay nakulong? Kasi meron tayong mahigpit na anti-drunk driving law na dapat yung lisensya ay ma-revoke
Ano nangyari dito?
at makulong pa nga.
Kinasuhan ho. Lahat to kinasuhan or may citation ho. Pagdating ho naman sa kanilang mga lisensya, nire-refer ho sa LTO dahil wala silang kapangyarihan na kunin yung lisensya or yung LTO ang may jurisdiction dun sa lisensya nila. So, pero sinight
No.
nila, yeah.
No, kapag ang proper procedure, kapag nahuli ng ating pulis ang isang who knows, baka sa pangalawang araw, makapatay na siya.
Yes, Your Honor, they're checking if they, in these cases, kinumpis ka po yung mga lisensya. They're just checking on that. Kasi yung present nilang data sa akin, it only shows the number of
Dapat-
incidents.
Under sa RA 10586, agad-agad revoke yung license and then masampa ng kaso. Okay, and then dito sa 10586, dapat i-hold sila for inquest. Hindi sila pakakawalan. So ano nangyari doon sa 100 something cases? Dapat ang protocol, pag nahuli kang nagda-drive ng lasing, i-inquest ka. And then yung lisensya mo, i-hold. Ibibigay sa LTO para i-revoke ng LTO. Failure to do so, nagkaroon ng lagayan.
They'll submit a report to you, Your Honor. The data is not available to them. Nasa regions yan.
Also, sir, cases were filed.
Period of 12 months, second offense.
144 filed case. And one.
So of the 146, Your Honor, there's more data coming in. 144 were arrested. One is under investigation. One is cleared. Cleared?
Cleared is.
Yeah, one of the...
One na rin, sir.
Okay.
So hindi mo na siya inquest.
So if you want more details, we'll ask them to submit to you, Your Honor.
Kasi 3-month imprisonment po yung ano.
Okay. Hindi pala agad-agad revoke, so suspension, which pareho na rin. So 6 months suspension ng license, and then sa second offense, revocation. So curious lang po ako doon sa nahuli na sabi niyo ilan daan yun? 100?
144 na aresto.
Okay. I need a list of those 144 na naaresto at gusto ko malaman kung sila ba'y nasa kalye pa rin. Kailan po ito mga nahuli? Kasi first offense, 6 months daw po eh.
This is for 2023, Your Honor. Between now and anong month? Hindi, yun nandun sa index ko.
Kasi kung lahat sila, yung 100, magkano? 130 plus?
146, Your Honor, ang
Kung lahat
nahuli.
ng 146,
Opo. Hanggang
Pag-check
last
ko-
January to November,
exactly.
Your Honor.
Kung
Opo.
chinek ko sila, lahat ng 146 ay hindi man lang nasuspinde, nagkaroon ng lagayan. Nagkaroon ng aregluhan.
Yeah, they'll
Kailangan
submit the
itong
report.
146,
Your Honor.
gusto ko na-revoke ang license nila kung first-timer sila for 6 months. And then number 2, gusto ko merong kasong na-file sa korte. Kasi pag walang kasong na-file sa korte at hindi nasuspinde for 6 months man lang, ang kanilang lisensya may tatamaan sa akin. Either PNP or LTO. Is that fair enough?
They'll submit to you the data, Your Honor.
Yes. So, at saka gusto ko, yung mga pulis na nanghuli, the names of those PNP personnel na nanghuli ng drunk driver. Kasi ayoko naman maging moro-moro lang eh. Yung paghuli natin mga drunk driver. Kasi katulad nito, sinabi ko lang, recently, isang pamilya na wipe out, 5 yun. Mag-asawa, tatay, nanay, 3 anak, patay lahat. Nasa gasa ng humarurot na drunk driver, maneho yung kanyang truck. Engineer na babae. Kaya dito, uminit ang ulo ko ng husto sa lahat ng mga drunk driver nagmamanehong lasing. So gusto ko po, itong 146, give me a list of those, the name of those people and the name of the personnel na humuli dahil ang gusto kong mangyari, kailangan lahat ito nasuspindi for a minimum of 6 months yung kanilang lisensya at may kaso na sa korte. Pag lahat ito zero, then babalikan ko ang PNP personnel ng huli at babalikan ko yung LTO. Pareho kong pagbulbuhuli ng liig. O diba, joke?
They will
Anyway,
comply with your request for a
Thank you.
report, Your Honor.
Yun lang po muna for now. And again, Chief PNP, maraming salamat at good performance. Maraming salamat, Mr. President. And
Thank you, distinguished colleagues from
sponsor.
Davao and Isabel. Thank you.
And of course, our majority leader, Joel Villanueva, Senator. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, no other reservation for interpellation. I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Philippine National Police to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
PNP.
There is a motion of the Majority Floor Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the budget of the Philippine National Police. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Thank you, Madam President. At this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Finance, Office of the Secretary, Bureau of Customs, Bureau of Internal Revenue, Bureau of Local Government Finance, Bureau of the Treasury, Central Board of Assessment Appeals, Insurance Commission, National Tax Research Center, Privatization and Management Office, Budgetary Support to Government Corporations, Philippine Tax Academy, Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, and Philippine Deposit Insurance Corporation, and acknowledge the presence of its officials present here today. We'd like to move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara, and to interpellate our colleague from the great province of Isabela and Davao, Senator Rafi Tulfo. So move, Madam President.
The consideration of the budget of the Department of Finance and its attached agencies is now in order for today's interpellation. Senator Angara is recognized to sponsor the budget of the Department of Finance, and Senator Rafi Tulfo to interpellate.
Thank you, Madam President, Majority Leader, dear colleagues. Just for the record, the budget of the DOF and its attached agencies is for 2024. The proposed budget is 29 billion 264,921,000. For the record, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, good sponsor, Senator Angara, Majority Floor Leader Joel Villanueva. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Bureau of Customs dahil tumaas po yung collection nila from what I've heard kumpara sa mga nakaraang mga taon. So meron talagang pagbabago. And also I'd like to congratulate siguro yung kanilang intelligence dahil recently nakahuli po sila ng vape na misdeclare sa isang bodega. I think if I'm not mistaken, it's in Valenzuela, and the amount of 1.4 billion yung halaga ng vape. So congratulations Customs, CIIS, and of course yung sa intelligence group. Now meron lang akong konting katanungan after na kayo po'y napuri ko. So kailan po masagot ang konting mga katanungan ko. Kanina while coming here from my house, nag-pop up sa Facebook ko, pag-check ko, isang napakamagarang kotse. Bugatti Chiron. Kulay blue ata yun. Yeah. At may backup siya. Yung backup niya, G63 Mercedes Brabus. Bilib ako. And then pag-search ko, sabi ko, Bugatti Chiron to, nag-check ako. Aba, may nagpapapulit. Another Bugatti Chiron na naman. Yung isa sa may Pasay, from the airport going north. Yung isa, kung hindi ko nagkakamali, sa may bandang Ortigas, tumatakbo siya. So, chinek ko po yung presyo ng Bugatti Chiron. That's $3 million ang tag price. So, kapag yan po ay nagbayad ng tamang buwis, $6 million ang tax. Ang tanong, nagbayad ba ng tax itong dalawang Bugatti Chiron na nakita sa kalye na nasa Facebook ngayon? At kung nagbayad ng tax ito, nagbayad ng entry, pwedeng makita yung entry noon?
There is no record of either vehicle, Your Honor.
There's no record. Paano kayo nakapasok ng Pilipinas yun? Lumipad? Punta rito? Kasi nandun po yung sa Facebook. Papakita ko sa inyong link, Bugatti Chiron.
Anong sagot doon?
Ang backup pa nitong isa, G63 Mercedes Brabus. So, pwede ba makita also yung entry, yung binayaran po nitong dalawa? Kasi magkasabay, parang wala pang plaka. So, kung yan ay wala kayong record ng entry niyan, then dapat magkaroon kayo ng full-blown investigation paano ito nakalusot.
There is no record in the BOC during the time of the present commissioner and the present team, but it may have been registered previous. Maybe they can take a look at the record.
Brand new po ito, Your Honor, Madam President. Kasi po, wala pang plaka.
Mag-coordinate sila sa LTO, Your Honor, anong model ng kotse. at kailan pinasok, they can
No,
do
pero
that.
ang ibig sabihin, Your Honor, Madam President, I need an entry from the Bureau of Customs na ang dalawang Bugatti Chiron, whether this year, last year, the previous years, o kahit pa nung panahon, pa nung mga dinosaur, kung meron ba tayong record na dalawang Bugatti Chiron dumaan sa pier ng Bureau of Customs at nagbayad ng buwis. Kasi this is a super luxury vehicles. Mas mahal pa ito kaysa sa Ferrari at Lamborghini combined.
2019 onwards.
$3 million ang isa nito.
Tinignan nila yung 2019 onwards, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. Wala pa ho, walang record.
Wala
nila.
talaga. So
Wala pa.
therefore, ibig sabihin, ito po ay nakalusot. It's either misdeclaration or swing. Alin kaya doon? So there is a failure of intelligence dito.
Declaration or what?
A clear failure of intelligence. Magkano ho bang intel funds ng Bureau of Customs?
Swing. Swing. Swing? Ano yung sabihin ng swing? What do you mean by swing, Your Honor?
Swing, ibig sabihin,
Yeah.
parang multo ito. Parang nangyari dito sa Bugatti, Chiron. Pumasok, yung misdeclaration, at least, dumaan pa sa Bureau of Customs.
Swing yung walang record. Walang record po, ibig sabihin.
Walang record ito. Pure smuggling ang tawag nito. Yung misdeclaration, pumasok ito, nagbayad ng buwis, kaya lang, konti lang yung buwis na binayad because na misdeclare nga. And then pagdating sa labas, nahabol, nakita sa mga papeles, through intelligence siguro, na oy, yung lumabas na ganitong kargamento with this kind of documents, ng ganitong araw, misdeclared items yun, habulin natin sa warehouse. Yun yung misdeclaration.
Meron kayo record. Court schedule. Wala ho talaga. So baka ito na yung sinasabi yung swing ho.
So therefore, magkaroon dapat tayo ng full-blown investigation tungkol dito.
You
Now-
could file, yes.
Bibigyan ko kayo ng tip dyan sa Bureau of Customs. Sa Port of Batangas, super talamak ang smuggling dyan ngayon. I'll give you a tip. Ang dinideklara nila sa kanilang ipinapasok na luxury vehicle ay Toyota Tacoma. Kaya pag titingnan nyo sa entry nyo, ang daming Toyota Tacoma. Kasi nga, pag Toyota Tacoma, truck ito, libre sa excise tax, hindi mainit.
Pick up po.
Pickup truck. Pero ang laman pala, ito na yung Bugatti. I don't think sa 2019 to pumasok. Pumasok ito this year. Dumaan ito sa Batangas at idineklarang Toyota Tacoma, care of Rhea Gregorio.
Care of,
Ibig sabihin, siya kasi ang district collector doon. So you have to investigate Rhea Gregorio. Kasi lahat po ng mga
dito ba?
luxury vehicles ngayon, ang pasok ay Batangas. Pag makikialam yung CIS, makikialam yung IG, Inichapuera, wala makikialam, lahat kayo diretso kay Rhea Gregorio. Tingnan nyo po sa inyong mga entries. Ang daming pumapasok na declared as Toyota Tacoma or pick-up truck. Kasi nga po, sa pick-up truck, hindi ito mainit sa mata at libre po sa excise tax. Noong 17 Congress, pinatanggal ata yung excise tax para sa mga truck kasi nga raw po utility vehicle to ginagamit daw sa panghanap buhay, which hindi naman ako mag-oppose. However, nakahanap ng butas sa mga smuggler para i-declare na truck ang kanilang mga luxury vehicles. So, I need a copy. I mean, paki-research lang po
What documents would you like, Your Honor? All the,
na pumasok,
all the
nag-file ng entry
vehicles.
itong Bugatti Chiron. Ito lang po muna ng dalawa.
so yung mga Toyota Tacoma nakalagay.
Hindi, yung Toyota Tacoma, tingnan nyo po lahat ng pumasok. Ilan Toyota Tacoma
They
ang
will check,
pumasok.
Your Honor. They will check and get back to you, Your Honor.
Now, kung hindi po ito dumaan sa Bureau of Customs, pag nakita nyo po itong Bugatti Chiron, siguro pwede nyo pong parahin. At hanapan nyo po. May karapatan kayo. Siguro get in touch with the LTO, Highway Patrol, parahin, and then hingian ng tax declaration. Pag wala, alam niyo na po siguro ang gagawin.
We'll do that, Your Honor.
Diba? Siguro naman, pag may nakita kayo ng mga super luxury vehicles dyan, ng mga brand new, I don't know, come up with an MOA with some traffic enforcement agencies. Hanapan ng tax declaration. Make sure na para maging legit yung pag-pull over kasi meron kayong hinahanap.
That's a good idea, Your Honor. It's a very good idea to, they don't have one at the moment, but maybe you're right, they should have one with
Okay.
LTO.
Good. Noong 2019, nasunog po yung Port of Manila building at based po doon sa investigation, ang Bureau of Fire, arson daw po yun. Ano na po ang naging follow-up ng Bureau of Customs doon po sa dineklara ng Bureau of Fire na arson, yung pagkasunog ng building na yon. That building is very important. Yung laman noon. Nung masunog yon, marami pong mga dokumentong napakahalaga na kasama sa nasunog di umano. Nandoon po yung RCMG sa building na yon. Revenue Collection Monitoring Group. Ito pong RCMG, ito po yung legal service ng buong customs. Dito po, sa office na ito, nakatago ang lahat ng dokumento ng mga napaila ng kaso ng mga taga-Bureau of Customs. Ang lahat ng mga dokumento ng mga napaila ng kaso ng mga smuggler na kung saan kasabwat ang ilang mga taga-Bureau of Customs. Ano na po nangyari doon sa sinabi ng Bureau of Fire na arson? Meron bang ginawa na follow-up investigation ng Bureau of Customs? Kung arson yun, ibig sabihin, may nagsunog.
According to the Commissioner, it's not them who's investigating it, but the NBI, Your Honor.
FBI.
NBI.
NBI.
Opo.
Okay, nagpa-follow up po tayo sa NBI.
They will check on that.
Pero gumawa ba ng internal investigation ng Bureau of Customs? Kasi bukod sa RCMG, nandun yung AOCG, Assessment and Operations Coordinating Group ng buong Customs. Nandun din po yung surety bonds. Lahat daw ito di umano nasunog. Wala ho bang kahadiyero man lang ang Bureau of Customs para ilagay itong mga sensitive documents? At sinabi na lang na di umano kasama sa nasunog. Especially itong mga surety bonds. How is it being kept?
Ngayon, paano yung pinipip yung records?
Now,
They have
the year before that, there's a certain Rhea and Dino, may malaking kaso sila tungkol doon sa mga missing na container na bigas. Again, itong pangalang Rhea, sumulpot na naman. So anyway, go ahead. Can you answer it?
May sinasabi ho silang, may faults sila ngayon. So kahit masunog, I think that's fireproof.
So at that time, ng 2019, ibig sabihin, mano-mano, hard copy, hindi ho nakalagay sa iCloud.
Di po.
Bakit? At bakit? 1 million na bakit na tanong. Those are very sensitive documents. We're talking about cases being filed against hearing personnel of the Bureau of Customs and against smugglers. At nakalagay lang sa hard copy at nakalagay dyan sa tabi ng mga mesa, sa sahig. Kaya nung nasunog, di umano ang building, nasunog yung building, totoong nasunog, at di umano kasama sa nasunog.
Opo. Ngayon computerized na ho sila, pero at the time they were not, Your Honor.
So ngayon computerized na. So kapag, God forbids, may nasunog ng building ng Bureau of Customs, hindi na pwedeng sabihin, pasensya na, kasama dun sa mga nasunog,
May
ay mga sensitive
may
documents.
backups na ho sila.
May backup
Kung
na tayo.
mangyari ho yun ngayon.
Okay. So yung mga surety bonds na worth hundreds of millions, sorry na lang yun, at kasama sa nasunog.
Wala na yan? Yung mga surety bonds.
Wala bang mga kahadiyero dyan sa Bureau of Customs?
Ano po?
Kahadiyero, yung safe na kaha, na doon ilalagay
Meron
mo
ho
sa
ngayon.
documents.
Meron na
na.
ho ngayon. Dati yata. Sabi
Dati
nila, wala.
2019, wala pa. Oh, 2019, bago pa lang 2019, 3 years ago. So 2 years ago, prehistoric pa yung mga kagamitan sa Bureau of Customs. So after 3 years, saka sila naging modernized. Okay. Paki-imbestiga lang po sa Port of Batangas. Diyan po ngayon pumapasok yung mga gulay. Diyan po pumapasok smuggle na gulay, kotse, etc. Sunod po, yung oil. Alam niyo po yung Kambal Barko?
Kambal,
Anybody? Especially dyan sa may ano?
Kambal Barko ho.
Yeah, Kambal Barko. Oil smuggling. Diyan sa intelligence natin, nandito ba yung chief na intelligence? Kambal Barko.
Chief ng Intelligence.
Kahit na yung natitinda ng baruya dyan sa Batangas, alam na alam to eh. O yung natitinda ng balut dyan sa may POM, alam din to, Kambal
Who is the
Barko.
Chief of Intelligence?
It's pregnancy issue po sa government.
Maging yung barangay tanod ata na
He's here, Your
pag-alaga.
Honor. The Chief of the Intelligence is here. Is
Sige,
Mr. Enciso.
itetest natin yung chief ng Intel.
Yeah.
Kanina pinurip kayo, chief ng Intel, ano ang ibig sabihin ng Kambal Barko? At ano ang ibig sabihin ng paihi? Pakipaliwanag lang po. And we're talking about oil smuggling here.
Yan natin puan, Arlene, para mabusin. Ay, Kambal Barko.
Gusto mo change of rules, Your Honor?
Would you
Madam
like to
President?
move for a suspension?
Para mas
of the rules,
maganda?
Your Honor?
Sabihin ko.
If with the permission, it has to be unanimous.
Okay.
So,
With the
with
permission
has
of,
to be with the permission of our colleagues, Your Honor. But you can make the motion. Your Honor.
can I call for a 1 minute suspension? Okay,
Sasabihin ko lang.
thank you.
Sino magmumove?
Kasi kawawa naman, nahirapan siya. Magot siya.
Tapos, ano sasabihin?
To allow the personnel from Bureau of Customs directly to answer my questions.
Sige. Hearing no objection, motion is approved.
Sa intelligence chief. The intelligence chief, Your Honor. By intelligence chief. Okay.
Una po ako. Identify yourself lang.
State your name.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor.
You are.
Vern Enciso po, Director of the Customs Intelligence and Investigation Service.
Bern Enciso. Ang in-expect ko ay yung general. Uy, sino ba yun?
General Jubimax Uy, retired sir, is the Deputy Commissioner for the Intelligence Group.
Exactly. Yun sana gusto kong makausap. Nandito ba? Nag-retire na?
Hindi
Retired
po, sir.
general.
He's a retired general, sir.
Yeah, he's a retired general, but I want to talk to him because siya yung nasa top. Sorry,
yes, sir. I'm
hindi tayo
representing,
nandito
sir,
sa minista kasi
for the Intelligence Group.
meron pa mas mataas sa'yo.
Yes,
Siyempre,
sir.
gusto ko siya. Yung pinakamataas na. Is he here?
We will try to, he's currently now in the office attending to a conference, sir. We will try to call him now, sir, to contact,
Okay.
sir.
Hindi, kasi may mas mataas sa kanya eh. Gusto ko sana yung kataas-taasan. I don't know if you can answer my questions, but
We
I
will try
want
our best.
my questions to be answered by someone who's higher up. Higher than you, I'm sorry. Hindi sa minamata ko yung imposition. Hindi, mas gusto ko sa intelligence group. But anyway, go ahead. Try. Kambal Barko, alam mo ba yon?
Sir, the term na Kambal Barko, sir, I just heard of it right now, sir.
Just right now?
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you what is the meaning of Kambal Barko. Dalawang barko magkapareho. Yung isa tatambay sa laot. Yung isa dediretso sa, say, Port of Manila na merong parehong karga ng 1 million liters of oil. Yung isa may dalang permit na para magdiskarga. Wala naman nakalagay doon kung sa ididiskarga. Tapos ngayon, magbabayad ng duties and taxes. Kung ano yung dapat bayaran para sa isang 1 million liters of oil. Matapos mabayaran, aalis na siya. Didesign niya, matapos mabayaran, magdidiskarga siya. Siyempre, diskarga sa Port of Manila. Pag nadiskarga niya yung kanyang oil na 1 million liters, sasabihin niya doon sa nakatambay sa laot, nakadiskarga na ako punta ka na sa Port of Batangas. Pupunta sa Port of Batangas. Dating niya doon sa Port Batangas, hawak-hawak niya, parehong dokumento, at yung payment na binayad sa POM, magkamukha yung barko eh. Maglalanding siya ngayon sa Batangas. Pagdating sa Batangas, may mga taga-salo. Sasabihin doon, idideklara lang, formality. Nagbayad na kami ng taxes and duties. Ito yung barko na nagdaong sa Port of Manila. Kaya lang, yung depo namin doon, puno na, walang mga truck available, kaya ida-divert namin dito sa Batangas. Pero bayad na kami. Magdidiskarga sila doon. So isang barko lang na bayaran, nakapagbayad.
Your Honor, sir, with the current procedures and documentary requirements for the discharging of such commodity, which is in this case fuel, once paid, the fuel now is with the fuel marking program, doping is done for this supposed tax-paid fuel. So, upon discharging on another port, it is also mandatory for the fuel marking testing for all discharging vessels, sir, before they can discharge. That's the current procedure, sir.
I know, there is a procedure in place. Tama.
Yes.
However, kapag ang sumasalo na kung saan babagsak yung smuggled oil na, hindi na imposible lahat. Tama? Kung yung Bugatti nga, na Chiron, nakapasok nang wala man lang dineklara na kahit anong dokumento, di ba? Ito pa kaya.
Yes, Your Honor, sir.
Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nangyari. Pai. Alam niyo po yung paihi, sir.
We've heard of that modus operandi, sir.
Paano po yung paihi modus operandi kung tatanungin ko po kayo?
Your Honor, sir, the paihi is the ship side or the discharging of supposed fuel in the open waters, and then this is brought to land by another vessel coming from the said mother vessel, the paihi system, sir.
And it's been happening for the longest time, and it's still happening time and time again. So what is being done here? Ano po yung ginagawa ng Bureau of Customs? Kasi pwede kayong makipag-usap dito sa Philippine Coast Guard. Patuloy pa rin po nangyari ito, lagana pa rin po yung paihi. Tama ka. Nasa international water, yung isang barko na naglalaman ko ilang milyon na litro ng oil, and then may mga barge doon na paglalagyan nitong mga oils. Bawat barge, maglalanding yan sa mga private pier. Sa iba't ibang private pier. Madalas sa Batangas.
Yes, Your Honor.
At pagdating doon sa private pier, nandun yung mga lorry. Alam mo yung lorry?
Yes, sir.
Yung mga truck. Pila-pila yan. Kakarga doon. Diretso na sa depot.
Your Honor, sir, that the modus operandi is, we acknowledge it's really happening. And based on records, for 2023, the Bureau of Customs has already apprehended 714 million of smuggled fuel. Comparing it from previous years, for 2022, 160 million. And for 2021, 6 million. So we could see, sir, that the Bureau of Customs, Your Honor, sir, is doing its efforts in curtailing this said modus operandi, with the help also, Your Honor, sir, with the Philippine Coast Guard, Philippine Navy, and other government agents, Your Honor.
Tama yan, sir. Pero kuminsan selective po yung panghuli. Dahil kailangan talaga magkaroon ng trophy ang Bureau of Customs. Kailangan once in a while, meron silang maipakita sa publiko na meron silang huli. So kung tutusin, parang sinasadya yun. Manghuli kami ngayon, nakapasok na say 100 million liters, manghuli tayo. Sino man lang yung manghuli tayo ng 1 million to 2 million liters. Regalo na lang yon. Diba? And then, ito pang nangyari. Manghuli. Sabihin natin hindi lang sa oil, misdeclaration. Alam niyo po ito sa Bureau of Customs. Wala ka nang kinalaman dito, ba't sasabihin ko lang sa iyo. Nakatingin si Minority. Manguhuli kayo ng misdeclaration, di ba? In some cases, yung misdeclared ng mga items, may lalagay sa seizure. Tama? Especially pag bawal yung items. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pagdating po doon sa after na seizure, i-auction to. Pagdating sa auction, moro-moro sapagkat nakaantay na doon yung mga tauhan ng smuggler na nag-misdeclare. I mention to you, itong mga tauhan ng mga smuggler na tagasalo ng mga misdeclared items na na-seizure, na sila po ang palaging nananalo time and time again sa lahat ng auction. Robert Uy, Aris Rojas, Chris Tagle, Daniel Brito, Edward Uy, Gina, Casey, Orlan, Willie. Every single auction, sila lang nananalo, wala nang iba pa. For so many years, sila, pangalan nila palaging lumuluta.
Yes, Your Honor. For the auction seized commodities, this is an open public bidding, and the COA is also on board in witnessing such procedures that
Open bidding meaning sinasabi yung amount, parang yung napapanood natin sa mga Discovery Channel na
Yes, sir.
1,500, 1,500, and then 2,000, 2,000, tataas. I don't think so. Sealed bid to. Ang sinasabi nakarating sa akin information. Naka-sealed. Hindi yung sinisigaw. I don't think so. Kasi kung sinisigaw nyo, then give me a video of that. Na yung sinasabi, 1,000, 5,000, tapos sa taas, 10,000, 1 million, 1 million, okay, calling once, calling twice, bong, panalo yung 1 million. Meron bang ganun? Kung meron ganun, I need to see the video. Kasi ang pagkasabi sa akin ng source ko, sealed bidding daw po ito. Nakalagay sa envelope, naka-sealed, and then sasabihin, kunyari, nandiyan yung mga taga-COA, kung sino-sino pa sinasabi nyo, and then bubuksan, at ang nanalo ay, na pwede mang moro-moro na lang, at ang nanalo ay, itong mga pangalan binanggit ko, palagi.
Your Honor, sir, on the said auction, the Bureau of Customs sets a floor price for each commodity.
Exactly.
And we are also getting such valuation. For example, for rice, we will
No, sir. No, sir. Sorry. I have to stop you.
consulting.
I have to stop you.
Yes, sir.
Napapaliw ka sa pinag-usapan ng topic. Kasi, ang sabi mo, open bid. Ang sa akin, pag open bid, yung bang isinisigaw, nandyan yung mga bidder, tapos ngayon may nagtatawag, nagko-call, may mga numerong hawak, sabi, okay, 1,000, tataas, 5,000, taas, 10,000, 500,000, 1 million. Pag sinabi, going once, going twice, walang nanalo, walang nagbid, ikaw, 357, panalo ka na, 1 million. Hindi ganun eh. Kasi kung ganun, then give me a video na ganun nga. Kasi pagkakalam ko, sealed bidding.
Your Honor, sir, that the procedure that the Bureau of Customs is practicing is what I would mean that it's an open bidding. Everybody's invited to join.
Exactly. Everybody, pero time and time again, these are the people na nananalo. Sila lang palagi ang nananalo. Yun yung point ko.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kaya ang lumilitaw po, moro-moro lang. So dapat, pag sinabing open bidding, kino-call out yung amount. And then, bawat participant may mga numero. Para walang moro-moro. Kaysa naman yung nakasil, and then, syempre, doon sa mga nakaselyo, may check doon, ito check, ito yung mananalo. Pagbukas, panalo si Herodes, bukas si Poncio Pilato, bukas si Barabas, sa isang araw naman si Judas, sa after 1 week si Estas. Anyway,
Yes, Your Honor.
baguhin niyo po yung auction. Pwede ho ba sa Commissioner? Ang gusto ko po, open bidding. Na pag open bidding, kinukall out yung amount at lahat ng participants may mga numero at nang sa gayon, hindi na pwedeng matawag na moro-moro. Pwede ba baguhin natin yung bidding?
Your Honor, sir, as per the Commissioner, we will be introducing a new system of the auction wherein we will be having an e-auction, sir. Online na po ang auction. So, when we mentioned that it's an open bidding, we will be now online. So,
Ay, pangit yung, I don't know ha, pero hindi pa rin maganda online. Kasi sa online, kayo-kayo lang pwede kayo mag-usap-usap dyan electronically. Gusto ko open. Dapat yung mga nagbibid, nandyan. Kasi pag online, pwede ka mag-participate kahit ikaw nasa Hong Kong, nasa Beijing, nasa kung saan kang bansa, nasa lupa ng Pilipinas. I want the people participating in the auction, they should be there physically. So para makita natin yung mukha ng mga nagbibid, kung sila ba'y pare-pareho na lang. Dapat nandoon. They should be present.
Sir, the one that you mentioned, the procedure, that is now the current procedure that is being done.
It is?
Yes. Your
Can I see a video of that? Show me a video.
Yes, we will produce, Your Honor, sir.
Produce me a video na gano'n nga yung procedure. Kasi yung pinaka-latest source ko, gamit mismo sa committee ng auction, isa doon, nagsabi sa akin, hindi raw gano'n.
The auction that is being done is posted live in our Bureau of Customs Facebook pages. We will try to retrieve it now, sir.
Kino-call out yung amount tulad ng sinabi ko?
The calling of amount is once the bidding or the bidder has already submitted his bid and it's being called out.
Hindi po, sorry ha. Ang sinasabi mo magsasubmit. Ang sinasabi ko, real time. Right there and then. Nakapanood na ho ba kayo?
Yes, sir.
Ganun ang ibig sabihin, hindi yung magpapadala si bidder.
No, sir. The procedure, sir, Your Honor, sir, real time in the sense, sir, that all of the participants or the bidders are present together with the witnesses. The opening of the bids of the bidders is open simultaneous, and the calling out of the winning bidder is also done on that same day.
And they're there?
Yes, Your Honor, sir.
At nagbabanggit ng amount? At
Yes, Your
nagpapataas ng amount?
Yes, Your Honor, because they will be posting the performance.
Make sure na you're saying, I don't want to put on oath kasi baka mamaya ma-contempt ka. You make sure, kasi yung source ko, galing mismo sa taga-auction mismo. Siya mismo nagpapatunay, and he's member of the auction committee, na hindi ganon. Nagkakaiba kayo ng impormasyon. Siyempre, mas pagkakatiwalaan ko yung taga-auction na source ko.
Yes, Your Honor. As per commitment, sir, we will be submitting such video and
Submit mo sa akin.
yes, Your Honor.
And itong mga sinasabing mga palagi na lang nanalo sa auction, paimbestigahan nyo. Okay? Thank you. Next. Pinuri ka kayo dun sa vape na nahuli. Sino po yung may-ari ng vape na 1.4 billion? At paano po nakalusot yun? Sir, pwede bang palitan na natin yung si intelligence? Sino bang pwede? Deputy Commissioner? Commissioner? Sinong gusto?
Sir, the operations of the vape, Your Honor, sir, was conducted by the Customs Intelligence Investigation Service, which is under my...
Okay. Well, congratulations, ha. On the other hand, I need to know the owner of the vape. Kasi hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin alam kung sino may-ari ng vape. Ngayon, nahuli nyo naman na. Di ba? Sino may-ari ng warehouse? Ano ang truck container number? At paano to pumasok?
Your Honor, sir, the vape was seized inside a warehouse, outside already of the port.
Correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So,
Initial investigation, Your Honor.
who's the owner of the vape? $1.4 billion ang vape, dapat ang taxes noon and duties is 700 million. Yes. Kalahati.
As per initial investigation, sir, the lessor of the warehouse,
No, umpisa muna natin sa may-ari.
of the warehouse, Your Honor.
The vape muna. Yung items, yung goods. Yung
Oh,
vape.
Sir, the commodity that was found was
Who owns
with
it?
markings of Flava.
Flava.
Flava, sir. Flava. Yes, Your
Brand ata yung Flava.
Honor. The brand, Your Honor.
Yes. Ang gusto ko malaman, sinong owner at sinong importer, sinong consignee, and then sino ang broker. broker and consignee. Yung Flava sinasabi mo, brand yun eh. Sa palagay ko lang.
It would appear, Your Honor, sir, a certain Miss Lilac Season Tayaban
Miss Nina Season Tayaban.
was
Okay.
is one of the incorporators and declared owner of the said goods stored in the subject warehouse.
Okay. Ang sunod kong follow-up na tanong, ano nangyari kay Miss Nina Season na Tayaban, nasampanaw ba siya ng kaso?
They were made to submit documents on the said vape and the reglementary 15-day period to submit such proof of payments as required under the letter of authority, Your Honor, has already lapsed. And
Kaya nga, so as she submitted, did she comply?
no, Your Honor, sir.
So kung hindi siya
And
nag-comply,
subsequently, Your Honor, sir, a recommendation was submitted to the District Collector of the Port of Manila, and the District Collector has also issued a warrant of seizure and detention against the said commodities found inside the
okay.
warehouse, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
warrant and seizure. Okay yon. Pero gusto ko malaman kung itong si Miss Nina Season Tayaban ay na-file na ng kaso.
Currently, Your Honor, sir, the Bureau of Customs is conducting case build-up for the appropriate administrative and the criminal charges, Your Honor.
Case build-up. Eh matagal na po ito, 1 buwan na. Hanggang ngayon, puro case build-up pa rin. It's very easy, simple. Pumasok yung kargamento na misdeclared, na seize ninyo, identified na siya yung may-ari, sampan agad siya ng kaso. Tapos na yung copy nyo, di ba? Pinadala nyo siya ng sulat at hindi siya nag-comply, di ba? So sampan nyo na agad ng kaso and then let the fiscal decide. Of course, kompleto records, papakita nyo doon kung paano nyo siya nahuli at kung magkano sa mga taxes nito and misdeclared to and under customs tariff law, blah, blah, blah. Ito yung kaparusahan, ito yung kasong pwedeng may sampa sa kanya, etc. Sampa agad. Ba't pa natin pinapatagal? Nag-aantay ba tayo na makikipag-contact si Ms. Tayaban para makipag-areglo? Kasi habang tumatagal, parang nag-aantay ng aregluhan.
Your Honor, sir, the seizure proceedings will be commencing after the issuance of the said warrant, but simultaneously, the Bureau of Customs, as mentioned, Your Honor, case build up for the filing of the cases.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, dalawang question pa dito sa vape. Galing to ng China, right?
Markings found on the said commodity, Your Honor, has mentioned China.
Correct. Bago yung consigning name, tama? Consignee. Name of consignee.
No consignee was, Your Honor, was...
No consignee was mentioned.
Yes, because no submitted documents on the said imported articles, Your Honor, sir.
Okay. So, ito ba ay dumaan sa X-ray?
We haven't established, Your Honor, on the mode of entry, but this is also part, Your Honor, of the investigations being
Kaya
conducted.
nga, again, Philippine Intelligence, hindi ka siguro kasama dito. Dapat yung mas mataas sa'yo. Bigyan kita ng, proseso dyan. Darating po yung isang kargamento. Yung may-ari po nung kargamento, magpapile po siya ng entry. Pag-file niya ng entry, papasok yan sa Risk Management Office.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung Risk Management Office, meron silang system doon na kung saan ina-identify agad yung mga high risk sa low risk. Pag na-identify na high risk tulad nito, China, bagong consignee, dapat to red lane. Tama? Ngayon, kung dito dumaan sa red lane, may problema kayo sa mga taga-RMO. Doon kayo mag-umpisa sa RMO.
Yes, Your
Kasi dyan sa RMO, marami mga salbahe. Kasi sila yung taga-sara. Ito ba ay dapat red lane? Pag red lane, bunubusisi yan sa X-ray. Pag green lane, wala nang extra yan. So itong mga taga mo, puro green lane ang green lane. Bibira sila maglagay sa red lane. Pero ilalagay ka sa green lane sa magkanong halagang pag-uusapan. Usually ganun nangyari. So that's something that the commissioner should investigate. Yung mga pinanggagawa ng inyong mga taga-RMO.
Your Honor, sir, as for the risk management office, the category or the tagging of such shipments, this is purely computerized.
I know, kaya nga computerized yan. Pero kayo po yung mag-feed dun sa computer, di ba? Pagkatapos, lalabas sa computer, AI yun eh, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, it will tell them, kayo dyan sa Bureau of Customs, na ito ay high risk, therefore, ito ay dapat dadaan sa red lane. Hindi naman po sa yung machine na magtutulak sa kargamento, tutulakin ng machine o robot papuntang red lane o green lane. Tao magsasabi, tama?
Yes, Your
Doon
Honor.
kayo mag-umpisa mag-imbestiga. So, umpisa niyo paglilinis doon. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, let's talk about X-ray. Bakit kayo mahilig bumili ng X-ray coming from China? Why not from the US? Na kung saan, mas mura na nga, mas dependable pa. Sa China, pagkamahal-mahal, sirain pa. Ano nangyari?
Your Honor, sir, we are retrieving the data.
Saka isa pa, pakitong ko na rin. Maintenance para sa NucTech, which is made in China. 700 something million pesos every year. Almost a billion for maintenance. Hindi pa kasama dyan yung pagbili ng mga bagong equipment kapag halimbawa may sira na wiring o may palitan ng pyesa. Almost a billion, 700 something million pesos a year in maintenance. Compared doon sa US made na mga X-ray, less than half of that.
Your Honor, sir, currently the X-ray inspection project.
So, ang sa NucTech is Chinese. Astro P6 is US. Okay. Now, follow-up question ko po. Ito siguro hindi ka na dapat sumagot nito. Iba na lang kasi wala nang kinalam sa Intel. Okay. NucTech is Chinese. And then Astro P6 is US. Ang tanong ko ngayon dito, ilan NucTech extra machines meron tayo? Ilan ang sira na nakatengat hindi na ginagamit? At ilang Astro P6 ang meron dyan sa Bureau of Customs at ilan ang hindi na ginagamit? Kasi may mga NucTech machines na hindi na gumagana. And yet, nagbabayad tayo for the maintenance of those extra machines na hindi na gumagana, na hindi naman ginagalaw, kahit man lang shinan o hipu-hipuin, punasan man lang ng basahan, walang ginagawa. And yet, binabayaran natin yung machine na sira na yon for the maintenance.
Your Honor, I am Benvenido Y. Rubio, the Commissioner of Bureau of Customs. Your Honor, we have a total of 120 machines.
Of NucTech?
No, 28 are from China.
Okay.
NucTech brand.
Okay.
79 are from US.
Okay.
And Rapiscan and Astrophysics.
Okay, Astro P6, 79. All right. Now, ilan po sa out of 26 dito ang gumagana at ilan ang hindi na?
28 po niyan, operational lahat.
All the 28 units of NucTech are operational, Your Honor.
They are operational. Then I need to get a copy of that and certified by each district collector kung saan naka-detail yung mga machines na yan certified by them na it's operational.
I sorry, Your Honor, I have to correct my figure, Your Honor. There are two non-operational Noctec X-ray machine.
Two non-operational. So what happens to those two non-operationals, Mr. Commissioner? And why are they not operating anymore?
There's a request to upgrade. Your Honor, we requested a quotation for repair from Noctec for the two non-operational machine, Your Honor.
How much is a Newtech machine? While you're looking at it, Mr. Commissioner, kasi para sa akin, kung mas mura na ipatimbang na lang yan, kaysa naman maghingi kayo ng upgrade yan at palitan nyo ng kung anong mga pyesa at pagkamahal-mahal, wag na lang. I-dispose of na lang yan, bilhin na lang bago. Or, better off, bilhin na lang ibang klaseng brand. I'm not going to endorse any brand. Ang sa akin lang siguro, how about made in US? Marami mas magaganda ng mga US brand. Bakit tayo palagi nag-stick sa China brand? Bakit? Kasi sa China, malakas ang korupsyon. Kasi po, yung mga taga-Newtech, malakas dumaglagay. Kaya, palaging mahal sila. Anyway, so, dalawa po yung non-operational. Magkano po yung yung isang Newtech X-ray machine po, Mr. Commissioner?
Your Honor, we have no pending plans to purchase new units, Your Honor. We plan to upgrade the existing ones.
Magkano po yung isang Newtech machine?
Is that the Noctec?
Newtech machine. Magkano po isang?
Your Honor, I can just give you the upgrade cost if we upgrade the...
No, yung brand new lang po. Kunya procure...
the brand new one is about 146,450,000.
146 million, okay.
Your Honor.
Now, magkano po yung maintenance every year? Tama ba ako? Yung figure ko, 700,000, more or less, per year for all this Newtech machine?
My recollection, sir, it's just 220 million, but I'll check the figures again, Your Honor.
I saw the figure, I think it's 700 something million. Kasi nga, kung i-divide mo 700 something million divided by 26, konti na ng diferensya kung bibili tayo ng bago kaysa na magpaparepair tayo at magkano bawat repair. So, syempre, pag magpa-upgrade tayo, repair, tataga na naman yung mga taga-China. At syempre, pag tumaga sila, may sasalo na bulsa sa taga-Bureau of Customs.
Your Honor, the last purchase of Noctec machine was 2007.
2007.
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't think so. Meron ako nabasa ng isang article na 2020 ata. Meron kayong na-procure ng mga Newtech machine?
No purchase, Your Honor.
I think I saw some. But anyway, in fact, nagkaroon natin ng kaso sa ombudsman pa yung nag-procure niyan. Hanggang ngayon naka-pending sa ombudsman. And I'm not gonna mention any more names, but merong nakasuhan. Kaya nga dapat, Commissioner, kung ayaw mong madamay, gusto mong pagkatapos ng termino mo, okay name mo, huwag ka na magbili ng China-made. Siguro ibang brand na lang, ibang US, British, I don't know. Diba? Kasi sirain itong sa China. Yun yung narinig ko sa mga taga-Bureau of Customs. Okay. Okay na tayo sa machine. Okay. Kunti na lang, malapit-lapit na tayo. Yung mobile X-ray machine 2020, ano to, NucTech? 2021? 2020 ata. While you're looking at it, noong 2016, may COA findings na overpriced pang maintenance ng mga X-ray. Yan yung sinasabi ko. 700 something million pesos para sa maintenance ng mga X-rays. Diyan. Ito, COA na mismo nagsabi, overpriced masyado ang maintenance. Babaan niyo po yung maintenance. Sayang naman, napupunta lang sa kung saan-saan. Commissioner Odin nasabi. Anyway, yung 2020 Commissioner, tama ba? NucTech yun? Sa ano yung mismo website?
Sa application mo pa. Baggage. Yes, ano, mobile ba? Hindi mobile pa. Pero BCT, baggage. Konti. BCT, ang location ng BCT.
No, apat na mobile naman na-procure namin sa noong 2020. By the XXC,
Your Honor, 4 units of NucTech.
So meron,
Mobile NucTech was procured by PITC. I was procured through PITC.
PITC.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's not from the Bureau of Customs?
We are the end user, Your Honor, but the procurement was with PITC.
Pero ang Bureau of Customs nag-order, idinaan sa PITC. At pera ng Bureau of Customs.
Your Honor, it was PITC who conducted the bidding, Your Honor.
Kaya nga, pero pera ng Bureau of Customs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Exactly. So again, here comes NucTech. Okay. Yan sinasabi ko. Overpriced ang NucTech. Maging sa maintenance, overpriced pa rin. And my advice to you, Mr. Commissioner, yung mga nakatenga doon na dalawa non-operational, nag-antay kayo na para yun ay upgrade at i-repair, don't. Sasabit kayo dito. Promise, sasabit at sasabit kayo. Dahil yung mga nakatengang dalawa dyan na non-operational, nagbabayad tayo para sa maintenance na hindi naman ginagalaw. Kahit man lang i-feather duster, kahit man lang tanggalin yung alikabok, walang ginagawa. And yet, may nakalaan doon para sa maintenance noon. So if I were you, dispose of that, ibalik na yan kung saan, and then bumili ng bago. Maybe mas mura, magpabid kayo ng US made. Na mas mura na, mas less pang tina-charge na maintenance. Kasi sa US, walang hausyaw. Very strict ang mga provider niyan. Hindi nila pinapayagan yung korupsyon, yung kanilang mga taga-maintenance o pinapadala dito ng mga technician, hindi nila pinapayagan na masangkot sa katiwalian. Kaya kung mapapansin nyo, di ba mas mura ang maintenance ng Astro P6 kaysa sa NucTech? Tama?
We will look into that, Your Honor.
Mas mura,
and
nakita
we will
ko na po
check
yan.
which is
Nakita ko na
more
po.
economical, sir.
Mas mura. Matibay na, tapos mas mura pa. Itong isa, mas mura pa. Mas mura pang presyo at mas mura pa yung maintenance. Itong Chinese, pagkamahal-mahal, sirain, pagkamahal man ang maintenance, para nagluluka lang tayo. Yun lang po, Mr. Commissioner, tungkol dyan. Okay, let's move on. Dalawa na lang po. Have you heard of paper export, Mr. Commissioner? Paper export. I'm talking about warehousing. Hindi ito yung papel na ina-export, literal. Paper export. This is a modus operandi. Warehousing.
Sir, I think, sir, Your Honor, paper export is refers to a modus where they export empty containers and just use the and will
Sorry, ako na po magpa-explain para mapabilis tayo. Paper export, ganito po. Mag-i-import ang isang merong warehouse sa mga processing zone. Okay? Na mga raw materials. Okay. Now, ito mga raw materials na ini-import nila, zero taxes and duties po ito. Okay. Zero taxes and duties dahil ipoprocess nila yung raw materials na yan, after na ma-process nila yan, para maging buo, yan ay i-re-export nila. Doon kikita ang bansa, doon kapag nire-export. Now, ang tanong, nailabas ba yung in-import nila raw materials? Hindi. Ibinenta sa loob. Dapat yun, ulitin ko po, mag-i-import ang isang may warehouse na merong supposed to be processing plant ng raw materials. Pagdating ng Pilipinas, libre yun. Ni singkong duling, wala silang babayaran. Sa kondisyon, ipoprocess nila yun, imamanufacture nila. Say halimbawa, mag-i-import sila ng tela. Libre yun, ang taxes noon. Sa kondisyon, gagawin nilang RTW yun, kapag naging RTW na, i-re-export sa ibang bansa, doon tayo kikita. Parang gano'n, example lamang. Kaso, ang nangyari, hindi na po lumalabas ng bansa, yung mga tela, dito na po ibinibenta. Tama? At isang sample pa rin dyan ay yung resins. Yung bilog-bilog na raw materials para sa plastic, yung ginagawang pang mga bottled water, plastic, etc. Idudugtong ko pa po para magkwento na lang ako, mapabilis tayo. So ngayon, yung binibigyan niyo po ng permit ng ganon para makapag-import without paying taxes with the condition i-re-export. Ang nangyari, pag inilabas nila sa bansa, sa isang container, ang container walang laman. Kuminsan may lamang bato, basura, and then may papel sila na pakita na export na hindi naman. Yun yung paper export. In-export ng papeles yung raw materials na manufacture, when in fact, wala naman laman. Now, I'll tell you paano maiwasan yan, Commissioner. Number one, from now on, dapat yung bansa, unang-una dapat lahat ng mga may warehousing na nag-i-import ng raw materials at nakakalibre sa taxes and duties with the condition yan i-re-export, gusto ko po ng audit to make sure na lahat ng ito ay mayroong processing plant. Can I get that?
yes, Your Honor.
I need to get that ASAP.
Yes, we
Ilan?
have that, Your Honor.
Ilan yung sa mga processing zone? Sa lahat ng mga economic zone, tulad ng mga PESA, Philippine Economic Processing Zone. Tama? Lahat ng mga nandoon, gusto ko each and every one of them magpakita with picture and all na sila ay meron talagang processing plant. Because more than 50% of them ay wala. Wala talaga. Zero. So I need an audit. ASAP.
We will give you that, Your Honor.
you.
But
Sige, go ahead po.
But currently, Your Honor, PESA cargoes before they leave the PESA zone, it's opened and it's being inspected, and then before it goes to the port of loading, we attach an e-track system, Your Honor, to ensure that the cargo is intact before it reaches the port of loading. Then from there, we detach the e-track system to ensure that the containers really have the declared contents.
baka transshipment po yung sinasabi nyo. Iba po kasi yung transshipment, iba po yung sinasabi ko yung sa mag-i-import ng raw materials. Alam mo na yun kanina, hindi ko na ulitin. With the condition dapat i-re-export, pero dapat lahat mga yun na binibigay ng permit na to have that kind of arrangement, dapat meron silang processing plant. And I want an audit in each and every one of these companies that were allowed and given the permit na para mag-import ng raw materials ng walang bayad na taxes. So give me a list of those warehousing na meron processing plants. Katapat dapat, kunyari, ilan ang warehousing? 150 o 1,500? Then dapat 1,500 ang may kita kong processing plant. 1:1.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll
Ipapangga natin po yun. Tama. Okay. Now, nabanggit nyo na rin po yung transshipment. At tuturuan muna ko kayo. So, para masiguro na talaga nire-export nila yung kanilang mga goods na nakalibre dito ng tax, diba? Na na-process nila, kunyari talagang totoong na-process. Humingi po kayo doon sa bansa na pagbabagsakan ng kargamentong na manufacture na ng resibo galing po sa port of that country. And plus, sa kliyente na sasalo na kukuha ng kargamento na nanggaling dito. Dapat may resibong ganon. Nang sa gayon, maiwasan na po natin itong tinatawag na paper export. Malaking perang nawawala po sa atin ito every year by the hundreds of millions. Sayang naman. Okay, pwede ba sir? Ganon?
Yes, we'll do that, Your Honor.
Ganon din po ang nangyari sa transshipment. Halimbawa, ano yung transshipment? Yung Hong Kong, ayaw niyang tumanggap ng sigarilyo na shipment galing sa Vietnam. Okay? So, ang gagawin ng Vietnam, yung sigarilyo, isi-ship dito sa Pilipinas. At dapat yan, from the Philippines, saka isi-ship sa Hong Kong, tatanggapin ng Hong Kong. Tama? Ang nangyari, isi-ship ng Vietnam yung sigarilyo sa Pilipinas, na instead dapat papadala sa diretso sa Hong Kong, hindi, inilalabas na. Ibinibenta na rito. Kalahati noon, usually kalahati. And then yung kalahati, lalargahan.
Diba may hinulang na dapat? Kaya lang magpa-register sila.
Smuggling at transshipment. Walang tax.
Hindi ba?
Hindi, dapat yan. Ilabas. Transshipment.
Oh.
Correct. Kung na ilabas.
Ay, paano ba?
Okay. Hindi yung masagot? Sige.
Your Honor, what is being done now if the arriving cargo is declared a cigarette and it goes to it is
Transshipment.
through transshipment, it is not allowed to be withdrawn to our country, Your Honor. And as an additional security,
So,
by law,
ano
they
po
have
yung
to
mga measures?
register.
Okay, register.
They have to register with BIR, Your Honor, whatever is, whether it's bound for the economic zones, they
Again,
have to register with BIR.
Mr. Commissioner, alam ko hindi ka pinanganak kahapon. Kung yung Bugatti Chiron nga nakalusot, yan pa kaya mga sigarilyo-sigarilyo lang. So nagagawa ng paraan yan na maipalusot. I'm just giving an example. Di ba? Na transshipment papasok dito, kaya maraming kumakalat ng mga sigarilyo kung saan-saan ang galing. Hindi lang sigarilyo, kuminsan iba pang mga items, ibang goods. Okay. Now, punta naman tayo sa seizure. Hindi ba pag seizure, na-seize yung isang kargamento, especially kung bawal, yan po ay napupunta sa condemnation facility.
Yes,
Sinusunog o sinisira. Tama?
yes, Your Honor. The mode of disposal for seized cargoes, Your Honor, is either by way of auction if there's
Hindi,
a
kasi
value.
yung
And-
auction, condemnation, ibig sabihin, susunugin dahil, halimbawa, fake na mga Louis Vuitton, fake
Yes.
na mga Hermes,
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
kinokondem yan, tama?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Tapos hindi mo ino-auction.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero bakit mga na-seize na mga fake na mga Louis Vuitton, Hermes, and kung ano pang mga bag, Prada, bakit nakikita sa merkado, andyan, sa Green Hills, sa Baclaran, nagkalat, na dapat ito na-condemn ng mga mahuli, ba't nagsilipana dyan sa Quiapo, mga fake na mga Louis Vuitton na na-seize? Tapos tatanungin ka pa sa Green Hills, ano ba, Class A, Class B, Class C? Kasi Class A, malapit sa katotohanan. Yung Class B, medyo okay lang. Class C, halatang halata. O, di ba dapat kinukondem mga yan? O, bakit nagkalat na bentahan dyan sa mga merkado?
They are prohibited importation, Your Honor.
Exactly. They're prohibited kasi nahuli niyo yun di ba? In fairness, binibigyan ko na nga kayo ng credit yan. Give credit where credit is due. Magaling kayo. Naharang nyo yung mga fake na mga Louis Vuitton, fake na mga Prada, fake na mga Hermes. Seizure yan. Condemn dapat yan. Susunugin yan. Pero imbis na sinusunog, ayan, nagkalat sa merkado.
Your Honor, in the process of condemnation, other than representatives from the Bureau of Customs, we also have representatives from other concerned agencies. There's even the brand owner is present during the actual condemnation. So if it's a Louis Vuitton, Your Honor, we coordinate with the resident representative or brand owner of.
I know, that's the policy. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your
Pero
Honor.
pwede naman balaktutin yung policy para mapagbigyan yung gustong gawing kalokohan ng isa o dalawa o ilang tao diyan sa Bureau of Customs. That's the policy dapat sinusunod. Kasi kung susundin yan, walang mga kalusot. Kaya ang tanong ko sa iyo, kung nasusunod ng tamang policy, bakit nga marami nagkalat ng mga fake brands diyan sa merkado, Mr. Commissioner? Yung mga Louis Vuitton, sabi ko sa iyo, may Class A, Class B, sinturon, mga Hermes, lahat ng klaseng sapatos, ng mga fake, nandiyan nagkalat. O, saan ang galing yan? Dalawa lang yan. It's either nalusutan kayo, mamili na lang po kayo, Mr. Commissioner, nalusutan kayo, or yan ay nahuli ninyo. In fairness, nahuli ninyo. Kaya lang, meron sa inyong loko-loko, imbis na i-condemn, nahuli nyo, tapos naka-schedule procedure, pero imbis na dumiretso sa condemnation facility at yung process na sinasabi nyo, nandyan lahat testigo at susunugin, nakabantay, pero imbis na mangyari yon, ipinalabas.
Your Honor, in my time as commissioner, I am doing my best to make sure that all condemnation procedures are being conducted properly. So I require the presence of all concerned agencies and if it's a counterfeit goods, the brand owner or represented by brand owner.
Yes, Mr.
Now-
Commissioner. Sana po, Mr. Commissioner, tuwing meron pong nahuli, halimbawa, 25 containers na mga misdeclared, mga fake branded items. Dapat na audit nyo yan, 25 yan. Kaya kapag yan ay dinala sa condemnation facility, dapat 25 pa rin yung container, yung sinasabi ko. At kung gusto nyo po, magbabantay kayo, siguraduhin nyo na talagang sinusunog. Tama.
We will do that, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you. Alam niyo po, Mr. Commissioner, maganda yung nangyari. Again, kinoment ko kayo dahil tumaas yung silingin ninyo. Every now and then, kayo po ay nakahuli pag nakalabas na. You cannot stop smuggling sa pagputi ng uwak. The only way we can stop smuggling kung maglinis kayo ng mga tao nyo dyan sa BOC. Paano po nagpo-prosper ang smuggling? Paano naging talamak ang smuggling? Because yung mga smuggler, may mga kasabwat o dili kaya mga partners mismo ng mga empleyado nyo sa Bureau of Customs. Would you believe me or not?
It is possible, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes, it's possible. So, use your intelligence funds para alamin kung sino-sino itong partner ng mga smugglers na mga matataas na opisyal ninyo dyan sa Bureau of Customs. Partners po sila, hindi po yung kasabwat lang. Partners, meaning invested sila doon sa negosyong yun. Pero nakatago sa ibang pangalan. Siyempre, example, si Aaron. Kailan mo siguro si Aaron, number 1 smuggler dyan sa Bureau. Meron siyang kasabwat o meron siyang kapartner dyan na mataas na opisyal sa isang pier dyan. So, siguro si Aaron. Then, find out kung sino-sino po na mga opisyales sa Bureau of Customs na partner po sa mga brokerage. Yun lang po siguro assignment ko sa inyo.
I will do that, Your Honor.
Okay. And then, di ba last hearing, nag-request po ako sa inyo na bigyan niyo po ako ng list ng mga new consignee. Kasi para sa kalaman ng lahat, ito po yung sistema doon sa pagkukuha ng consignee. Yung consignee, yung may-ari ng kargamento, tama ho ba? Nakapangalang kargamento. Dapat, bago ka magkaroon, mabigyan ng lisensya para maging consignee, magpapakita ka ng bank account. Tama? Sapat na amount na meron kang kakayahan na mag-import ng mga goods na gustong ipapasok. And then pangalawa, meron ka dapat income tax. Tama? Ang request ko sa inyo, from now on, baguhin nyo na po yung sistema ninyo na show money and then 1 year income tax ka lang sa bayar. Dapat at least 5 years. Kikita na talagang 5 years siya nagbabayad ng tax at may kakayahan na nga talaga siyang magparating ng mga kargamento at siya nagbabayad ng tax. 5 years. Number 2, dapat wag yung one-time deposit lamang ng say 10 million. Kasi show money lang yon. Dapat at least 3 years man lang na deposit, withdrawal. Ang nangyari kasi ngayon, one time, big time na deposit, and then 1 year lang na ITR. And then lusot na bagong consignee. And then, Mr. Commissioner, yung mga bagong consignee, ilalagay ng mga smuggler sa pangalan ng kanilang mga kasambahay, sa pangalan ng kanilang mga kumpare, kumadre sa malalayong lugar, sa pangalan ng mga tambay kung saan-saang kanto. Para kapag nahuli yung bagong consignee, ginagamit nila yung, pag gusto nila mag-smuggle, mag-misdeclare, gumagamit sila ng, yun, sinasabi kong consignee. For all you know, baka itong si Season Tayaban, hindi nyo na makita to, promise. Kasi, baka kasambahay ito ng tunay na smuggler. Baka ito ay magsasaka na ginamit lamang yung pangalan. Binigyan ng pera, binuksan ng bank account, nilagyan ng 10 million, binuksan ng, nagbayad sa BIR ng 1 year tax. Ginawa ng paraan. Diba? Marami dyan, Commissioner, kapag nahuli na po yung consignee, mga smuggled na mga items, hindi na natitrace. Dahil nga po doon sa sinabi ko, paano matrace ang isang tambay? Kung saan-saan lang tumatambay yung kung saan-saan pupunta. Paano matrace yung mga kasambahay? Mga driver sa probinsya. So, this time dapat, bago mabigyan ng permit o mapayagan ang isang consignee, maaprubahan ninyo, mabigyan ng accreditation, make sure na dumaan sa butas ng karayom. Now, lahat ng mga bagong consignee, i-check nyo lang and give me a list of that and make sure na lahat yan ay dumadaan sa red lane. Of course, yung mga lumang consignee na paulit-ulit na nag-i-import, wala tayong hindi delikado yan. Wala akong nakikitang problema dyan, Commissioner. And you agree with me, right? Kasi nga, hindi nila sisirain yung pangalan nila. They will not do anything na makakasira sa kanilang pangalan. So, ang ginagawa nila, itong mga smuggler, mag-open sila ng mga consignee na pinag-usapan natin ngayon. Para pag nahuli, hindi mo matitrace kung sino yung mga nasa pangalan doon. Tama. So can you change that policy, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. We will give you the list of new consignees. At the same time, we will consider all your suggestions to ensure that our accreditation process is effective, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. Sino itong Mark Wong? Noel Tarok. Lea Angelica Castro. Sino po mga to?
I will get the names, Your Honor, and we will check on the records, Your Honor. Who are these people?
Ito pong okay, last na naman po. PDQ Logistics Incorporated. Kasi recently meron po, which maganda to move ng BIR. And kayo din natin sa Bureau of Customs, dapat buwisan na itong mga online shopping network, which I definitely agree. Pero nakatarget dapat kasi malalaki, wag may maliliit kasi pare-pare lang yun. Now, itong PDQ Logistics Incorporated, ito yung napapasok ng mga kargamento for Lazada and Shopee. Monitor niyo ba ito?
I will check on the records, Your Honor.
Sino po itong si Olivares? Sino po itong si Michael Ma? Sino po itong si Nina? Ito po ang taga-facilitate ng mga smuggling ng PDQ. Okay lang na maging mura, abot kaya yung mga nabibili dyan sa mga shopping network, online shopping network. Okay lang yan, affordable. Pero naman dapat may kita din ng gobyerno. Di ba? Hindi yung, affordable sa lahat dahil sa smuggling. Gusto ko affordable sa lahat na kumikita ng gobyerno. Kasi pangit naman kung itong PDQ mag-smuggle ng mga murang items na affordable, halos hindi na nagbabayad sa taxes o walang binabayad na taxes. Ang binabayaran lang, customs, and then malaking tipid nila. Tama? So tingnan niyo po kung sino itong si Michael, si Nina, si ano ba to? Olivares. Yun lang po muna.
Yes, Your Honor.
Madam President, maraming salamat. And Mr. Sponsor, thank you. And
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. May I just put into the record, Mr. President, that this representation, in fact, a lot of our colleagues are interested in the questions raised by our distinguished colleague. We also wanted to get information as to how we can help if there's a need to do anything when it comes to legislation, etc. Because, Madam President, it's alarming to note that there are processes and systems which are supposed to be working in place na masyadong napapakialaman din ng kahit na computerized pala, kahit na may ganon, tama yan, garbage in, garbage out. So we just wanted to get a report, also a copy of the report that will be submitted to the distinguished senator's office. Siguro ibigay na lang po sa Committee on Finance chaired by Senator Sani Angara. Madam President, next to ask, do you want to lift? Do you want to lift? No. We're not lifting our rules, Madam President. We'd like to. Can you give way? Next to ask question, Madam President, is the next to ask questions, Madam President, is the distinguished lady from the city of Las Piñas, our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, no other than Senator Cynthia Villar. I move that she be recognized, Madam President.
Senator Villar is recognized to interpellate next.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President and Majority Floor Leader. I just want to ask about the National Single Window System, and I want to know who is in charge of the implementation of the National Single Window System.
Good afternoon, Madam Senator. Regarding the single window, Your Honor, we have the TradeNet. The TradeNet is under the ICT, and the participation of the BOC is we are the chairman of the TWG, Your Honor, and we are a member. We're one of the member agencies that are on board TradeNet.
I haven't heard of the TradeNet, and I thought that the BOC will be the one to implement the national single window system because it is your agency that is in charge of this. This is based on Executive Order number 482, series of 2005. So it has been provided for in 2005, and today it's 2023. So that was 18 years ago. And yet we have not implemented the national single window system. What's the cause of the delay?
Your Honor, the NSW was TradeNet was declared as the national single window by the NSW Steering Committee, which is composed of the DOF, DTI, DA, Your Honor.
But it says here, this is a new data system that enable a single submission of data and information that is processed simultaneously, resulting in a single point of decision for the release of cargoes by the Bureau of Customs. So you're supposed to implement this. You cannot say that it has not been implemented for 18 years because of another agency. Why are you not implementing this after 18 years?
Your Honor, our system is already in place as Your Honor, the BOC is the head of the technical working group, but the one in charge for the infrastructure and system development is the ICT, Your Honor.
But this system is supposed to solve the problem of smuggling in the Philippines in the Bureau of Customs. So you cannot say that you are not implementing it because of another another agency that is studying this. So we cannot understand that after 18 years, and it is also provided for in the law that we passed for anti-agricultural smuggling in 2016. So that's about 7 years ago. And up to now, there is no implementation. I just want to know, I want you to commit to me the implementation of this national single window system in public. And I want your commitment that you will implement this as soon as possible. Now, when do you commit to implement the national single window system?
Your Honor, we are fully committed to the national single
I
window.
want a
and,
date.
Uh,
I want a date of implementation, but because it has been 23 minus 5, that's 18 years. We feel that there is no commitment. So I want you to commit today when you will implement the national single window system.
Your Honor, in reality, Your Honor, the BOC is already onboarded on the TradeNet together with PIDEA, but the readiness of the other agencies are not yet in place,
I
Your
want
Honor.
a date. I want a date where you can commit to me that you will implement this.
Your Honor, as far as the BOC is concerned, Your Honor, we want to uh, 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 to we want the implementation of
Yeah, you want
the
the
national single
implementation,
window.
but I want a date that you
I
commit to the public that you're going to implement this. Give me a date, and this will be over.
Madam Chair, Madam President, if I may interject just for 1 minute, I see the point of our good colleague from Las Piñas, and I have been hearing this since I was a congressman, Madam President. It was the first term of Senator Angara when I heard it, and we are now in the Senate for his last term and my last term, Madam President. So I think it's very important that this law be implemented. Now, the commissioner is saying that they are somehow implementing it. May I be clarified about it? If the commissioner is implementing it, it's just that the other agencies are not doing their part. Is that the case, Madam President? Because they're supposed to be the one leading in the implementation of this very important law.
Your Honors, yes, the trade net came to be because of a legal impediment that was because of an injunction filed against the BOC. So
Who filed the injunction, Mr. President? There's no, we didn't hear of any injunction against the national single window system.
it was filed by one of the bidders of the national single window, Your Honor. And there was an injunction. So it was transferred to DOF, Your Honor, for the implementation, and the infrastructure and the system development was with the ICT, Your Honor.
But it is for the Bureau of Customs. You cannot say that the DICT is not the one implementing it. If you want to implement it, you will do it yourself because it is for the Bureau of Customs, not for DICT or for DOF. Because we're always discussing about this anti-agricultural smuggling. And we believe that the implementation of this national single window system will greatly decrease the smuggling in the Philippines. And we're very disappointed because we passed the Agricultural Smuggling Act in 2016. And after 7 years, nobody has gone to prison because of agricultural smuggling. That's why I'm asking you, what happened to the implementation of the national single window system?
Self-imposed injunction,
Your Honor, as a proof of our commitment, we are still operating under the old national single window in which the DA, the Department of Agriculture, agencies are still in that system, Your Honor.
It has not been implemented.
The original,
Because
Your
under
Honor.
the national single window system, based on my understanding, everything will be online. There will be no contact between the customs and the importer. They'll just process their importation online. So we believe that this system will greatly reduce the smuggling in the Philippines. So we want this implemented, and this has been implemented in all Asian countries because based on the executive order, it is a decision by all the ASEAN leaders that they will implement the national single window system. So I hope you can make a commitment on when you're going to implement. I'm not asking you to implement it now. I want a commitment when you are going to implement the national single window system in public so that there is a commitment from the Bureau of Customs.
Yes, Your Honor. We will raise that up with the National Single Window Steering Committee.
I want your commitment. Don't point to me other people. I want the commitment of the Bureau of Customs when you are going to implement the national single window system.
Your Honor, on our part of the BOC, our system is already connected with the TradeNet. However, we cannot, the other agencies are not connected with TradeNet, Your Honor, but we are connected with TradeNet already, Your Honor.
Why will not the other agency cost the implementation of the national single window system? You are the main agency and you can force this. So I'm not asking you to implement now. I'm just asking for your commitment. Why don't you commit?
I cannot commit the onboarding of the other agencies, Your Honor. But on the BOC side, Your Honor, we are already connected with the TradeNet.
Just asking for a day.
Session suspended.
President, I think the Bureau of Customs is ready to commit a date for the implementation of the national single window system.
Your Honor, I commit 18 within 18 months, Your Honor,
Thank you very much. From today.
from today. I just help the need of the other agencies also, Your Honor.
You know, Madam President, I'm a bit confused because a while ago, they were saying that there's an injunction. That's why they couldn't implement this very important measure that the Congress passed. Since I was still, perhaps during that time, I was in fact the youngest member of the House of Representatives, Madam President. So I thought it was because of the injunction, but now it appears that in 18 months, they can now implement. So I wonder what the injunction is all about. Is it a self-inflicted injunction, Madam President? But I will not belabor the issue considering that the minority leader will ask some questions. I just wanted to put that on record. I'm a bit confused, Madam President. But while waiting for our minority leader who just left outside, may I ask for a minute suspension, Madam President?
Session suspended.
We recognize the distinguished minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. You're recognized, sir. Hi, boss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's continue with our
Yes, Your Honor, please proceed.
proceedings under the suspended rules where the resource persons are directly testifying before the plenary. So may I ask the Customs Commissioner to take the seat, Mr. President. I will not be as detailed as the Senator Tulfo because Senator Tulfo obviously has an informer who knows a lot about the Bureau of Customs. So whoever that person may be, ang sasabihin ko lang sa kanya, please continue to supply our sumbungan sa Senado of information so that we can continue to oversee the operations and the decision-making processes of the Bureau of Customs. Yes, Mr. President, Senator.
Yes, the gentleman from Cavite, Senator Tolentino, is recognized.
Parliamentary inquiry with the permission of the good minority leader. When we suspend the rules, do we place the resource person under oath? We have the chair of the Committee on Rules presiding.
Not necessarily, Your Honor, but if the gentleman would like to make a motion, we can do so if you want, Your Honor. But it is not necessary because we assume the resource person respect the Senate as an institution, Your Honor.
And considering this is not a committee hearing,
Yes.
they're in the plenary. The reason why I stated that, Your Honor, is because there were commitments made a while ago, 18
Yes.
months, and 18 months would include the next budgetary cycle. And when we come to the next budget hearing, with all due respect to our friends from the Bureau of Customs, we still have 6 months to go. So perhaps the chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture would be raising the same concern next year. So I submit to the.
It's our judgment call, but siguro I don't think we have to do this. We're talking about the budget anyway. But we expect forthright, factual, the honest answers from our resource persons.
Based on good faith. Based on good faith.
Yes, based on good faith.
Thank you.
Based on their oath. I think all of you took an oath of office, di ba?
Yes.
Before discharging your positions, all. Lahat kasi
Definitely.
itutuloy po natin ito. BIR will also be there. Pati Insurance Commission, I will ask a question that suspended rules tayo. You answer directly the questions, all of you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please proceed.
At any rate, na lang, side comment. No need to place them under oath. Wala naman dito si Senator Bato de la Rosa. So, wala rin namang ipapadetain sa kanila, Mr. President, kahit papano. So, pointless. We will not put them under oath, Mr. President. Best effort lang po. Just give us your best answers. We're discussing your budget. Ang Bureau of Customs ba po, ang pagpapatakbo nito is under a collegial leadership? As Commissioner, do you dictate everything or do you decide on decisions as a collegial body?
I conduct execom. Good afternoon, Your Honor. I conduct execom every Monday, and I consult with my deputy commissioners, Your Honor, for my decisions.
How many deputy commissioners?
I have 6 plus 1 assistant commissioner, Your Honor.
Wag, yung deputy lang. Deputy commissioner. 6? Nasa law yan? 6? Akala ko 2 lang.
I have 6, Your Honor.
6? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So this will be the leadership, pero the buck stops with you. When ikaw talaga who makes the decision sa BOC.
Yes,
Your
Honor.
Can we have the names of the 6 deputy commissioners?
For Intelligence Group, Your Honor, I have DEPCOM Juby Max Uy. For Enforcement Group, I have Attorney Teddy Rabal. For AOCG, Your Honor, I have Attorney Vener Bakiran.
Attorney
Vener Bakiran.
Pakiran.
Oh. For RCMG, I have Attorney Edward Dibuco. For MISTG, I have Criden Balgomera.
Criden Balgomera.
And for Internal Administration Group, Your Honor, I have Mike Fermin, Your Honor.
Anim na yun. Anim na. And the Assistant Commissioner is?
And the Assistant Commissioner, Your Honor, is Attorney Vincent Philip Maronilla.
The Assistant Commissioner is lower than Deputy Commissioner.
Plays the same level, Your Honor.
Same level din. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit, can you explain to me bakit iba yung position designation, Mr. President?
It was a director position before, Your Honor, but it was upgraded by an EO, Your Honor, and that's why the Assistant Commissioner position came to be, Your Honor.
Thank you. Hindi ko na po ulitin yung mga issues ni Senator Tulfo. Basta at least alam nyo na maraming mga issues na concerning the Bureau of Customs, Mr. President. Ang gusto lang namin maintindihan ng mas malalim talaga itong ating National Single Window topic. Kasi even the pending bill dito on anti-smuggling, the enhanced anti-smuggling bill, mentions requires the effective implementation of the National Single Window. So, yan ba? Okay, sige. Anyway, andun po sa draft po ng ating author po yun, Senator Cynthia Villar. Ito po yung under an injunction from a court?
Yes, Your Honor.
What are the terms of the injunction order, Mr. President? Anong pagkasabi, you're a party to the case, ini-enjoin kayo from certain actions, ano po ang sinabi ng korte para maintindihan po natin?
The decision issued by RTC Branch 47 on February 22,
47 of
Manila, Your
Manila.
Honor,
Okay.
declared as illegal the procurement of extended support and maintenance of electronic to mobile application for the BOC and all other similar projects. And this order expanded the original date of execution to include even the sourcing of foreign funds, Your Honor.
So ruling na? May decision na? Is that a decision?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, under appeal?
Yes, Your Honor. We filed an appeal by certiorari on June 6, 2022 before the Supreme Court to challenge this order, Your Honor.
Ito kasi, just to talk about this National Single Window Program, no, ito yung ating Senate bill. Bill pa po ito. Nakasulat dito, under, this is the last paragraph of section 5 ba to? 5, Mr. President. 4. I think it's basta page 7 of the bill, no? The BOC and all trade regulatory agencies shall fully implement the National Single Window Program as originally mandated in Executive Order number 482 series of 2005 within 90 days from the effectivity of this act. Nagtitake advantage lang ako sa presence mo, Commissioner, and in the BOC. Ano, if we pass this into law, can we comply?
The BOC, sir, you can comply.
Pero you can implement the National Single Window Program?
We Actually, Your Honor, we're already live with the TradeNet, but we need the other agencies to be onboarded on the TradeNet portal so that we can now communicate and interact, exchange via the TradeNet portal, Your Honor.
Sige po. Ang problem kasi dun sa bill namin sa anti-smuggling, parang hindi, the BOC did not take an active role during the discussion of the bill. Actually, yung bill, yung original form ng bill, Mr. Commissioner, just to inform you and your entire agency, no? Sampal sa Bureau of Customs yung original bill eh. Kasi anti-smuggling ang topic, never kayo minention doon. Hindi kayo sinali sa enforcement group. Nothing. Doon sa original, ano niya. So it was really a very negative commentary on the performance of the Bureau of Customs. Kaya nga ayusin pa namin yun. You should be there. Ipalalagay namin yung Bureau of Customs. But I'm just telling you, sa original bill talagang tinanggal ang Bureau. Walang trust. Walang trust. Sabi ko, ibalik naman natin because kailangan naman nandun ang Bureau of Customs. So, you heard the my observation as to the evolution of the draft of the bill. I'm telling you this, then crack the whip po sa agency nyo, Mr. Commissioner. At ganyan na po yung umabot na tayo sa punto na yung image, ganun na po. Anti-customs na, anti-smuggling na bill. No mention of the Bureau of Customs. Sige nga, can I get the reaction from the Commissioner?
We support the anti-smuggling, the amendment to the Anti-Smuggling Act, Your Honor. And thank you for the amendment.
Pag sinabi
We
ba,
will come.
pag sinabing smuggling, logic tells us may role si Customs, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. We play,
An important role.
yeah, part of our mandate is to curb and eradicate smuggling in all forms, Your Honor.
First draft, you were not even mentioned there sa first draft ng bill. Just to tell you, the level of the trust. So, ano po, i-recover natin yun, i-redeem natin yun, ibalik natin yung tiwala sa Bureau of Customs. Okay.
I will do my best, Your Honor.
Anti-smuggling equals Bureau of Customs. Dapat ganun. Kasi daw ang sagot sa akin, bakit wala Bureau of Customs dito eh? I think you are supposed to implement the existing anti-smuggling laws. Tama ba? And then zero convictions pa after 7 years. And then alam naman natin sa mga kaliwat kanan, marami pang smuggling. That's the reason given to me. I'll give you a chance to react, Commissioner.
We are now in close coordination with DOJ, Your Honor, and we have, in my recollection, 3 convictions.
Three recent convictions. Tama.
I'll check on the record, Your Honor.
Tignan nyo lang, baka this might be recent convictions. Siguro nung hinihiring yung bill, tapos sinulat yung bill, wala pa siguro, zero pa po talaga. Okay, can we have an update on the 3 convictions? When did we secure the judgments of conviction? Kahit yung years lang po, yung time period lang para lang ma-reconcile ko sa mind ko na this must be more recent than the bill, than the filing of the bill.
The first one, Your Honor, is May 23, and the other one is April 23, and the other one is July 2021.
Years yung 23, year yun, 2023.
2022, Your Honor.
So isang 2022, dalawang 2023.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige po. Baka naging too late the hero yung dalawang 2023 convictions. But at least the commissioner is reporting na merong convictions. Contrary to the report na zero convictions. Okay. So, Mr. President, on your field positions, you only mayroon kayong field versus authorized. According to our majority leader, you have 2,761 positions unfilled. Ang dami po nun. Kasi ang authorized ninyo, 6,264. Mga thereabouts, Mr. President. Can we explain what the high number of unfilled positions?
Just, Your Honor, may I just interject very quickly? The numbers that I mentioned was based on the DOF budget hearing, October 2, 2023. It's 2,761. But also based on DBM staffing summary, which was also forwarded to us, it's 2,711. So the latest is 2,761. But the commissioner can also clear this unfilled position. But let me also state a fact that right now, 1 out of 10 authorized positions in government are still unfilled. Thank you. Please proceed, Commissioner.
Yes, Commissioner.
Your Honor, total authorized is 6,285.
85.
The field position is 3,750, and the unfilled is 2,535.
Okay.
And we have 894 under contract of service. As for the Bureau's efforts to fill its vacant positions, it can be noted that from January to October this year, I issued 639 appointments. The breakdown is 327 due to promotion and 312 due to hiring or transfer. While at least 200 positions, mostly entry level, are expected to be filled before the end of 2023. These positions are included in the 790 positions published from January to November 2023. Relatedly, Your Honor, although a blanket authority to fill vacant positions was issued to BOC, the Department of Budget and Management only allows 30% budget utilization for unfilled civilian positions per year, which may be included in the miscellaneous personal benefits fund under the personal services cost, subject to DBM's approval.
So
Yes.
thank you for the response from our commissioner. Ang budget po kasi ninyo, our under committee report is 3.89 billion pesos. You have a Philippine Customs Modernization Project. Is that correct, Commissioner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that funded under this budget in the GAA, or is that through some other source of funds?
Part of it, Your Honor.
Part of it, how much po? How much of it? Teka, para klaro. The Philippine Customs Modernization Project is projected to cost in total how much?
I'll check my records, Your Honor.
Sige, if the staff can check muna, then magkano yung ibabaro natin, and then magkano na dun sa domestic o locally funded natin ang nasa budget ng 2024. Pero ang tanong ko muna kay Commissioner while the support staff are looking for the figures, what do we hope to achieve, Mr. Commissioner, from our Philippine Customs Modernization Project? Yun muna, ano po ang mga pagbabago na pwede natin asahan?
With the customs modernization, Your Honor, we will be fully digitalized, and we will lessen face-to-face transactions, and it will be more transparent, considering that we can, with the fully digitalized system, we can easily monitor all transactions and other processes that involve our agency, and we will be able to lessen the customs process time, Your Honor.
So para kang may dashboard dyan, na real time yung mga figures na lumalabas dyan.
Yes, Your Honor.
So ganun ka high-tech. Okay. So when did we launch this project, Mr. President, Philippine Customs Modernization Project? Kailan natin ito inumpisahan?
We started it 2020, Your Honor.
2020?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor.
When is it expected to be completed?
As per timeline, Your Honor, it should be finished by 2024.
So do we expect it to be completed by 2024?
No, Your Honor, because due to the injunction, Your Honor, we are one of the component is affected by the injunction, Your Honor. The customs processing system, Your Honor.
Customs. So ang customs processing system is part of the national single window. Yung injunction ba? We're talking about that injunction in the national single window?
Yes, Your Honor.
So what is that component? Balik?
Customs processing system, Your Honor.
O di ba mabigat yun? Di ba yun yung That's the heart and soul?
Yes, that's
Okay. Customs processing system. So, okay. You have the National Single Window Program, you have the Philippine Customs Modernization Project, naka-injunction itong program, hagip ang isang component ng Philippine Customs Modernization Project. Tama pa yan? In short, yan yung facts natin?
With our modernization, Your Honor, yes. But with the national single window, Your Honor, that there's already an existing system now, which is the TradeNet, Your Honor. So if the other agencies will onboard the TradeNet, then it will be fully implemented, Your Honor. It is just waiting for the other agencies to be onboarded and be connected to the TradeNet to have our national single window, which is the TradeNet, Your Honor.
Okay.
What is
Ba't may TRO pa tayong pinag-uusapan
we are prevented
project?
on the enhancement of our system, enhancement or even the procurement of the CPS, Your Honor, because originally our E2M was based on the old law, which is the TCCP. So we have to upgrade it to accommodate the new our CMTA, Your Honor. However, we were because of that injunction, Your Honor, we are precluded from doing so, Your Honor.
Is it a separate case or the same case na pinag-usapan natin?
It's the same case, Your Honor, but as I
Solid.
said a while ago, Your Honor, the scope of the injunction was expanded to even include
Sige.
all modernization of the Bureau of Customs, Your Honor.
Sige po. Siguro, Mr. President, kasi madadamay talaga yung budgets ng ibang ahensya kung talagang busisiin natin ito. Siguro, I will just file a resolution for the proper Senate committee to fully investigate what's happening with this National Single Window Program and the Philippine Customs Modernization Program plus a general oversight na rin on what's happening with with the Bureau of Customs, and why it reached the point where it has been omitted altogether from an anti-smuggling bill, Mr. President. So yun ang general tenor siguro ng ating so iano na lang, i-hearing na lang po ng proper committee po ng Senado. Which is, anyway, ano naman yun this is consistent with the oversight function of the Senate. Mag-oversight function na po tayo sa Bureau of Customs to find out. We really need time kasi to understand what is happening. Tapos para hindi po madamay yung ibang mga ahensya. Okay, Commissioner, that's our plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
We do that na lang po. Wag nyo kami injanin dun sa hearing na yon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi maganda sa budget, talagang persado kayong pumunta eh. Pero, ayun ang, siguro kailangan natin ilagay under oath ito, Mr. President, kung talagang, but we trust.
No need, Your Honor. I will attend, Your Honor.
Yes, we trust you, we trust you. Together with the leadership of the,
Yes, Your
okay
Honor.
ba? Anyway, ano naman to, we're doing this to help our country. Yeah? We help you, we help our country.
Yes, Your Honor.
Dami natin pinasok na treaty. The RCEP, the success of RCEP is dependent on how honest and efficient and modern our Customs Bureau is. Do you agree with that, Commissioner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kaya nga natuwa ako nung sinabi mo dito, lessen customs process time. Unfortunately, naka-injunction. One feature ng RCEP yun, actually. Sinorten yung mga period to decide, nandun eh. So, well, we have to really make our custom system work, our bureau very efficient, and sana modern, kung hindi world class is lagyan ko na lang Asia class. Kasi sometimes ganyan ako mag-isip, baka pag sinabi mo world class, sobrang yabang natin. At least Asia class. Mr. President. Are we a member of the World Customs Organization?
Yes, Your Honor.
For how long already?
From inception, Your Honor.
Ano yun, year, more or less? Anong year?
Like
Okay,
1952, Your Honor.
from inception, di ba, i-search na lang namin sa what benefits have we gotten because of our membership with the World Customs Organization? Positive ba influence natin sa kanila? I mean,
Yes.
good practices na kuha natin?
Yes, Your Honor. Through them, Your Honor, they conduct capacity building with our complement for employees, and also they share their best practice, Your Honor. So a lot of some of their systems were adopted by the BOC to improve our processes, Your Honor.
Isulat na lang natin. At siguro in my next questions, ipasulat ko na lang po in written na lang sa BOC. Like, what are these lessons that we have benefited from our membership in the World Customs Organization? Sulat nyo na lang
Yes, Your
po.
Honor.
Ano yung sinabi nyo best practices na in-adapt ninyo? At
Yes.
isulat na lang po.
On their anti-smuggling drives, Your Honor, we get to understand other modus or other form of concealing.
Yes, okay.
Your Honor.
Parang nag-exchange of information
Yes,
kayo.
Your Honor.
Sige po, yung siguro more in writing na lang po. You have the authority to grant an informer's reward. Bigyan nyo na lang kami ng maybe a report on magkano sa budget ninyo you set aside for that, magkano ang mga expenditure ninyo charged to that amount. Yung mga sale natin of smuggled and confiscated goods na you talked about with Senator Tulfo. Ano ba yung goods na sinisist na pwedeng ibenta? Kasi may goods din na hindi mo pwedeng ibenta eh. Kailangan mo yatang sirain. So,
Yes,
in writing na lang, Commissioner.
He will do that, Your
And
Honor.
then, there are also allegations of of course, yung corruption, automatic naman, but nepotism, mga ganun. So, if you can just tell us, in writing na lang po, how do you plan to eliminate red tape? Ano ba tong, is this allegation that there is nepotism in the agency? Sagutin na lang po natin ito. And, more or less, yun lang po yung in writing na gusto ko pong sagutin ninyo. Ito na lang, last point ko on with the customs. You have confidential fund in the amount of 69.5 million in our committee report. Yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit nyo po kailangan ito, Mr. Commissioner?
Your Honor, to strengthen our anti-smuggling drive, Your Honor. At times, with the country being an archipelago, Your Honor, we have to protect our borders, and protecting our borders, there are other ways of bringing imported articles from other countries, and that doesn't pass through our regular ports. So at times we need funds to provide for our water patrol boats to be able to protect our borders, Your Honor. We conduct also surveillance, and part of its, Your Honor, is we also conduct through my visitorial powers, Your Honor, we can visit warehouses outside custom zone to verify and check if imported articles are stored there, and there are no that these articles have not been paid with correct duties and taxes, Your Honor. So we also use some of the funds for intelligence gathering, Your Honor.
Do you submit accomplishment report on the usage of the confidential fund?
Yes, Your Honor.
To what office?
We submitted to Commission on Audit, Your Honor.
Do you submit to the Senate President?
We submitted to the Department of DOF, Your Honor.
I think kasi we have a standing committee on the oversight of CIF, and then sabi namin doon, all agencies receiving CIF must submit a report. So please,
Yes, Your Honor, we also submit
please
to
submit a report. Anyway,
Senate, Your Honor.
check ko naman yun sa office ni SP.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so that means, I'll just take advantage of your presence, Commissioner. Igagawin lang kitang resource person on a bill, on this anti-smuggling bill nga. Sabi mo, you visit the warehouses outside of the customs premises, di ba? Outside of the ports na to, di ba? You visit warehouses.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you search them or you just visit them? May diferensya ba dun sa dalawa? Is your visit automatically a search?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you secure a search warrant before you visit and search?
No, I issue a letter of authority, Your Honor, under the CMTA, the Commissioner's visitorial power, in which I'm authorized to deputize any of my officers to implement the letter of authority, Your Honor.
Yes, but ang gamit ninyo sa customs, the word visit is the same as search?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano lang yan, para yung inputs mo para ginagamit ko na for the anti-smuggling bill. Kasi ang understanding ko kasi sa constitution natin, no search unless there's a warrant. Okay. So, well, I'll just pursue a deeper study of practice. Kasi kinukwento mo kasi, kinukuha ko sa inyo yung practice the actual practice. Kaya, this has nothing to do with your budget and already, but I thank you for your forthrightness, your very frank answer na in practice ganun ang ginagawa nyo. And that's how the customs thinks na yung power mo sa CMTA to issue letters of authority pursuant to your visitorial power, in your execution of that, you conduct actual search. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you for that. So that would be all for the customs, Mr. President. So papalitan na muna natin siya with, who is the highest ranking representative of the, unahin ko muna itong very simple question ko lang po, just for my education, Insurance Commission. Si Attorney Balmes, alika Eric, I just want to talk to you. Oh, alika. Dito. Attorney Eric Balmes is the representative. It's about your budget. Ito yung 6,000 lang. Year after year after year. Explain ko tayo.
I-suspend session for a minute.
Ito out of ano lang to, out of curiosity, year after year after year after year, we appropriate the amount of 6,000 pesos. Nasa budget po yan, lumalabas. 6,000 pesos for the insurance commissioner. Can my good friend Attorney Balmes give me an explanation? Kasi why? Why do we do this year after year after year after year, Mr. President?
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Mr. Senator. The IC's budget allocation of 6,000 pesos under the GAA corresponds to the minimum amount per program, activity, and project, or PAP, that can be augmented by the DBM. The DBM allows augmentation to the original budget allocation of certain agencies provided they meet specific criteria or requirements. In the case of the Insurance Commission, sir, the DBM has determined that a minimum amount of 1,000 pesos per PAP can be augmented. In relation to that, IC's PS expenses are covered by the Freenet Fund or SAGF 152, while our MOOE and capital outlay requirements are financed through the insurance fund under SAGF 151, sir.
So that means kung 6,000 yun, you have 6 PAPs.
Yes, sir.
Can you mention them? What are these 6 PAPs na linalagyan natin ng 1,000 per PAP so that, and the purpose is so that you can, through your corporate decision-making process, augment them.
Yes, sir.
Can you mention the 6 PAPs?
First will be licensing. Then there will be policy formulation. Yes, sir. Ito. Sorry, sir. That will be policies, rules, and regulations. Number 2 is licensing of insurance, pre-need, HMO entities, and related services. Number 3 is the examination of insurance, pre-need, and HMO entities, and evaluation of financial reports. Number 4 is the review and approval of premium rates, investments, reinsurance treaties, facultative placements, and products. Next will be adjudication of claims, complaints, and mediation of disputes. And the last one will be general administration support, or GAS.
So thank you. The reason why I'm asking you just now is because I wasn't able to attend the committee hearing for the insurance. So yun pala. So that's why that's been happening for decades
Yes, sir.
already. So thank you for that. Thank you to the representative of the Insurance Commission, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir.
Is the Bureau of Treasury here, Mr. President? Treasury? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Can you state your name, sir? And
Sir, Deputy Treasurer Erwin Santa Ana.
Where's the treasurer?
Our OIC is in San Francisco for
San
the
Francisco,
Philippine
sir.
Economic Briefing.
Sige, sir. Medyo nagulat ako when I looked at your budget kasi it's 4.18 billion pesos in our committee report. even larger than the Office of the Secretary, which is at 970 million pesos. Can you explain to us how your budget works, Mr. President?
Madam President, Your Honor, the BTR plays dual hat, so to speak, sir. One as a regular agency, whereby we have our own personnel, PS, MOO, and capital outlay as an agency. And secondly, we also play the role of a national to host several items in the budget for the national government.
Host?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean, sir?
Sir, actually, the amount that you mentioned, 4.227 billion, 3 billion of which roughly is for the national government.
In what sense is, ano ba, 3 or 3.6? 3? How much of that is for the national government, and in what sense is it for the national government?
Your Honor, under the NEP, the grand total is 4.227 billion.
Nababaan na po yun, sir, sa committee report namin, 4.18 na. Are you aware of that? Tama? Nababaan,
Oh, sorry. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's 4.183.
Yes,
And
billion,
out
yes.
of which we have 3.038 billion for the national government account.
Yes, for the national government account. Sige, ano po, very opaque kasi yung operations po ninyo. Just forgive us for our very basic questioning, but we all want to understand the budget that we are approving, Mr. President. What does that mean for the national government account? What accounts?
Sir, this includes the ICF, or International Commitment Funds, and these are subscriptions or quota requirements for the World Bank group, which is the IBRD, International Development Association, IDA, and the IFC, and including the IFAD, sir.
So we pay them?
Yes, sir.
Kasi expenditure ito eh. Gastos ito. National government spends 3 billion through the BTR. We pay what? Our memberships to organizations.
To the World Bank and other organizations, sir.
Can we get a breakdown na lang siguro?
We will submit, Your Honor. And we also have 2 billion in partial settlement scheme between the national government and the Bangko Sentral. And this is for the IMF revaluation. Your Honor, BSP represents the Republic in the International Monetary Fund, for which we maintain a certain quota requirement. So it's technically, or simply stated, it's also a subscription to the IMF. And this is in foreign currency, special drawing rights, that gets revalued every time. So every single time that there is a revaluation made by the IMF, if let's say there is a loss, or at least there is a revaluation loss that the BSP and the IMF compute, then the national government would have to pay up for that, because it is part of our quota commitment with the International Monetary.
What does that mean, yung quota commitment?
Sir, basically, it is it's to some extent, it's a subscription to us being a member of the IMF. So if ever...
Yearly? Annual? We make annual payments?
The revaluation is annual, sir.
So it depends on the result of the revaluation.
Yes.
What affects the revaluation?
FX,
rate?
foreign exchange consideration.
The higher the peso to the dollar,
that's a gain for us.
the higher, no. Pag sinabi ko higher is, hindi. Sige, mali siguro ang terms ko. Sige, just explain it. Sige, how does FX affect the revaluation?
Sir, if the peso is stronger than the dollar, or if the peso appreciates, then that would be a gain for us. And if it
So-
depreciates, then we would have to pay up. We have to.
Ulit, if the peso appreciates, then we pay?
No, sir.
No, we don't.
We don't. If it reverses,
Ano ba ang term? No? Devalues or depreciates? Anong tamang term?
Depreciates.
Depreciates.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Versus the dollar, then we pay up.
So, may mga hidden effects pala yan, Mr. President, ha? Maybe sa budget eh.
Yes.
3 billion na itong pinag-usapan. Siguro around 2 billion kasi siguro 1 billion naman dun sa quota requirements sa World Bank and the other agencies. Well. Sabi nga, in the past few days, we learn something new every day, Mr. President. May epekto, ha? May epekto. Unfortunately, the effect is already in the billions. Tama ba yan? Sige, 1 peso depreciation. Anong budgetary impact nito as far as BTR is concerned?
1 peso depreciation, let me just get the data, sir. Yung how about that's in terms of interest.
Hindi, pero
Okay. A 1 peso depreciation,
quota requirement and permit.
Disbursements and disbursements.
okay. Sir, what we have here in terms of sensitivity analysis is that a peso depreciation would mean additional disbursement of about 3.6 billion pesos. And this is mostly reflected in terms of our interest payment because we have foreign currency denominated debt. And of course, our natural payments, I think cash flow is in pesos as well because of the taxes. So we would have to source foreign currency.
Interest payments are in the GAA.
Yes, sir.
And is the interest payments amount lodged with the BTR's budget? Hindi, di ba? Is it in your budget? In the 4.1? Hindi.
Sir. So I'm just, Your Honor, I'm just...
No, I'm just talking about that component in your budget na sinasabi mong quota commitment because of the special drawing rights, para kang may commitment fees yata yan or what, for subscription fee. If the peso depreciates, it affects our subscription fee, again, our quota commitment.
Yes, sir.
Ini-example ko lang, 1 peso depreciation, how will that affect your budget? Your budget, yung nakalagay sa budget din nyo.
Your Honor, we can submit a specific impact of depreciation, but as I mentioned, it is not just a one-to-one correspondence between the peso and the
Sige.
dollar because it's a basket of currencies.
Yes. Oo nga. Oo. Tapos, what if, okay, siyempre, ang nasa budget ninyo is a projection, may assumption tayo, right? May assumption. What if depreciation is worse than the assumption? Where will you get the extra funds that you need?
We're talking about the items in the 4 billion
Yes, in the
BTR
4
budget.
billion, yes. In your quota, in the quota commitment, in the amount that you pay.
We would request a new budget for it. Kasi, Your Honor,
Is that fixed before the budget law? Alam na natin ang commitment for 2024. Hindi na magbabago yon.
actually, sir, this is a revaluation from previous years.
So alam niyo na yung amount. Okay.
So there is already a computation by the Bangko Central, and that's what we program.
So you don't need any contingencies for that. Fixed na tong amounts na to.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I think we at least that clarified some items or some issues. Okay na? So we think the who's the new head of the Treasury?
We have an officer in charge. That's Deputy Treasurer Sharon Almanza.
And she's the one she's with
In
the
San
president in San Francisco.
Yes, Your Honor.
May
Thank you.
co-report pala kayo? Sandali. Saan dito?
Report.
Wait a minute. May COA report daw tayo. Titignan po natin muna how significant it is.
Ito.
Tingnan mo.
Ha? Asan yun? That one is...
COA to, ha?
Ito.
Okay. Marami po tayong, at saka malalaking amount, sir, ang sa COA natin, ano, siguro just give me in writing, ano yung ating, how do we address the issues raised by COA? Especially itong unreconciled discrepancies between Bureau of Treasuries and the privatization management office's interagency accounts of 18.18 billion pesos. Ayan. Malaking halaga ito na hindi ma-reconcile ng COA. So, do you have already
We have a
an
response,
answer?
Your Honor. And we wrote Senator Angara on
Okay,
this.
sige po.
The discrepancy of 18.2 billion was due to the adjustments made by the Privatization Management Office in its books in 2022, based on the recommendation of the COA, and this was communicated later to the BTR. The BTR then coordinated with the PMO and requested copies of relevant documents to reconcile the accounts. Just this May 2023, the amount of 18.12 billion was adjusted and recognized in the BTR's book of accounts based on the documents provided by PMO. The remaining unreconciled discrepancy of about 0.08 billion will be adjusted once the PMO provides to us the additional relevant documents. This is the recognition of assets, no? That we should also be reflecting in our books. But, sir, it just so happened that these documents were not transmitted to us by the PMO. But now we're reconciling po.
Is this a new COA observation or year after year na ito lumalabas po?
Oo.
Bago lang ba? Once ito or even the past COA reports lumabas?
This was a new finding by COA, and I was just told that we have fully reconciled that entire amount, sir.
Huli na.
Opo.
After 30 seconds, ano solve?
No, but
But if that's the truth, tama, okay lang yun. You give us the, as of this moment, status, Mr. President. Your total MOE of 711 million, 60%, 60% of your total MOE, which is 711 million, was spent only for two items. Bank transaction fee, 550 million, and then repairs and maintenance, 161 million. So, have you prepared your response to this?
Yes,
Sige,
Your Honor.
sige, Metas will give it to us.
Sir, 550 million of the 711 million refers to bank transaction fees. This actually started in 2014 when we adopted the Treasury Single Account, whereby we got away from the float system, whereby when revenues are collected and deposited in the banks get to keep the money for several days, maybe 10, 15 days in their accounts, and of course there's opportunity cost of this money. So we transitioned in 2014 to a fee-based scheme, whereby all OTC payments of payments to government made in banks will be compensated by a fee of 40 pesos. So,
Avoiding the float, ganun?
avoiding the float, so we're totally fee-based now, and that accounts for the 550 million in that MOOE account, Your Honor.
If we consider the float as opportunity lost, that would be more than 550 million?
Yes.
This is per year?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, so anyway, mas alam niyo yan. Bisa sa akin. So you adjusted your practice, parang ganun. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So thank you to the Bureau of Treasury, and we wish your head the best while she is assisting our president. So, Mr. President, who's representing the Office of the Secretary? Ba't tanong mo sa office? Magkano? Ito, okay na to. Talagang, malaki ba traveling niya? Lumaki? Ma'am,
Good afternoon.
yes, ma'am, please state your name for the record.
I'm Undersecretary Catherine Fong.
Ma'am Fong. The OSEC has a CIF, Confidential Intelligence Fund.
1 million. Yes, Madam President, we have a CIF, DOF has a CIF of 1 million pesos.
Bakit pa? Bakit niyo pa gusto maging controversial, Mr. President? Anong surveillance gagawa niyo? Kasi yung budget circular kasi, yung circular says CIF, CF, confidential, your civilian kasi, so confidential spent for surveillance activities meant to strengthen the operations of the agency, mandate of the agency.
Madam President, Your Honor, it's for the facilitating swift and vital information gathering, in case of, well, in terms of addressing economic vulnerabilities and safeguarding national financial security.
Lahat kasi kino-connect na natin sa security, national security. Sana I just make an appeal to the secretary, just give that up para wala na tayong issue. Nadadamay lang po yung inyong Department of Finance, 1 million pesos sa CIF, Mr. President.
Madam President, the Secretary of Finance has already agreed to give up the CIF in the House of Representatives.
So congratulations to the DOF. So we will add you to the list of those who should be emulated, Mr. President. There's a COA finding of a non-remittance of dividends of 18 GOCCs to the tune of 1.69 billion pesos. Can we just be enlightened? Ano po tong issue na to? Non-remittance ba to? And then, ano pa, in addition to that, may non-assessment of estimated penalties, Mr. President. Sige. Yes, ma'am. Can we get your reaction?
Madam President, since the COA audit observations for calendar year 2022, there has been a total collection of 556.5 million from the following GOCCs, 376.97 million from PISAM, 70.22 million from National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation, 42.62 million from the National Electrification Administration, and 66.69 million from Mactan Cebu International Airport Authority.
Okay, pero may balance pa po, no? So
Yes,
we acknowledge the finding that there is really a non-remittance of dividends. Pero what is our excuse? The substance. Why were dividends not remitted?
Madam President, we actively pursue the collection of dividends from GOCCs, but in certain cases, the GOCCs have cash constraints. So they ask for flexible payments for them to be able to comply with the dividend collection. And the majority of the 18 GOCCs referred to in the co-observation pertain to those either with cash constraints, have legal concerns on the application of the dividend law. Some GOCCs contest the application of the dividend law to them, or they contest the dividend computation. Yes, or some have been abolished, under abolition, or inactive.
Pero yung abolish, dapat hindi na kinonsider ng COA. Kinonsider pa rin yun?
Yes,
So,
Madam
okay. So at kung ganun, siguro we just have to appeal to COA kasi forever nasa books, nasa findings po sa inyo yun.
Yes, sir. Madam President, so because sometimes, for Your Honor, sometimes a GOCC has already been abolished but not liquidated. So may mga
So retained
pending.
pa siya as if. Yung disputed po, yung application of the dividends law, what government agency is expected to resolve that dispute between DOF and DGOCC? Parehong gobyerno yun eh.
In certain cases, we look to OGCC, the statutory council for the GOs, for the specific GOCC. Sometimes as DOF, we go to DOJ to get the legal opinion of DOJ. So, ganun po, case to case.
So how long has this dispute been ongoing?
Matagal.
5 years, 10 years? Kasi yun ang pupuktukin.
Madam President, since the implementation of the dividend law, so some GOCCs have
Anong
been
year po yun?
contesting. 1993. 1993.
1993. Kasi kung nalaman ko lang ito earlier, ay sorry pala kasi na-defer pala kayo. Kasi we could have confronted the agencies na who should render the opinion. Diba, to resolve this with finality, imagine mo, papatagal para yung gobyerno yun eh. Diba, kung ma-advise lang naman, no? Diba, ang authority natin dyan, the law office of the government is the OGCC yata for the GOCCs, di ba? And for the national government agencies, is it the Solgen?
DOJ po.
Is that the DOJ? DOJ, oh. So, dapat na ano natin sila na, anyway, render opinions. Kung parehong opinion ninyo, then the government entity must accept that as the correct ruling. Pagka magkaiba ang opinion niya, then we have a problem. Pero there is a way to resolve that. Siguro all the way to the Presidential Legal Council siguro yan to advise them. Well, at any rate, I am surprised to hear that as one of the reasons, and then I'm more surprised that this has been an issue since 1993.
Yes po.
So the secretary is also in San Francisco.
Yes po.
So we wish him all the best. Wala na akong tanong kasi give up na ninyo yung CIF ninyo. Imagine mo.
Yes,
My next 10 questions are worth the 1 million CIF. So we saved 1 hour because of that 1 million, the giving up of 1 million CIF, Mr. President. So thank you to the OSEC. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you po.
Sino ang last ko? Last ka na? Sino na? I think BIR, hindi, before I go to the BIR, mas mabigat kasi ito. Can we talk to the, can we ask questions to the Privatization and Management Office, which will receive 102 million pesos? Sige, ma'am, may we get your name and position po?
Madam Chair, I am Attorney Maan, Doctor. I am the Chief Privatization Officer of the PMO.
Espanyera, welcome. Ito lang po yung concern ko. Ang PMO is governed by a collegial body, right? Tama ba?
I am the head of agency, sir, and I am assisted by 4 deputy privatization officers.
Wala bang council yan to...
We are supervised by the Privatization Council headed by the Secretary of Finance as the chairman.
Okay, who makes the decision for the PMO? The council?
yes,
Then you execute it?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ito po yung concern ko din sa Maharlika law natin eh. Republic Act number 11954. Article 10, Section 51, Paragraph C. Ito po yung appropriations natin, no? A portion of the national government capital contribution, either through subscription of common shares or of preferred shares, under Section 6 hereof, shall be sourced from the following: A, B, and C. The C mentions your agency. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Madam Chair.
DOF PMO proceeds from the privatization of government assets, the amount of which shall be determined by the Privatization Council, subject to budgeting, accounting, and auditing laws, rules, and regulations, subject to the conditions provided under Section 6 of this Act. Open-ended siya eh. Okay. Has the PMO already planned for this provision in the Maharlika law? And then, what government assets have you identified the proceeds of which, from privatization, you will most likely contribute to the Maharlika capital contribution, Mr. President?
Madam Chair, it is the Privatization Council who will identify what properties being managed and administered by the PMO, which will be contributed to the Maharlika Fund. It is also the Privatization Council who will determine the amount if it will come from the proceeds of the sale, Madam Chair. But as of now, Madam Chair, as of the moment, Madam Chair, the Privatization Council has not yet instructed PMO to identify properties to be contributed to the fund, Madam Chair.
So, kahit tanungin kita, what would be the universe of the possible assets? Wala, you cannot answer us. Wala pa, kahit yung first step na yun. Do you have already again, as of today, a listing of all government assets, ano tawag mo doon? Intended for privatization?
Madam Chair, we have 27,000 properties being managed by the PMO. So out of those 27,000, any of those can be contributed depending on the instructions of the PRC, as long as it is in line with the mandate of the Maharlika Corporation, Madam Chair.
So 27,000 yung inyo nasa database na ninyo. Intended for privatization to. All government assets. Ganun ba yun?
Yes, yes, Madam Chair. For this position, as long as it is considered a non-performing asset, transferred to the PMO from other government agencies, which designated PMO as its disposition entity, Madam Chair.
So we have an estimate siguro of the market value as of the moment of the 27,000?
None, Madam Chair, because we base our the status of the valuation of the properties based on its market value. So there are properties with which we valued way back, but we also have current valuation. But as to determine the total amount of the 27,000, we do not have, Madam Chair.
Why? Are you not assisted by a computerized system?
We base our valuation, Madam Chair, based on current fair market value. So I cannot say as of the moment what is the current value of all those assets, Madam Chair.
O di as of January 1, 2023, kaya mo?
No, Madam Chair.
Why?
We're not able to determine the appraised value of the 27 properties every year, Madam Chair.
Market value. Oh, tama, appraised market value. So we do not do it, we do not do this.
We appraise the properties if it is ready for disposition, Madam Chair. And we also follow the procurement law in hiring our appraiser to determine the fair market value, Madam Chair.
So, wala sa budget ninyo yun, sa 102 million? You cannot get an appraiser?
Madam Chair, our budget only pertains to personnel, a little MOOE, and a capital outlay. For the appraisal of our property, that comes from our retention fund based on our EO. And some other assets have pending cases which make it hard to dispose, Madam Chair.
Sige, we can separate those with pending cases and those without pending cases, di ba?
Yes, Madam Chair. We also do that to identify which assets which will be disposed first.
Kaya na ninyo. I mean, alam nyo, list A, those with pending cases. List B, with no pending cases. Meron na kayo nun, dapat. Ngayon, you should know that, di ba?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have that in our database.
Yung those without cases, meron ka ng market value nila?
None, Madam Chair.
None at all. So for Maharlika, have we prioritized the 27,000? This is for Maharlika, potentially for Maharlika? Wala.
Not yet, Madam Chair, since Maharlika is not yet in operation, Madam Chair.
Yeah, but may law na kaya nga pinoint out ko yung
Yes,
dapat nagre-ready na kayo. Anyway, I am not in favor. I did not vote for that law anyway. Pinapa-invalidate ko pa nga sa Supreme Court eh. So, okay. I'm glad to hear that you are not that organized. Okay? But I think you should organize your office because ilang years na ba itong office nyo?
Since
How many years, ilang taon na po itong office ninyo? 20 years na? 30 years na?
2022?
23
years, Madam
23 years old. Oh. Sige po. No,
Madam Chair.
no, I am glad because I'm against Maharlika. But at the same time, I'm sad because you're a government agency na sana efficient po kayo. Sana kung may nagtatanong tayo na mga ganyan at ano lang, at the click of a button, kuha na ninyo yung data na yun.
Madam Chair, for 2024, we have identified assets for disposition and we already have value for that.
Ay, sige, report us.
We
How many? Of the 27,000, how many ang planned disposition? Sige, inom na. Kahit hindi mo na pangalanan what property.
Yes.
How many?
we have identified 279 parcels of land
Okay.
and one building with a value of 1.4 billion, Madam Chair.
So theoretically ba, once you succeed in the privatization, the proceeds of 1.4, theoretically you can entertain this as the capital contribution of the national government to Maharlika?
Not necessarily, Madam Chair. If the Privatization Council will identify these assets to be contributed to the Maharlika Fund, then it will go to that fund, Madam
Correct.
Chair.
Theoretic.
If not,
Yes.
it will go directly to the BTR, Madam Chair.
Yes, okay. Kaya nga, ganun nga. So theoretically also, yes, depends on the decision of the council. Okay. But, so yan na yun. That's the entire 2024 plan or program. Okay, 270 plus properties will be privatized to the tune of more or less generating proceeds of 1.4 billion. Hindi na tayo magugulat na all of a sudden 3 billion yung inyong na-privatize. So more or less yan na yung plan for the year of 2024.
Yes, Madam Chair.
At least na klaro. Because during the plenary kasi, hindi klaro eh. Well, at any rate kasi kinat naman ng majority kasi yung period for interpellation sa Maharlika. Kaya hindi ko na siguro na itanong. Ayan, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may I be corrected? We have identified some assets for to be possible assets to be contributed to the Maharlika Fund, but we need instructions from the PRC that these assets will go to the Maharlika or the proceeds of the same, Mr. President.
Ano PRC? PRC?
Privatization Council.
Okay, may R kayong siningit doon kaya ako nalilito. Okay, the privatization cut. Okay, so hindi pa, parang ano pa lang yan, preliminary determination niya, wala pang official act to really target them as the assets to be privatized and then the proceeds of which you will contribute.
Yes, Mr. President.
Sige, thank you for the inputs, Mr. President. So that would be all for the privatization and management office, Mr. President. So, is the crop insurance here? Is the crop insurance here? Saan ba sila? Philippine Crop Insurance, yes, sir. Sige,
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Jovi Bernabe, sir, President of PCIC.
Attorney?
Yes, sir.
Ano? Attorney Jovi?
Jovi Bernabe, sir.
Yes, Attorney Jovi Bernabe. Kala ko, sir, sa agriculture kayo namin mamimit. Dito pala sa ano. So, this is very a critical component in our food productivity strategy. Kasi dapat mayroong confidence yung mga ano natin, di ba? Farmers and fisher folk na should a calamity happen, at least meron po tayong insurance system. So, how much are we appropriating for as a budgetary, ano to, no? As a
Yes,
budget,
sir.
as a
It's
budgetary
a way of government premium subsidy, sir.
Yes.
It's 4.5 billion pesos, sir.
Malaki-laki, sir. 4.5 billion pesos premium. Meaning to say, so it's a premium.
To pay for the, it's an allocation from the national government to pay for the premium
Yes.
free insurance coverage of the farmers, sir.
Yes, how many would be the beneficiaries?
For the 4.5 billion, it's around 2.3 million for 2024, sir. 2.3 million beneficiaries.
Ito po bang beneficiaries ay no, pero subsidy lang ito sa inyo. Wala kayong wala kayong other sources of funds.
Well, once we cover them, sir, this subsidy will form part of our premium revenues. So it will form part of our corporate revenue already, sir. And
So-
then the corporate revenue, once there are claims coming from the farmers, we will be able to settle all their claims, sir.
How large is your fund to settle claims?
This 4.5 billion will be used to settle their claims, sir. So we expect that 4.5 billion it will not be fully used up for the claims payments of the farmers. And so some part of it, sir, will be used for our MOE and some part for our personal services.
Pero wag, hindi yun ang purpose. Ang purpose talaga natin, ano? Pero anyway, tama,
Yeah.
we are not praying for the calamities to happen, ano? Pero,
4.5, walang PS.
wala kayong PS, sir? At Panyero, wala kayong PS?
We have a PS, sir, but it's being covered by our corporate operating fund, sir. We can submit to you our corporate operating budget. It's being submitted to the DBM, sir, and not
Sige po.
to Congress, sir. Yes.
So, you cover 2.3 million farmers and fisher folk. Kasama fisher folk dito, farmers lang. Kasi crop to eh, crop.
It
Farmers.
includes fisher folk only for those fishermen who have aquaculture ventures or businesses, sir. Not the fishermen who go out to the
Yes,
sea.
pero considered yun. Considered
Yes, sir.
yun. Okay. So 2.3 million of them. What is the standard terms of the insurance coverage?
Wait, they get free insurance if it's a rice insurance, sir. The coverage for every hectare of land that the farmer owns or tills, if he just rents it, is 20,000 pesos, sir.
Okay.
Per crop season. So every year, if
For rice yun.
for rice, sir,
For
they
the
can be
other,
covered twice or
they can be
once.
covered twice
Yeah,
kasi
or once, sir.
two seasons. Okay, apa. Yung iba po, ano mga generally, may corn, kasama si corn.
corn. Yeah, 60% of the budget really goes to the rice farmers because
Okay.
it's where the marginalized sector belongs, sir. Corn, we cover around 20% using the 4.5 billion budget. And then the rest, sir, will go to high-value crops, a little
Lahat
for
yun. Okay,
fisheries.
lahat
sir.
yun. Okay.
Yes, sir.
The farmers are in possession of the insurance contract, the coverage.
Yes, sir.
Meron sila.
It's being given to them once they enroll with us. We give them the insurance policy, sir.
So kung may bagyo, tamaan sila claim. Claim sila sa inyo.
Right,
Directly
sir.
with you.
Bagyo and natural calamities and pests and diseases, sir. We
Okay.
cover all of those perils, sir.
Okay, so kumusta po ang performance natin, Mr. President?
Well, I think we have been expanding our coverage every year in, year out, sir. Every year, last year we were able to cover, not only coming from our GAA, but also from other sources, around 3.5 million farmers. This year, last year. For 2023, we will be able to cover around 4 million farmers. So we are expanding rapidly, sir.
So for next year, ang pag-compute natin sa government subsidy ninyo na 4.5 billion, ang assumed covered beneficiaries natin is 2.3 million.
Yes, sir.
Tama. But in reality, you will cover how many in year 2024?
Our target for 24, sir, we submitted that also, is around 3.9 million to 4 million farmers, sir.
Oh, nga. And then the subsidy, you can extend it to cover the 4 million na?
Yes, sir. Well, it's only for 2.3 million, but we also get other sources, sir. Like from the Coconut Trust Fund, we get their 200 million a year. So we will be able to cover 400,000 farmers there using the 200 million trust fund. And
Hindi,
so,
kasi we talked about the benefits pala ito, but the premium, is it fixed per farmer, per covered individual? Fixed ang premium?
fixed per hectare, sir. Meaning, if a farmer has 2 hectares, we will be able, we will cover him with a 20,000 peso per hectare coverage. So if he has 2 hectares, that's 40,000 pesos. The government will pay 10% by way of premium. So it's going to be 4,000 pesos per farmer for a 2-hectare land. Sir.
So maganda ang database nyo. You should have a good database.
Well, our coverage really, sir, is based on the list of registered farmers, those who are registered in the registry system for basic sectors in agriculture. Yes, sir. It's composed of around 10.7 million farmers. It is being managed not by PCIC, sir, but by the Department of Agriculture.
So subset kayo. Basta you must belong to that registry of the basic sectors in agriculture
To get free insurance.
to qualify for this program. Okay.
The free insurance program.
Yes,
sir.
itong free insurance. Unfortunately, you cannot accommodate them all kasi 10 million sila eh. Tama?
Well, only 7.6 million are qualified out of the 10.6 million sir, because others there are just farm workers. They don't have,
So
they don't
7.6.
fill their own land.
Pero 4 million pa rin ang kaya nyong maximum i-cover. So meron talagang hindi mako-cover.
Yes, sir. We're short by around 10 billion pesos, sir, so that we can cover the 7.6.
So how do you choose? Do you rank them as to socioeconomic status? Yung pinaka mahirap muna ang unahin niyo?
Yes, we start with the most marginalized, those owning 1 hectare or tilling 1 hectare or less, and then the next 1.5 hectares, and then so on and so forth, sir, until we fully utilize the 4.5 billion, sir.
Sige, Mr. President, kasi kaya ako nagtatanong because this crop insurance system must work to encourage, more people to devote to farm work or itong fish pond raising kasi aquaculture ba
Yes,
tinabi
sir.
niyo?
Yes, sir.
Kasi kailangan may hindi lang yung may insurance system but it must work. I mean, kunyari may claim, sir. I mean, how fast is the the release of the benefits?
The law says we have to pay within 60 days, but we have a self-imposed deadline of 20 days, sir. So that's our standard, sir, that we have to comply with, sir.
Yan ang
20 days.
nakalimutan ko itanong sa Insurance Commission. Kaya in writing na lang na Insurance Commission, yung mga reklamo rin sa delay sa pag-claim. Which is good. Ito ang maganda sa Philippine Crop Insurance by law. Tapos, by internal decision, sinorten pa ninyo.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are able to comply.
75% last year we were able to comply, sir. The reason is because we want them to recover right away and replant if ever, if there's any chance for them to replant.
So, example lang natin, in 2022, since tapos na kasi yung calendar year na yun, how much government subsidy was given to your agency? 2022.
Save, sir. It's 4.5 billion.
Tama.
23 is save.
Okay,
So,
magkanong claims po?
for 22, it's
Yes, for 2022, tapos na taon eh. Kaya alam,
4.495 billion pesos. Almost 4.5.
4.49. So talagang tugman-tugma. Ganun tayo kagaling mag-budget.
Hindi naman. Actually, sir, that's just the budget from GAA, but the total premium payment that we receive, not only from the GAA but from other sources, is 6 billion pesos. So out of the 6 billion, the payment is 4.495 billion pesos, sir.
Okay.
So it's around
Ganda.
85% of our premium payments, sir. Premium revenue.
Oo. Maganda yung natulungan eh. Ilan po yun? Sige nga, para mo makita. Ilan po natulungan yun na farmer and fisher folk?
In terms of payments, sir, or coverage? Kasi, sir,
Tao.
we were able to cover more than 3 million, enroll more than 3 million farmers, but the claimants for 2022 numbered around 702,000, sir. Claimants.
Siyempre, ayaw naman natin lahat nga naman. Kasi ibig sabihin nun, nationwide na yun.
Tsaka mga bankrupt.
Calamity and so, ilan individuals?
702,000 for 2022, sir.
Okay.
Claimants.
700.
Those who were given...
Meron tayong claims na dinideny?
Yeah, there are a lot also.
A lot also?
Yes, sir.
Bakit po?
Many, they are not enrolled because for one reason or the other, they were not able to enroll for that particular season. Some, sir, are really, they file claims, but yeah, they're not enrolled. And those also who don't have actual tilling of the land, sir. Actual farms that they till.
Kaya ako nagtanong kanina, the insurance coverage is evidenced by a by a document, right? By a contract pa siguro to. Is it a contract or is it just a certificate?
It's just a
What proves to the farmer or fisherman that he is covered by the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation?
He has an insurance policy, sir. But most of the time, they're not able to get that. We just endorse it to the municipal agricultural officer.
May I interject, Minority Leader, just one point with regard to this particular issue, because I come across the PIDS study that says not many farmers are actually aware of the services of PCIC. And I'm glad that the Minority Leader is asking questions now, because for me, it's also somehow something new, no? I was surprised, and I'm glad that the resource person made mention that their timeline is only processing time is about 20 days lang, no?
Yes, sir.
20
to pay.
days, oo. Kasi doon sa study, according to the study, yung nakuha kong article dito sa PIDS study, farmers do not trust the system because of the long process of the processing of claims. Some farmers are also unaware of the general benefits of insurance. Some are found to be dissatisfied with the amount of insurance cover. So given this, I wanted to get the reaction of our resource person, considering that I'm glad that you made mention that the processing time is only about 20 days. But how do you really reach out to all possible beneficiaries? No? Kung kami nga dito sa Senado parang nagulat din na, oy, may ganun pala, sayang. No? And on the average, perhaps how much you pay as insurance benefits, kasi ito'y napakahalaga. In fact, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, this representation filed resolution number 549 on the state of government's agricultural insurance programs. Given the massive loss that farmers experience from national calamity. So I'm hoping that we'll get some answers, Your Honor. Please.
Thank you,
you.
sir. Regarding the unawareness of the farmers in the country, we have, I think that study, sir, was undertaken a long time ago when we were covering less than 1 million farmers during that time, sir. Right now, we are covering around 4 million farmers every year already, sir, which means that
What is the universe? I'm sorry.
the universe,
The universe is
under the registry being managed by the DA, it's around 10.7 million farmers.
10.7, but right now you managed to
Cover around 4 million.
cover 4 million.
Yes, sir. So
So almost 50%.
we have a good number of coverage already.
The study was held 2019, Your Honor. So it's not.
But they covered, sir, mga 2014 data, I think, or 2015.
Oh, is that right?
I think.
So siguro
We
yung
even
kami ng ano,
Yes,
na recent update
yes, sir.
on this regard, no? As mentioned earlier, this representation filed that Senate Resolution number 549 kasi yung massive loss that our farmers are experiencing from natural calamities. We're all aware we're being visited by at least 20 typhoons a year. Eh talagang mahalaga that these are all in place and effective.
Yes, sir.
So hingi ho kami ng
Yes, sir.
kopya ng updated version no ng report. Thank you,
thank
Mr.
you, sir.
President. I think the minority leader is
He walked out on you. I think the minority leader.
I hope he's tired, Mr. President. But may I just ask for a minute suspension?
So thank you, Mr. President. So thank you to the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation. We saved the best for last, Mr. President. Can we call on the BIR, Mr. President? Hindi naman kasalanan ng BIR to, sir, kasi they deal with the public a lot. So, siyempre, may mga, you cannot please everybody. Kami naman, we as elected public officials and legislators, policymakers, we react to feedback from the ground, yung mga complaints. Siyempre, that's part of our job. And we understand, siyempre, marami talagang reklamo sa inyo, Mr. President. You have confidential funds of 10 million, Commissioner?
Yes, that's
Commissioner, have you identified yourself for the record?
good afternoon. I'm Attorney Romeo Lumagi Jr., Commissioner of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Since when, Commissioner? Bago lang si Commissioner. Wala pa yata 1 year.
I just turned 1 year, November 15.
So congratulations po, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Ito, linista ng staff ko yung mga natatanggap naming reklamo. Baka tayo abutin ng breakfast dito, Mr. President. Ibigay ko na lang siguro itong listahan ng reklamo for the Commissioner to, in writing, ano po yung, ninyo? Ano po yung inyong response to the complaints of the public transacting with the BIR. Ganun talaga. You have a TAMP program, Mr. President? TAMP? Ano ba yun? What is that? What is the TAMP?
It's the TAMP. We do have that. It is it's the taxpayer monitoring program. So we monitor the compliance of the taxpayers. So we do that regularly so that we are ensured that they're complying with their tax obligations.
Who do you put under TAMP? All taxpayers?
There are certain criteria that have to be met in order for you to be under the TAMP monitoring program.
You're most likely a big taxpayer, tama? To be under TAMP?
Not necessarily the big, yes, but generally the bigger ones.
Yeah,
The-
the bigger
it's-
ones.
What comprises a bigger part of the collections.
Yeah.
Yes.
Big taxpayers. And if a taxpayer is placed under TAMP, you must inform the taxpayer.
Yes, Mr. President.
That's under the law?
We do that by practice.
By practice
Mr.
lang or law or by regulation?
We
Yes.
by regulations we have that, but not by law, Mr. President.
Yes, but siguro you formalized practice through a revenue regulation or
Yes,
memorandum circular or whatever you call it.
yes, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. You have confidential funds in the amount of 10 million pesos, di ba?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you- why do you need it?
Well, we need it because of, as you've seen in the past, during when I was appointed, we had a lot of operations against illicit trades. We had operations against this big syndicate involved in ghost receipts, and we do a lot of surveillance, and it is very helpful for us in order for us to really catch these big fish, so to speak. We have been raiding big business or big tax evaders, Mr. President.
Di ba meron na kayong run after tax evaders program? Hindi ba funded na yun sa program? Sa tax evaders ba? Iba yung usapan doon sa fake receipts. Maganda yun. That's a big achievement of yours. You use your confidential funds doon. Okay yun. Tell us more about that later. Pero yung, can you justify confidential funds kailangan mo to run after big tax evaders? Meron ka ng program na gano'n eh. Diba? You can fund it under your programmed appropriations, Mr. President.
There's, Mr. President, there's really no special fund allocated for the rate program. It's really, so we use also the CF to fund.
Kasi inherited mo na lang yan eh, yung di ba? Tagal na yan, mga ilang years na yan, 20 years, 10 years. So all of the expenses run after tax evaders program nyo, confidential fund lahat yun?
Yes, Mr. President. So all investigations, all those work come from that.
So I think it's time to to institutionalize the program. Program na siya, regular program na dapat ng BIR 'yon, and then nasa regular appropriations with COA regular audit, Mr. President.
Ano nito yung tax for investigation and intelligence operation under the revenue administration? Pwede na naman ito.
Di bali, tignan nyo na lang to, Mr. Commissioner, yung under your revenue administration program, meron na kayong 277.8 million pesos na pwede nyo gamitin sa tax fraud investigations and intelligence operations. It's a big amount. Just take a look at it. Baka kasi paulit-ulit na tayo, and then although your amount is reasonable, ang point ko kasi sa policy question na should you really be entitled to it, Mr. President? So can you tell us more about this yung fake receipts nga? That's a big accomplishment. And sa tingin ko, tagal na yata yung problema na yan. That should be, I think, 10 to 20-year-old scam. Can you tell us more, yes, Mr. Commissioner?
Yes, Mr. President. This scheme has been ongoing for more than, I think, earlier than 2010. And it's really just now that we're able to catch this big syndicate involved in that scheme. It has been the projection of the selling of ghost receipts has been really going up. And the magnitude that it's now in, it's unimaginable. That's why we really focused on that, and we've got this very large syndicate involved in that selling of ghost receipts. And what we term as ghost receipts, because it's a misnomer if we call it fake receipts, because it's not really fake in the sense that these corporations are registered, and these corporations register also their receipts with the BIR, and then they have no business except selling their official receipts or invoices for a specific percentage of the amount indicated in the invoice. And then the buyers are normally the legitimate businessmen who would then use these invoices as corresponding supporting documents for input, VAT, and also as their expenses. So that's the scheme. That's why it's not really fake receipts. So now we're really going after the syndicate, the sellers, and also the buyers, as well as the accountants and lawyers involved. As long as we're able to prove, we've already filed a case against the accountant involved. We've seen that he was the advisor of these buyers of ghost receipts. That's why we filed the necessary case in the PRC also.
Pero accountant to advise the buyers of ghost receipts, but the issuers of the ghost receipts, tukoy nyo na.
Yes, Mr. President, we also filed the case, and the investigation is ongoing. We will continuously file cases against the sellers, the buyers, and even the accountants. So ongoing. So we filed cases against the sellers. We've also the biggest sellers, and also we've already filed cases against the biggest buyers. And then we also filed a case against the accountant of those big corporations. And soon enough, in the coming weeks, we will also file again criminal cases against other buyers as well. So we're continuing our audit investigation against all of these involved.
Have you noticed a common denominator among the sellers?
Among the sellers, well,
is there one player who orchestrated all of these things, or kanya-kanya silang naisip nila itong scheme na ito?
Well, as far as what we know, there's really one who is actually the mastermind, and then ultimately some other learned of it and then copied the system. But there's the one that's really the head, the so-called the brain. We've already filed the case against them. So again, for those who are into it, because they learned of this from this brainchild, and then we were going after them as well. So we're
si originator nakasuhan na.
Yes.
Si copycats dahan-dahan kinakasuhan.
Dahan-dahan po. Kasi po, tinitingnan po natin lahat ng mga corporations, and you will be surprised that itong syndicate na to, lahat ng corporations
makikita nyo, it cuts across all industries, but whatever it is, if you need a receipt for something, definitely they have one for you. So, ganun po kalawak ang operasyon nila, and kaya po nahihirapan na habulin. But of course, with our commitment that we will run against this syndicate, kaya po tayo po mismo, nagpunta mismo tayo doon sa mga addresses at makita po natin na wala naman po talaga sila doon.
So congratulations for that, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. President. So, busted na yung sindikatong yan.
Tama po.
Okay, sige. And should there be a new copycat, I hope there's a system in place, mahuhuli ninyo. Kasi parang computerized naman yata kayo. You can, makikita nyo na si seller, wala siyang ibang mga, wala siyang OR eh. Wala siyang OR sa mga transaksyon niya. Wala siyang operations except to issue its own OR eh. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po. Kaya nga
Dapat
po,
huli ng system ninyo yan, Mr.
Opo.
President.
Kaya po pagka nakita po natin mga unknown addresses, in fact, in the slum areas po, yung mga ibang ginagamit na address, tapos yung mga pagpumunta po kayo doon, hindi nila alam na nagagamit yung address nila. So, ganyan po yung ano. At nakatutok po because we're also putting a system in place so that once na merong ganyan, mafa-flag po sa amin.
Hindi nila alam na may napakalaking, na may korporasyon doon na napakalaki ng sales. Tama?
Tama po.
O revenues. Ano? The sales or revenue. Okay, siguro, meron kasing 13 billion pesos excess or erroneously collected VAT. Are you under obligation to refund this?
13, I think 13 billion for now is, I think that's the allocation for refunds.
Refunds?
Yes, allocation. But of course, ang refund po ay subject to our evaluation. And then, so not necessarily magagamit po itong 13 billion na ito. It's just by law. That's Section 106 po.
That's not included in the 14.9 billion na we are appropriating for the agency.
Hindi po kasali.
Iba yan, ano? Iba.
Special fund po yan na nakatabi po kasi not necessarily magagamit po yan. So as long as there's a application for refund,
You charge it to that fund.
we charge it to that account.
So that 13 billion parang should be sufficient for what? Tax refunds as of a certain date?
Because that 5% is that 13 billion is by law sa Section 106 po is 5% of the previous VAT collection, previous year's VAT collection po.
We set it aside for
Yes,
okay,
for refund.
Do we do that every year, bale? So palaki ng palaki yan.
Yes, so kung palaki po na palaki yung VAT collection, which gano'n naman po nangyayari, so lumalaki rin po.
Lumalaki yung set aside fund, but the claims for a claim for an excess VAT payment or what other claims ba? Erroneously collected or disputed collection. Umaabot ba sa ganung level?
Based on data, hindi naman po umaabot sa ganung amount po.
Pero anyway, by law yun. So maybe we can revisit that legal provision and adjust that percentage if kasi di ba, if it's not, ano ba nangyayari? When it's set aside, what happens? Hindi siya, it's actually there. Hindi siya nagagamit ng gobyerno. What is
Hindi
it?
po it goes back to the general fund po pagka hindi po nagamit. So balik lang po.
Every year then?
Every year din.
Okay. So we don't need to, if that is the system, we don't need to revisit it, Mr. President. So Mr. President, last na lang siguro kasi I will give you the list of the complaints now. Please respond.
Yes.
Ito po yung pinakamabigat na reklamo sa BIR, yung kaya nga kami napilitan dito mag-ONTA, gagawa tayo ng ONTA, meron tayong Taxpayers Bill of Rights. Kasi ito po yung mga i-assess daw sila ng 10 million, tapos pwede pa lang 2 million lang ang cash out nila, pero ang resibo nila 400,000. Yung mga ganon. And ito, may kausap ako sa opisina talaga. I mean, pinatotoo ng isang tax practitioner yon na gano'n na nangyayari. And very recent. So, how do we use our confidential fund, Commissioner, to stop this practice, Mr. Commissioner?
Well, again, thank you for that concern. We admit that I think that's the first step towards improving our agencies to admit every comments like that. And
Kaya welcome na welcome po yan. And part of our concentration now is in going after them. In like a few months ago, we already filed a case against our own employee for nakikisabwat po sa isang sila po ang may-ari ng software management para mandaya ng buwis na mga yung sales suppression machines na mga binibenta ng mga POS machines. So when we learned of that and then nag-data gathering po tayo and then nahuli po natin using our own resources din po. That's why we were able to file the necessary criminal case against him. So pending na po yan sa DOJ against our employees. And also within a few months after I assumed office, ay nakapag-dismiss na po kami ng 26 na employees and soon after we will be issuing another 28 preventive suspension orders. So rest assured that in this administration, we will punish those who are really doing the unacceptable practices in BIR.
Pero Commissioner, ganito, Mr. President, ang problema. Pag kunyari may nagsusumbong sa akin, sa amin, or kanin, go to affidavit. Sumbong tayo. Natatakot eh. Ayaw eh. Tax practitioner yung lawyer, pati yung kliyente niya. So, siguro if we can establish a system na hindi matatakot magsumbong, I think that's the best eh. Tapos we are all professionals naman na hindi naman alam natin how to treat a sumbong. We investigate the complaint. We do not treat it as if it is already fact or the truth, di ba? Parang ganun. Pero natatakot po sila eh. Takot eh. Sa akin hindi. Siyempre sasabihin ko, hindi ko naman i-divulge pangalan mo. Pero let's put this in writing. Pirmahan nyo. Ayaw eh. So if you can discover such a system na ang Office of the National Tax Advocate na I hope na pwede rin takbuhan. Yun eh. Takbuhan sila. Salo na ni ONTA yung natakpan na ni ONTA yung identity ng complainant. It will now be the ONTA which will now bring the issue to the attention of the BIR. Pero in process pa lang yan eh. You can do this administratively, Commissioner, Mr. President. So just an advice. Yun lang. Kasi basta sinasabi ko lang sa iyo yung thinking ng ating mga kababayan. Maraming gusto magsumbong pero natatakot because of the possible repercussion, yung ganti. Andun pa yung practice nila eh. Tsaka andun yung negosyo nila eh. So, yung viability po ng negosyo. So, okay, at least I don't need a reaction from the commissioner. Suggestion lang naman yun. So, at any rate, Mr. President, yun na lang. We'll just submit the list of complaints because abutin talaga tayo ng breakfast dito, Mr. President. Hindi naman ito kasalanan ng commissioner or ano, because the BIR, you deal with the general public eh. So talagang you cannot make them all happy. May reklamo talaga. And of course, how large is your manpower? How large is it?
We have around 20,000 employees.
20,000 eh, siyempre.
20,000 in terms of, plantilla items, yes. But we have a manpower of around 16,000.
16,000 pa rin yun. Parang isang bayan pa rin yan. Isang bayan yan. And siyempre, meron din po talagang medyo malilihis po ng landas. So, but at least under the new leadership, proactive and strict leadership of our commissioner, we are expecting improvements. So with that, Mr. President, I think we have exhausted
And
not only our time but also our energy to the Department of Finance. We wish them all the best. Ang lumalabas dito, Commissioner Rubio, masasabi ko nga medyo happy ako sa sagot sa lahat except customs medyo kulang pa sir, kulang pa sa customs.
On the case, Your Honor, BIR.
Commissioner.
Commissioner. No, I just want to say I had a meeting with him last week and he was telling us that he's doing reforms. Marami na daw siyang denote at tinanggal sa posisyon. First time daw na ginawa nila yun. So, we commend him for that. Keep up the good work. And hopefully, it takes a younger fellow like this gentleman here who will make the reforms happen. So keep up the good work, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President, at this juncture, may I move that we terminate the suspension of the rules of the Senate? So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, Majority Floor Leader. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Department of Finance, Office of the Secretary, Bureau of Customs, Bureau of Internal Revenue, Bureau of Local Government Finance, Bureau of the Treasury, Central Board of Assessment Appeals, Insurance Commission, National Tax Research Center, Privatization and Management Office, Budgetary Support to Government Corporations, Philippine Tax Academy, Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, and Philippine Deposit Insurance Corporation to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budgets of the Department of Finance and all its attached agencies aforementioned by the Majority Leader is deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended for 1 minute.
much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Public Attorney's Office and acknowledge the presence of its officials led by our good friend, PAO Chief Persida Acosta. And we'd like to move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Sani Angara. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Sani Angara, is recognized to sponsor the budget of the Public Attorney's Office.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, dear colleagues. The budget of the Public Attorney's Office, or PAO, for 2024 is 5,275,640,000 for the record, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we support the budget of PAO, considering that we need to produce more lawyers, public attorneys office, expand PAO's office so that we can protect our people. With that, Mr. President, and there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of Public Attorney's Office to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. So move, Mr. President.
First of all, I'd like to welcome the PAO Chief, Persida Acosta. Ma'am, welcome to your Senate. It's good to see you and the family, the whole PAO family. Without further ado, no objections to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader. The budget of the Public Attorney's Office is deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of Design Center of the Philippines, Philippine Trade Training Center, and the budgetary support to government corporations under the Department of Trade and Industry Center for International Trade Expositions and missions, and acknowledge the presence of its officials present here today. I now move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Sani Angara. So move, Mr.
A
President.
distinguished Senator Angara from the province of Aurora is recognized. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. I'm just pinch hitting for the chair of the subcommittee, Senator Villar, Mark Villar. The budget, for the record, the budget of the Design Center of the Philippines for 2024 is 133,524,000. For the pinasa ba yung CFO? For the Center for International Trade Expositions and Missions, or CITEM, it's 181,157,000. Did you mention the Commission for Filipinos Overseas? Okay. Just for the record then, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. There being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Design Center of the Philippines, Philippine Trade Training Center, budgetary support to government corporations under the Department of Trade and Industry, Center for International Trade Expositions, and missions to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
The aforementioned agencies mentioned by our Majority Floor Leader is deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Science and Technology, other executive offices, the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, and acknowledge the presence of its officials led by Secretary Romulo Arugay. And at this juncture, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Sani Angara.
Again, I'm just pinch hitting here for our chairman of the subcommittee, Senator Francis Tolentino. The budget of the Commission of Filipinos Overseas for 2024 is 157,895,000. We thank Senator Tolentino for hearing it at the committee level.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. No other reservation for interpellation, and so I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection to the motion, the budget of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas is deemed submitted.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended
Thank
for
you,
one.
Mr. President. we consider the budget of Philippine Statistics Authority and acknowledge the presence of its officials led by Yusek Claire Dennis Mapa. Sir, thank you for being here. And move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, no other than the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Sani Angara, is recognized, and we'd like to thank the presence, of course, of Undersecretary Claire Dennis Mapa. Miss lang po namin kayo, kaya. I think they just want to ask you to clarificatory questions on certain issues that are
Thank you.
introduced today. Senator Angara is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader, the daddy of the Senate. Mr. President, I don't think there's a need to state the budget since this is a round two for the PSA, Your Honor. We're ready to accept questions from our
Mr. President, may I be allowed to, while we're waiting for the minority leader? Mr. President, distinguished colleague, let's put on record that we are in agreement when that particular incident raised by no less than our colleague, Senator Bato de la Rosa, came up with regard to the issuance of passports that's submitted birth certificates na legitimate and at the same time ay authenticated by the Philippine Statistics Authority. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, we understand that the 6 foreigners who were able to get Philippine passports submitted birth certificates that were altered. Yun po yung sinabi ng ating PSA Assistant National Statistician, Mariza Grande. In this context, Your Honor, distinguished colleague, what does alter actually mean? Does it mean genuine birth certificates were issued, but they were tampered with? Or was the PSA birth certificate fake from the very start?
Fake ho talaga yung datos na galing ho sa local civil registrar ho. Yung datos. So there was a fake registration at the local level, Your Honor.
To begin with, it was fake.
That's correct.
Unfortunately, it was not checked because when we were deliberating on the budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs, I distinctly remember, and in fact, I echoed what they reported out in this plenary, that the documents were actually PSA certified. So it doesn't necessarily mean it was certified by PSA?
The PSA is the repository of the information given by the local civil registrars, Your Honor, which are under the local chief executives. But they should also take measures to ensure the integrity of the data, Your Honor.
Actually, that is my where I'm driving at, Your Honor, distinguished colleague. Perhaps if PSA, considering that we reconsidered their budget so we can hear from them, perhaps we can ask them what security features do you have to ensure that agencies such as the Department of Foreign Affairs who rely on PSA-issued documents know what to look for in a genuine document.
You are channeling take back certain documents that will be so pretty January to September they sent the 26,000 documents that are very clean. So there is a process, Your Honor, where they now put a QR code to each birth certificate. And if an agency has a question on if they feel or they have a suspicion that some documents are spurious or of dubious origin, they can trace it back. And in fact, I am informed that between January and September of this year, there were over 26,000 requests from the DFA for validation of civil registry documents. And as a result of that validation, 308 birth certificates were found to be fake, Your Honor.
Wow. 308
308, Your Honor.
308.
That's not limited to Filipinos, Your Honor, dear Majority Leader, but
Okay.
both Filipinos and foreigners, Your Honor.
Okay, I got it, Your Honor. Thank you. So fake pala itong mga birth certificates na pinakita. Pero if I recall and I understand, there's one birth certificate which was authenticated by a PSA. Authentic daw po. Is that correct? Merong isa. Is that correct na there's one birth certificate na authentic?
Baka siguro, Your Honors, baka garbage in, garbage out. Kasi kung yung civil registrar magbigay sa kanila ng birth certificate,
actually,
they will basically think it would be true.
Afterwards, Your Honor.
O parang ganun siguro mangyayari dyan. I will just wait for the confirmation.
That's correct, Your Honor. There was one that was found to be authentic, the case of, am I allowed to say?
Okay. Your Honor.
It's the case of Maria Menor, who was born in Santa Cruz, Zambales. It's genuine, Your Honor.
Oh, hindi siya
And the
foreigner.
others were fake, Your Honor.
Hindi siya foreigner.
Hindi po.
Kasi kung foreigner siya, well, so Filipino po siya, yung hindi peke, no? So, yung binabanggit po ni Senate President, of those with altered birth certificates, some are registered in the civil registry office, hindi ho ba? So, what does this mean? Does this mean that they have genuine records of birth certificates issued by the civil registry office? Because if they are registered with the local civil registry office, it means that they also have a PSA birth certificate. Is that a correct statement?
Usually, the local civil registrars, upon registry with them, they are also supposed to do a timely or immediate relay that birth to the PSA, Your Honor. The problem arises when the registration is late with the PSA, Your Honor. That is beyond 30 days. That is beyond 30 days, Your Honor. If it is done 30 days, they term it as a late registration of birth, Your Honor.
Ganon. Pagka beyond 30 days, late na.
Yes, so they have an estimate of around 3.7 million na Filipinos na hindi pa nare-rehistro. So, would fall under that category, Your Honor.
Kaya, Your Honor, medyo nalito lang ako, no? Kasi yung dun sa one birth certificate na authentic, tinignan ko po ulit yung report, foreigner po eh. Is that, the documents of the seventh foreigner were found to be authentic. Ito po yung report eh. So, hindi ho totoo na authentic. Because no less than PSA Assistant National Statistician Marisa Grante noted that some of the 6 fake birth certificates were registered in the Civil Registry Office.
The 6 are fake. Yung isa,
Which is which?
registered siya talaga. So one possibility is that identity. Kasi niregister siya. Perfect. So, unless hindi siya pinakata ng Philippines, she was born 1999. And hindi siya doon sa date registry.
It was a timely, the facts relate to me, Your Honor. It was a timely registration, meaning it was done within the 30-day period to relay the fact or the certificate of birth. But the registration was done in Zambales of a Filipino citizen. So if the citizen was a foreigner, it could be a case of identity theft, Your Honor.
Oh, that's why. Now I get it. Thank you, Mr. President. And again, we are one with PSA in doing its job in ensuring that these documents being issued by our Philippine Statistics Authority are being scrutinized and double, triple check because it's now being used, Mr. President, to so many illegal activities. Just recently, yung mga, just yesterday, we were talking about the fake IDs issued by, I mean, it's not even fake. It's actually authenticated IDs issued by the Department of Labor and Employment. Ito po nga alien employment permits na ginagamit naman for illegal activities. So thank you, Mr. President. I will end my interpellation and thus that we recognize the next interpellator, no other than our Senate Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Senator
Thank you, distinguished Majority Leader.
Thank you. Since this is already the second appearance of the PSA, we'll keep this short, Mr. President. So, just to pursue one of the ideas raised by the Majority Leader, yung identity theft. Ito mga na-encounter po natin, ito yung mga questionable but genuine passports issued by the DFA based on alleged PSA certified basic documents. How many cases can we say are amount to identity theft? Meaning to say, nag-research sila ng mga existing Filipinos, they tried to assume the identity, and then how many are straightforward fraud cases na they are not really Filipinos, and they will force the documents to make it appear that they are Filipinos.
Pero on the whole, in general.
In general, they namin sila at nagpapanggap na
So fraud. There is overwhelming. It's fraud, Your Honor.
Yun.
The case of identity theft seems to be very, very small compared to the.
And I hope kung let us say they try this, mahuhuli ba? Madedetect ba natin?
They'll work to strengthen this back channel because it has resulted in it has yielded some positive results in the past. So they're just trying to see how maybe they can make it better, Your Honor.
And there's an automated way of checking. May AI kayo or what, a computer program?
sir, because they're interviewing and they passing out.
There is a QR code, and secondly, when they do the interviews, Your Honor, for the passport, they back channel if there are doubts as to the circumstances or the origins of the documents of the
DFA yun.
individual.
DFA does the interview.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what have we established tonight, Mr. President? Kasi yung sinabi dun sa hearing ng DFA, they just acted on PSA certified basic documents. So what have we established now? That really there are PSA certified basic documents like birth certificate?
This is what we are proposing.
No, what have we established? Yun ang question.
Anong findings natin ngayong gabi?
Well, I think what we've established, Your Honor, is that there is a need for coordination between agencies. And without that coordination, because DFA on its own would not be able to detect the fraud, I think, without the assistance of PSA. So PSA really has to strengthen its anti-fraud mechanisms, Your Honor.
PSA is not disputing that statement from the DFA that they were acting on PSA certified basic documents. So yun.
Hindi ba nag-back channel in those 7? In that instant, they did not back channel with the PSA. So maybe it should be institutionalized, Your Honor. Or maybe there was no prima facie evidence on the part of DFA for them to back channel.
Reason for them
Yes, or reason, yes, Your Honor.
Kaya nga, imposible we can put it sa procedure na you have to back channel each and every time, Mr. President. Imposible. Parang inikot lang din natin. What's the purpose of that PSA certificate? That should be relied upon, di ba? You should be able to trust the certification. Hindi, ang point ko, Mr. President, para klaro lang. Basta,
What they're doing now, they're proposing, because yung mga ibang cases, dala ng tao yung supposedly PSA certified document. So what are they a double safety mechanism, so to speak, Your Honor, is they will now be the one to send if the agency if there's an application to the agency, they will be the one to send the birth certificate. So that is a double or a second guard against the.
I hope you can
against
operationalize that, pero how do you keep track kung sinong
We'll ask them to to further elucidate, Your Honor.
Maybe I can add to the discussion.
Yes, Mr. President.
Probably, Undersecretary, your department will put red flags for, first of all, for late registrations. Di ba? Basta late registration, medyo kailangan i-double check yan. Pangalawa, hindi naman po lahat ng late registration ay hindi Pilipino. Kasi meron akong nangyari sa akin, minority leader, yung kasambahay namin, pinanganak lang sa bahay, pinalaki, hindi talaga na-register for whatever purpose, lalo na sa mga mahirap, lalo na sa IPs. Our indigenous communities in the provinces, even in our place in Bukidnon, marami sa kanila walang birth certificate. But they're genuine Filipinos. So, I think we have to differentiate that. Yung Pinoy na late registrants, okay yan. Pero yung mahirap, yung nagpapanggap na Pilipino. And I think if you red flag them, if there's going to be, of course, an interview, hindi naman marunong mag-English, hindi marunong mag-Tagalog, hindi marunong mag-Bisaya, mag-Ilocano, ching chow chung lang, hindi mo maintindihan, di ba? Hindi, yung ano kinakanta mo, majority leader may kinakanta ka eh. Butchiki, yan mahirap yun. So yan ang talagang hindi bigyan, lalo na when they apply for PSA certified documents, pagkaganyan nga ang situation. I mean, I don't want to be discriminating to anybody, but it's true. It's a national security concern. That's why we asked you to come here. It's not because of the late registrants na Pinoy who are trying to get fake documents to just ascertain that they're Filipino. It's the foreigners that are coming in and nagpapanggap ng Pilipino. I think that's the national security concern, that issue. So I hope they can red flag it. I'm sure all the civil registrars that send to you documents on a weekly, daily basis, mababantayan yan. Kung yung tao na nag-apply niyan ay 50 years old na or 30 years old, sandali, meron kayong ibang folder. Dito natin muna ilagay ito. Let's make sure na Pilipino yan. Siguro, yan po magagawa ng ating PSA. I would suggest.
Thank you for the suggestions, Mr. President.
yung holder of a genuine Philippine passport based on PSA certified documents, that person can apply for a national ID. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
So ayan po, Mr. President, ang national security concern dito. Tatlo na hawak ng tao eh. Meron siyang birth certificate, may pasaporte siya, may national ID pa siya. Halos hindi mo na layering na eh. Halos hindi mo na ma-question ang Filipino citizenship. Shortcut. Pero pag tingnan mo yung process, shortcut lahat, Mr. President. Ano pa? Walang legal basis na. Shortcut pa lahat. Expedited procedure na siya. Wala pang legal factual basis. So that's actually the national security concern here. Ano na yung konektado po lahat. Well, at any rate, Mr. President, we recall the PSA nga to bring this to the attention of our national statistician. Pero one of the reasons na pinatawag ko siya, dinagdagan ko na lang is about our agricultural statistics. Ano na lang, siguro, it's just we will not debate anymore about the formula kasi hindi ako convinced doon sa formula ninyo na umiikot, para sa akin, umiikot nga. Siguro just an appeal na I think even the Department of Agriculture said na hindi accurate ang they also question your statistics eh. Kaya gusto na rin ni Secretary, one of his programs actually, kung hindi daw niya kaya magtayo ng Bureau of Agricultural Statistics, kahit daw within his office, magsa-start daw siya ng collection and analysis of agricultural statistics. Yun ang point niya eh. So I hope let's hear the response of the PSA kasi parang alam mo, Mr. President, puro slap on the face na itong pinag-uusapan natin kanina. Si PNP was a slap on its face. Si Bureau of Customs, another slap on its face. This may amount to a slap on the face of PSA, Mr. President.
Yes, I see your point, distinguished minority leader. According to the PSA, they have had meetings on data harmonization of agriculture and fishery statistics with the DA, the NEDA, and the Office of the President Planning Management Service. And the main agreement or covenant during that meeting is that the DA will use the official available data from the PSA, but for periods with no available data yet from the PSA, the DA will be allowed to use their forecasted value, but with a proper note or footnote that the data is based on a forecast, Your Honor.
Yan, mga ganon. Yes, o dapat nga ma-differentiate forecast or just a tabletop computation or an actual on-the-ground survey or research. Importante po yan. So I hope with all of these improvements, Mr. President, our data, our statistics will be more reliable, Mr. President. So, basta na alam naman ni Dr. Mapa na yun na nagagamit yung figures natin to reinforce the need to import. Ganun lang, ganun, umiikot eh. So, ganun po nangyayari. So, per your tabletop computation, kasi ito yung pinag-aralan ko sa onion eh. Sabi ninyo, per capita consumption of onion, 2.341 kilograms per year. Okay. Pinaparecord ko lang yan. With your improved systems, report to us now what would be the result of the per capita consumption of onion with your improved systems, Mr. President. Sige, after you have put that in place, Mr. President.
Again.
Okay na.
Supply because we are completely yung demand kasi
They don't, according to them, they don't compute the demand side. What they compute is the supply side, Your Honor. So yung figure na yun, galing sa DA ho yun.
Hindi sir eh. Kung tinanong ko nga sa DA yun, how do you compute national demand? Sinabi nila, we use the per capita demand from PSA. Kaya nga humingi ako sa inyo nung equation. Binigyan nyo naman ako nung equation. Nakita ko nga nandun. Ang ending ninyo is a per capita consumption. That's the problem. Okay, sir, kung hindi yun, if you did not mean it that way, it's being used that way. Dapat maalaman ninyo ng DA. They use PSA, okay, para maklaro they use PSA figure to compute their own figures, lalo na sa national consumption. Okay. And then you use their figures to compute your own figure. Nandun sa beginning stock plus national production plus importation. Yun yung nasa po, ano ninyo eh. That is what you submitted to me. O kaya, well, so pati yung mga submissions ninyo sa amin, let it be accurate din, as accurate as your statistics. Kasi you cannot disown what you have submitted to me. Binuhusan din namin ng oras to analyze it, Mr. President. Eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
So don't tell me na you're disowning what you submitted to us. So, yun po yun. I mean,
They agree with you, Your Honor. They agree.
so wag na tayo, basta sinasabi, I'm informing the PSA now, yung mga resulta ninyo doon, ginagamit na ng ibang agencies, paikot-ikot, and then you use the figures of the agency to derive that data, that figure that is being used by the agency. Umiikot, it's a self-reinforcing process. Ang masama rito, it's used to justify importation, Mr. President. That's the problem. Kaya nagiging Department of Importation na halos lahat, Mr. President. So, siguro I hope nagkakaintindihan kami ni National Statistician. I mean, you are the best mathematician in the land, Mr. President. Opo.
But the minority leader is the best mathematician in the Senate.
I will concede, Mr. President. I am the better lawyer than the National Statistician because he is not a lawyer.
Maybe there's a vacancy in 2025, Your Honor.
I think that would be all, Mr. President. I think napaabot na natin yung gusto natin.
Yes, certainly. Sir, your points have been very powerfully made, Minority Leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We join the call of our minority leader because this is very important. Dito nababase yung mga malalaking decision-making na ginagawa ng ating mga
Before we move to the motion, may we just ask the PSA also to submit to us, my office particular, and I'll spread it to the other senators. You said there's about 300 fake birth certificates.
Yes, Your Honor.
Without naming the names now, because we don't want to put them in a bad light, can you submit the list of the LGUs that had submitted? Kasi galing, as I said, garbage in, garbage out.
Yes.
So may LGUs na nag-issue niyan eh. If you can give us the list, because we're doing
Certainly.
an ongoing
They will
investigation.
furnish, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleagues. At this juncture, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Philippine Statistics Authority to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr.
There being
President.
no objection, with finality, the budget of the Philippine Statistics Authority is deemed submitted. Thank you very much for coming back.
Ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Congrats.
President, this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry, Office of the Secretary, Board of Investments, Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, budgetary support to government corporations, small business corporation, and acknowledge the presence of its officials present here today. We'd like to move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Mark Villar, and to interpolate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I so move, Madam President.
We welcome the DTI family and recognize Senator Mark Villar and Senator Aquilino Pimentel.
Mr. President, it is my privilege, Madam President, it is my privilege to sponsor the proposed budget of the Department of Trade and Industry, its attached agencies, excluding the Cooperative Development Authority, and attached corporations, excluding the Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport Authority for the fiscal year 2024. The Department of Trade and Industry is mandated to be the primary coordinative, promotive, facilitative, and regulatory arm of the government for the country's trade, industry, and investment activities. They play a central role in stimulating the participation of the private sector in the country's economy through integrative policies and programs. Being at the helm of the country's trade and industry, DTI is supported by its attached agencies in realizing the government's goal of sustainable economic growth for every Filipino. The budgets of the attached agencies of the DTI under Subcommittee M, as reflected in the committee report, are as follows. Board of Investment, 665.003 million. Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, 187.631 million. Design Center of the Philippines, 133.524 million. Philippine Trade Training Center, 96.979 million. Aside from the mentioned agencies, there are also two attached corporations to DTI, namely the Center for International Trade Expositions and Mission, with an allocated budget of 181.157 million, and Small Business Corporation with a budget of 1.5 billion pesos. Finally, the Office of the Secretary is given a budget of 5.962 billion, which brings the total budget of the DTI to 8.726484 billion pesos. Mr. President, before we proceed with the discussion of the budget of DTI, allow me to express my gratitude to our colleagues for their support to the budgets of the SITEM, Science Center of the Philippines, and the Philippine Trade Training Center. I believe that their budgets have already been approved earlier here at the plenary. The approval of their budgets aligns with our intent to forward the development of the country's trade and industry. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I am appealing for your extensive support in the approval of the DTI budget and its remaining attached agencies and corporations. It's all in our best interest to see through the effective discussion of DTI's budget, as it will direct the trajectory of the future Filipino trade and businesses. Thank you, Mr. President. I now welcome the questions of my dear colleagues for a fruitful discussion of DTI and its attached agencies' budget.
Thank you, Madam President. So, the DTI being a non-controversial agency, puro good news lang naman ang lumalabas sa DTI. So, let's just talk about your achievements, points of view, plans, etc., and other challenges para for the purpose of equipping us with knowledge to better help your agency. So, ito directed na to the DTI family to, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Chairman. How does the BOI intend to follow up on the foreign investment pledges, which according to your secretary, and the secretary is in San Francisco?
Yes, he's currently in the APEC.
Which according to Secretary Pascual, these foreign investment pledges are at a record high. Sige po, anong plano natin? Kasi ang parati ko sinasabi, ang puhunan sa pledge, laway. So, kailangan natin talagang dumating dito po yung pledges.
There are currently account managers who are focused on all the investors. So, sila po yung naka-assign para i-follow up yung mga investment pledges and opportunities.
The account managers are employees of the BOI?
Yes, they're employees of the BOI.
Experts?
Experts, yes. And we also have foreign posts.
The foreign, those posted, assigned to foreign posts are under the employee of?
Yes, for the
DTI?
they're called the trade attaches.
DTI?
Yes.
DTI yan, ano? Trade attaches are DTI staff, okay. And how much are these foreign investment pledges na at a record, claimed to be at a record high?
Currently, they're at a total of 71 point, as of October 13, the investment value is as a 71.598.8 million dollars.
Okay. Historically, how much of pledges are turned into actual investments? Yung talagang tangible investments.
More or less about 80%, Your Honor.
80%. Okay. Maganda na yun. I hope your statistic, we do not need to refer that to PSA, Mr. President. Gusto niyo pa-double check ko ba sa PSA yan?
I think these
Hindi
are,
Hindi na? Okay.
these are historical, so I think we should, we're okay.
Okay. Ang problema daw natin kasi is hindi daw tayo magaling mag-pursue or mag-follow up. So I hope you just work on that. Kailangan ba ng mga special training sa ganun? I mean, yung mga account managers, are they supposed to undergo some specialized training?
Well, because of well, a lot of them have been there for many years, so their experience is
Yeah, I see.
quite extensive. And aside from that, they also have regular training. So I'd say they're very well equipped to handle these accounts.
Do we have ideas na or feedback on why some, at least 20% of those who made pledges did not make good on their pledge? Hindi nila tinuloy. Bakit? What would be the reasons given to us?
Yeah, well, it's very, when it comes to attracting investments, of course, we also have competitors. So sometimes they have interest, but unfortunately, for various business reasons, they choose other areas or other countries. So I mean, that's part of why we have to be very competitive when it comes to attracting foreign investments.
Siguro tayo rin siguro, let's be more siguro strict in our reporting na hindi lang yung may nakabulong sa atin ng pledge, isasama na natin sa grand total na i-announce natin sa publiko. Baka ganun.
That's true.
I do not know. Just improve your system na ano ba yung more or less serious pledge or just a light-hearted pledge. We should be able to distinguish. Kasi gano'n, itatanong namin how much are the pledges? Ilan ang na-turn into to real investments? So, sige po. Okay. And then, can I ask the Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, is it true andito po sila? Is it correct to say that the number of building permits approved nationwide has dropped, Mr. President? Unless that is not within your knowledge, okay lang po sa akin.
That's not within the CIAP's knowledge.
Local government?
The local governments would be aware of that.
I thought meron. Maybe the PSA should also know. Diba? Tama?
I suppose they
do we need to recall the PSA, Mr. President? Tatlong. Joke only. We're just for some from relaxing moments, Mr. President. Okay, CIAP has issued the document number 102. At least siguro yan, familiar kayo dyan. That is meant to alleviate the number of disputes arising from contractual arrangements. So, tama po ba yan? What is document 102?
It was designed to lessen arbitration, so that
Lessen the resort to
yes,
the CIAP process.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
How?
By clarifying the contract details.
So, tinuturuan nyo sila to improve contracts? Ganun yun? There are guidelines on how to make contracts.
Make guidelines to make the contracts
more detailed.
Clear, detailed.
Yeah, more detailed.
Yes.
Ito lahat. Okay.
Also to clarify where they would go for arbitration.
Okay. Okay, when did we issue this document 102?
This was issued last year, Your Honor.
Mga around what month of last year?
It was around July.
Oh, so may 1 year na to. So from your data, nakatulong ba? Pero ang historical data of number of cases filed, bumaba po ba?
We'll submit the data, but the number of cases went down.
But at least we appreciate the effort. I mean, they're using their imagination on how to lessen disputes. Ano bang aging ng kaso natin, sir, sa CIAP? Okay na to, sir.
Mabilis naman, pero yung minsan ang pinakamatagal 1 year. Maabot ng 1 year. Yun na yung pinakamatagal.
1 year decided na at the level of the CIAP. Unfortunately, execution depends on the pendency sa appeal. CIAP, marami pa yata levels of appeal ito, So, CIAP decisions are brought to CA. Then
CA,
CA,
that's correct.
ST pa. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. So, gamitan natin ang imagination natin doon kasi nga tayo we resorted to arbitration to shorten the periods to resolve disputes. Unfortunately, parang parehas na, parang nanggaling lang din sa RTC, Mr. President. But because of that, so is there anything which CIAP has thought of on how to shorten the entire process? Entire pati appeal?
Well, currently, the CIAP is working on online arbitration to make it more accessible.
Online arbitration.
Yes.
How about execution pending appeal?
May problema po sa execution dahil kulang po sa sheriff. So that's a constraint for the execution of the...
Hindi, pero yung...
Yeah, but there is a pending request to the DBM for additional plantilla for...
Sheriff, you have your own sheriff pala. You cannot seek the assistance of the
Designated.
designated sheriffs.
Yes.
Hindi, can you tell us more about this execution, paano? How does this, di ba ang sheriff nasa court? Ano bang sheriff? Paano sheriff? Paano work ang sheriff? May sarili siya sheriff? Execute the... Ano ba sistema lang yun? Go to the RTC, patulong ka sa sheriff. To execute sila, yun, bali. The party. The winning party. Hindi, tinatanong ko execution na CIAP decisions kasi baliwala rin. Arbitration, ang tagal-tagal.
So before the court, the sheriff. Dati po kasi yung shares galing po sa court. Now, it's designated by the CIAP. So,
designated part of your plantilla.
Yes.
So yun, I mean, okay. So how many are your sheriffs ngayon?
2 for the whole...
2. Okay. So, given reality, given your workload, anong sa tingin nyo ideal number of sheriffs sa CIAP?
How many do you need? How many do you need? Well, there's an additional 4, but ideally 8 to 10.
So 4 na yung pending approval siguro sa DBM, and then you don't need the law to be amended, no? Do you need the law?
No, it's
so
not
we just
the-
follow the process. You have it approved ng DBM, and then we fund it. Okay.
Yes.
We are here to help the CIAP kasi nga yun yung yung simple understanding ko nga sa mga alternative modes of dispute settlement or resolution instead the court process na may trial, so di ba, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, sana to shorten, pero I do not know kung nararamdaman nila. Is there a study na nararamdaman ng players or stakeholders in the construction industry that nagbe-benefit sila sa shortened process of resolving disputes?
Yes, it helps, but unfortunately, it's the execution where there's always there's problems. So minsan hindi rin sila nababayaran kaagad. So it's really with the execution. That's where the issues lie.
Sige. Sana may study po if you can share it with us para tingnan namin how we can help you.
Unfortunately, there's no study as of now.
Feedback lang yan, parang...
Yes.
Sige po, kasi sometimes the law does not need to be amended, pero sometimes sa budget siguro makatulong. Sige po, thank you to the construction industry, ano ba yung A nila doon? Authority of the Philippines, Mr. President. Now, sa DTI po siguro, we studied the COA report. Ano na lang po yun, just address the COA report. And then I hope, because next year, we will compare next year's COA report with the previous one. Sana, kung anong pwedeng maalis doon, resolve na po ninyo, Mr. President. Para hindi na... Yes, Mr. Sponsor, you want to say something?
Yes. Some of the COA findings regarding the PPE, the physical, the PPE accounts that have, they're currently in the process of reconciling them. Of course, there's certain assets that over the years were not liquidated properly. So now they're just catching up. But these are in process. So they will be able to address these findings of the COA at the soonest possible time.
The department has no CIF, confidential or intelligence fund. Wala.
No, there's no
That
CIF.
shortens our interpellation by 1 hour, Mr. President.
Buti naman.
Okay. Alam nyo, the DTI, si DA sinisingil namin sa mga kilos nila under the Price Act sa anti-smuggling. Ang Price Act also is, I think, also partially implemented by the DTI. Okay, can you report to us? How have you been enforcing the Price Act? Meron din ba tayong achievements o track record na pwede worthy of reporting to the people? What are we suppressing sa Price Act? Price manipulation, hoarding, profiteering, cartel. Tama po ba? Does
Yes.
DTI agree na lahat yun? Pagka non-agree,
Non-agree.
Sa
But
inyo.
these are,
Sa inyo,
yes,
Yes,
correct, that is
sige.
correct. These are manufactured goods. So as of date, the DTI has conducted price and supply monitoring of basic necessities, price commodities on 735 supermarkets and grocery stores in the NCR, which are major distribution channels of goods, and the FTEB, the Fair Trade Enforcement Bureau, monitors a total of 915 supermarkets and groceries as its universe. And as of this time, according in the DTI witness and certified PNP NBI enforcement operations on anti-profiteering and anti-hoarding, the count of the number of operations is 14. The sum of number arrested is 30. And the sum of the estimated value of confiscation is 35.581 million. In the PNP, the count of number of operations is 29. The sum of the number arrested, 52, and the sum of estimated value of confiscation is 69.057549 million. So these are some of the statistics. for
number
the,
of cases filed.
number of operations and
Yes.
number of arrested and the value of the goods
Yes, but that's why I'm asking, number of cases filed for violation of the Price Act. Kasi ganun yun eh.
Yes, yes.
And then ang next question ko actually is number of convictions.
The numbers of cases filed. We can submit the number of cases filed and the number of convictions.
Don't be ashamed kung zero, sabihin na po natin. Kasi, ganun.
Okay. Here, cases filed in for the anti-hoarding, there was 1. For the Price Act, there was 8. For price freeze, there was 5. Price tag, there was 6. And profiteering, there's 6.
Number of convictions.
The number of convictions.
Wala
That
pa.
is not
No
here
data.
yet. No data.
No data
yet.
available. Okay, hindi zero, basta no data available. Ha?
Yes. Do you have the numbers? Can we be allowed to submit the numbers as they're trying to get it now?
Yeah, I'm sure it's lesser than the number of cases
Oh,
filed.
definitely,
Okay, so,
definitely, of course.
what we're establishing here is the DTI is enforcing the Price Act. Okay,
Yes.
importante para on their toes lahat. Alam nila nga dyan ang DTI na to monitor. Okay.
Yes.
Oo nga. Pare, hindi popular. Tol, hindi popular. Hindi popular yun.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes,
Yes. There's some statistics here. The under the Price Act, the 4 under litigation, 4 are final and executory. For price freeze, 3 are closed, 1 is final and executory. And those ones that are final are wins on our part. Nanalo naman tayo sa kaso.
Sige. Yes. Ayaw naman natin din magpakulong lang kaliwat kanan. Basta importante, there is a law, follow the law. If the law is too strict, sabihan kami because para kami mag-adjust, etc.
Yes.
Okay po. Okay, so congratulations na to the DTI, yung Creatives the Industry Development Council lang natin, kumusta na lang. Submit na lang a written report. I know, alam ko bago pa yan. So, just submit to us a report. Binigyan ba ng funding ang ating pong Creatives Development Industry Council for their PAPs?
Yes, for the Malikhain.
Malikhain Pinoy.
Yes. Requested for 600 and what was approved in the NEP was 50 and the HOR was able to add 150. So 200.
This year yata, magkano ba nabigay namin sa inyo this year?
This year, 360.
360. Sige. Sige po. And we now move on to the small business corporation, Mr. President. Andito ba ang small business corporation? We have Mr. Bastillo. Tama? Is that correct? Tama? President? Okay. Correct. During the Bayanihan 2, under Bayanihan 2, we allocated 10 billion pesos precisely para pantulong yun, di ba? Sa mga naapektuhan ng COVID, mga micro and small businesses. And then
Yes, 8 billion po na 8 million was downloaded.
Kasi 2 billion, sabi nyo, tourism. Yun ba yun?
Dati yung 2 billion. So, pinuno lang yung capital na 10 billion.
Okay.
With 8, yeah.
Okay, so ganun na. So may 2 billion na kayo, and then dinagdagan ng 10 billion. 8 billion. Para ang total. Ang total natin is 10 billion. Let's call them loanable funds. Ano ba? We can call them that, no? Loanable funds.
Yeah, total capital.
Capital. Which you can loan out. Lend out. Okay.
That's correct, yes. It can be
Okay, ang sabi daw ng state auditors natin, we did not maximize the lending of this 10 billion pesos to the micro and small businesses who were applying.
I think that data is outdated right now. The loans have been fully utilized or fully loaned out.
Ngayon, 10 billion na pong out dyan? Naka-out na po?
Yes, naka-out po yung 10 billion.
That's good. Okay. So what's our, anong tawag mo doon, our repayment rate, Mr. President?
Repayment. Overall, the repayment is 75 to 77%.
Okay, when I was chairing the committee, nung mga 1 to 1.5 billion pa lang yung amount na yan, our repayment was, sabi niyo sa akin, mga 97, 98%. So
Yes, that's correct.
So, habang lumaki, bumababa ngayon yung repayment rate po natin. So,
due to the COVID, the effects of the COVID, that's why it went down. Economic hardship.
so are there ways of
There's because of the COVID, they were given a grace period. So that's why it went down.
when are we expecting the grace period to expire, Mr. President?
Well, Well, it just expired and we're currently collecting.
Sige, just report to us naman the repayment rate na, Mr. President.
Yeah, yes, Mr. President.
Iba po ito sa, ito bang 10 billion itong 10 billion, that is already the P3 program?
That's 10 billion is their corporate equity.
Hindi, kaya nga, when we lend this out, ilan ba yung lending programs na being implemented by the Small Business Corporation?
There's only two, the corporate and the P3 funds.
The P3. You corporate, when you say microfinancing and loan, meron bang program na ganun?
Yes, that's correct.
That's separate from the P3. Then, but
Yes, that's separate from the P3.
if we add the two amounts, that should not be more than 10 billion. Ganun pa ba?
How much is it? The two funds, the total is 18 billion.
The two funds total 18 billion. Oh, okay. So, P3 is how much?
About 8. Because 10 billion is the corporate.
So ganun.
So 8 is the
okay.
P3.
What's the difference between the two, Mr. President?
P3 is intended to be a subsidy fund for micro enterprises. While
P3 are
subsidy
grants?
fund.
Grants sila? Subsidy? Grants? We're not expecting to collect
There's still
them.
loans. There's still loans.
The rates are much concessionary compared to the...
They're much lower. They're
much lower. What's the rates sa P3 fund?
From 2% to 8%.
2% to 8% per annum.
Correction. 2 to 12% per annum.
2 to 12% per annum. Oh, maganda.
Yeah.
Kasi, I was the impression that it was more than that, no? So that's the P3. That's the
P3.
the concessional loans. How about dun sa isa? The other one that we're talking about, itong ating bayanihan loans.
The other one is 10. The corporate is 10 to 12% per annum.
10 to 12.
10 to 12.
So the other one is corporate, ano yan, mga micro and small and
MSMEs,
medium
yeah,
corporations and co-ops, tama ba? Pati co-ops?
Yes, co-op.
While the other one, the P3, individuals.
A lot of co-ops also for P3. A lot of co-ops also for.
Hindi, ano yung program ninyo where an individual can avail of a loan? Ito, hindi ko ito naintindihan. Ito sa DTI.
What about the corporate?
Basically, also you finance.
No.
Corporate is more heavy on the retail, while the P3 is most of it is channeled through cooperatives and microfinance institutions so that they can reach more individuals.
Siguro we have different repayment rates naman po doon. So can you give the individual repayment rates ng dalawa? Maganda naman ito.
For the P3 funds, it's a 85% repayment rate. So,
And then the other one, yung 70...
yes,
Okay.
slower.
So I think the figure I gave you before was sa P3 yata yun, yung high 90%. So bumaba. So what happened? How do we explain that? Bumaba ang ating repayment rate.
The co-ops and MFIs repay very well. In fact, they go 96%. They go as high as 96%. So when you channel it through them, it's a very high repayment rate.
So right now, there are no more loanable funds sa SBC, out lahat.
Yes, well, no, because it's constantly moving since there's also collection. So they deploy it. They have to redeploy it again.
New
But,
borrowers.
yes,
New
it's constantly-
borrowers or beneficiaries.
Either new or repeat.
Yun na nga,
They're
kung,
always recycling their
kung
capital.
repeat kasi is parehas lang. So we are not expanding
Yes.
the number of people or entities who are feeling the benefit of the small business corporations. At any rate, kunyari, itong grant, itong ating subsidy sa kanila ngayon would be for next year, 1.5 billion. So ano pong gamit nito? Should it go to the existing or to new borrowers? So dinoble pala na yun. So, di wala yan.
So the 1.5 will be utilized for the P3. There's still the P3.
P3, yes.
P3. There's still a significant gap, financing gap for the P3. So that will be used to expand it further, the reach.
Yes, by now involving new parties, new borrowers. Dito po.
Yes, that's correct.
Just one last observation. Ito pa lang inyong committee report namin sa inyo na 1.5 billion is double your 2023 GAA of 750 million. Tama? Tama ba?
Well, it was initially 1.5, and then in the GAA it was brought down to 750.
Yes, itong gaan itong year na to.
So,
yan nga, ang final
so 750. So the final now, yes, that's correct.
Yes, ang nabigay sa iyo sa 2023 750 million.
yes.
Ang balak ibigay ng Kongreso sa inyo ngayon sa 2024 is 1.5 billion.
Yes.
Dumoble. Okay,
Yes.
so kaya nga that means yung tiwala ng Kongreso nandyan sa inyong ahensya, Mr. President.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what.
So keep up the good work, and I hope yung mga metrics natin, will improve, no? Ayaw natin na ang ending ng inyong mga loan programs or assistance programs would follow some of the old programs noon na ang repayment rate ay close to zero, wala na, tapos condonation na yung pinag-uusapan natin. Sana hindi po ganun.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because nakakatakot yung from the figures give you, ang trend pababa eh. So, just use your imagination, paano po natin mapabalik po sa dati.
Yes, Your Honor.
Especially now, na sinasabi natin, we're back to normal na eh.
Yes.
Maybe coming from the pandemic, but we're no longer in the time of the pandemic. So
Yes,
I
Honor.
hope.
We're confident that because of the pandemic, it went down, but definitely it should be on an upward trend.
So we wish the Small Business Corporation all the best, no? But we'll keep on monitoring. And there's a way to measure performance naman eh. So I will follow the advice of the more knowledgeable sponsor on financial matters, Mr. President, on how to measure corporate performance, especially of this kind of a corporation na nasa finance, nasa lending money or extending financial assistance. So that's all, Mr. President. Madam President, thank you to the DTI family. We wish you all the best, and thank you, Mr. Sponsor, for your patience.
Thank you very much. Any more interpellators? Majority Leader? Thank you, Senator Pimentel.
Tatanong ako na lang. Madam President, I will no longer ask further questions. I would just like to ask the department to give us a status report on the IRR of our pet bill that we passed recently, the Trabaho para sa Bayan Law. And we know very well that DTI is in charge mainly in ensuring that there will be jobs available, jobs that will be generated by our government offices, so that we will no longer force our people to go abroad and look for greener pastures, Madam President. With that, Madam President.
Before that, thank you, Majority Leader, for bringing that. As always, I will not ask any questions, and we thank the good sponsor for shepherding this bill. I wanted to express my full support to one of my favorite agencies, because one of the perhaps most important laws in my younger years as senator is implemented by this department, which is the Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises. And I'm so happy to also support the other measures of my younger colleagues, like the Tatak Pinoy of Senator Angara and the OTOP law as well of the good sponsor, which we filed OTOP 20 years ago, and finally it was enacted into law. But also, I would have wanted to ask this question, but perhaps just submit to our office. I would like to know what are the international trade fairs that are supported under GAA 2023, the present year, and GAA 2024, if we support it at all, including, for example, Ambiente, which CITEM is supposed to support and have physical presence of our booths in DTI, in Ambiente. And there are many other trade fairs in the construction industry and renewable energy for which DTI and CITEM and other attached agencies are the lead. I will no longer ask the sponsor to provide the answers now, but perhaps just a list where we are represented, that we have participated on with small booths or maybe just a delegation but no booths, so that we are able to really provide support for all regional and global international events, so that we are really on the global stage. Also, second, our accommodation of all the requests of the sectors who were opposed to the concurrence in the ratification of RCEP, the Regional Cooperation Economic Partnership Agreement. We know that both the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Trade and Industry are involved here in meeting the objectives of the market. However, there are concerns, as I mentioned during our RCEP briefings and interpellations, of certain sectors which are valid. So I would like to know an update. Is ASEC Jepti here? Is he still with DTI? Yes, I would like to know updates regarding RCEP. Because of our budget season, I'm not able to hold another hearing on RCEP, but perhaps the latest update, DTI and DA, but because DA defers to DTI for the updates on RCEP. So the international trade fairs and the RCEP updates. And I thank the good sponsor, Senator Villar, in our shared advocacy for the micro, small, and medium enterprises. Thank you, DTI family. We're here to support you.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will submit your request. Thank you.
I hope my manifestation and the request will not be ignored, Mr. President, Madam President.
Yes,
No, it will
I'm
not.
sure that
We will comply, Your Honor.
You are not just committing to the Senate President Pro Tem.
Of course, yours as well, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleague. Because the gentleman beside me is taunting me to repeat my manifestation, Madam President, so they will not forget. Madam President, no member wishes to interpellate or ask further questions. I now move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry, Office of the Secretary, Board of Investments, Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, and Small Business Corporation to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Madam President.
So we deem the budget submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
the budget of the Department of Science and Technology, Office of the Secretary, Advanced Science and Technology Institute, Food and Nutrition Research Institute, Forest Products Research and Development Institute, Industrial Technology Development Institute, Metals Industry Research and Development Center, National Academy of Science and Technology, National Research Council of the Philippines, Philippine Atmospheric, Geophysical and Astronomical Services Administration, Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, Philippine Council for Industry and Energy and Emerging Technology Research and Development, Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, Philippine Nuclear Research Institute, Philippine Science High School, Philippine Textile Research Institute, Science Education Institute, Science and Technology Information Institute, Technology Application and Promotion Institute, and Philippine Space Agency, and acknowledge the presence of its officials present here today. We have with us our good friend, Secretary Renato Silidum Jr., and from the Philippine Space Agency, we have Director General Dr. Joel Joseph Marciano Jr. Madam President, may we now move to recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, no other than our Deputy Majority Leader. Hindi pala. Mali na.
Saan?
Sorry, Madam President. The distinguished gentleman from Cavite, our Justice and Blue Ribbon Chair of the Senate Committee on Justice and Blue Ribbon, no other than Senator Francis Tol Tolentino. And to interpolate, our distinguished Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I so move, Madam President.
Thank you. We welcome the DOST family, Secretary Solidum, and all the agencies. Very interesting and very relevant and timely. And of course, we take note that their services are needed because of the 7.2 quake, unfortunately, in Mindanao, in Sarangani. But we recognize Senator Pimentel to interpolate Senator Tolentino.
And Madam
the
President,
sponsor
let
of
me
the
also
measure.
point out that we are also deliberating on the budget of Philippine Space Agency.
The Philippine
which is
Space
a different,
Agency.
Yes,
Yes.
Madam President, thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Just to reiterate what the presiding officer just mentioned a while ago, at exactly 4:14 p.m. today, a grade 8 earthquake, 6.8, downgraded from 7.2, was recorded within the area of Sarangani, Davao Occidental, South Cotabato, General Santos, Tacurong, Sultan Kudarat, Davao del Sur, Davao Occidental, Zamboanga Peninsula, among others, Mr. President, to highlight the importance and relevance of the agency department under consideration tonight, Mr. President, from a NEP and GOV proposals, from the NEP and GOV proposals, the committee proposed budget from DOST is 26,731,382,000, and to highlight the proposed budget of the DOST and its attached agency, which is already higher than the 2023 GAA, several other programs of the DOST from the committee report would contribute to the attainment of the administration's priority trust, which are still in need of budgetary support. Thus, the proposal coming from this committee. In August 2023, Mr. President, the Global Finance 2023 ranking listed South Korea, United States, Taiwan, Denmark, Switzerland, Israel, Finland, Netherlands, Sweden, and Norway as the 10 most technologically advanced countries in the world. Incidentally, I was not able to search for the name of our country. These most technologically advanced countries are among the richest in the world. Thus, indirectly highlighting the connection between progress and science and technology. And just a few hours ago, Mr. President, today, while the President is attending the APEC meeting, an agreement was signed with Orbitz Technology to highlight the need to have Wi-Fi technology in our far-flung rural areas. Mr. President, the budget would be distributed as follows. The OST, Office of the Secretary, 6,858,709. ASTI, or the Advanced Science Technology Institute, 389,047,000. Food and Nutrition Research Institute, FNRI, 552,796. Forest Products Research and Development Institute, FPRDI, 294,989,000. Industrial Technology Development Institute, ITDI, 461,605,000. Metals Industry Research and Development Center, 299,860,000. Philippine Nuclear Institute, PNRI, 1,055,215. Philippine Textile Research Institute, TRI, 254,270,000. Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, PCARD, 1,564,879. Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, PSHERD, 825,464,000. Philippine Council for Industry, Energy and Emerging Technology Research and Development, PSHERD, 922,017,000. Philippine Atmospheric, Geophysical and Astronomical Services Administration, 1,640,812,000. 1,640,812,000. Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, PHIVOLCS, 809,947,000. Philippine Science High School System, PSHSS, 2,683,000. 683,856,000. Science Education Institute, SEI, 332,113,000. Science and Technology Information Institute, STII, 135,350,000. Technology Application Promotion Institute, TAPI, 265,341,000. National Academy of Science and Technology, NAST, 160,161,000. The National Research Council of the Philippines, NCRP, 224,791,000, plus the agency mentioned a while ago, the Philippine Space Agency, 1,750,000. Thank you for correcting me, Minority Leader. 1,750,455,000. And the Philippine Postal Corporation. Philippine Postal.
Philippine Postal.
Can I have it? Philippine Postal Corporation, which is 70 million. And to manifest, Mr. President, the committee just the committee chair just without objection, the committee just adopted the budget of the plenary just adopted the budget of Commission Filipino Overseas. With that, Mr. President, we are ready to. But going back to the ranking, Mr. President, the Philippines ranked 63
Out of
No, 56 of you.
65. 56.
Out of 130.
I move that we refer the issue to the PSA, Mr. President. Nagdedebate pa sa ranking, Mr. President.
So, yun ang problema sa hindi natin alam sa
So, kasama din pa rin ito siya. Hindi kasi na-utilize na yung rank nila sa
So, we're still discussing our rankings, but definitely we're not part of the top 10, Mr. President. We're ready to entertain questions coming
And how
from
many countries were ranked, Mr. President, just to pursue the issue of this sponsor?
132 economies
Other 32
were ranked
Thank you, Mr. President.
2023, and according to our secretary here, we ranked 56th
56. Sige.
out of 132. That's
Sige
a non-PSA record because this is
56, but is it again? Is it again in improvement in the ranking? Where did we come from? What rank?
so 3 notches
3 notches.
upwards, Mr. President.
Sige po, can we get a very brief report from PVOX on what has happened in the in Southern Mindanao? Ano?
Mr. President, at exactly 4:15 p.m. today, a magnitude of 6.8 with tectonic origin, with a depth of focus of 72 kilometers, rocked the area between the Sulu Trench and the Philippine Trench. And the Cotabato Trench. So it is from Dipolog City, Cabadbaran, down to Alabel in General Santos, the General Santos area, to the Zamboanga Peninsula, Zamboanga City, Mati, Digos, Nabunturan, Tagum, Kidapawan, Marawi, Iligan, Cagayan de Oro City, Cabadbaran, I mentioned a while ago, Roquieta, Pagadian, and portions of Agusan. Mr. President. Lahat po ito tinamaan.
Naramdaman po nila, opo.
Naramdaman. And
Meron na po tayong report of the damage, extent of the damage. Meron po ba tayo?
is still being evaluated, Mr. President, because most of the members of the team that's supposed to do the evaluation are with me, Mr. President.
Yes, but akala ko they also know how to use the cell phone, Mr. President.
There were reported damages within some malls and commercial establishments as shown by television.
Hindi, ang nakakatakot gumabi na kasi baka yung may mga, let's say, mga damaged structures, saan sila matutulog. Di, saan matutulog yung mga, they doubt the integrity of their homes or houses, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I was told that 26 aftershocks, 45 minutes ago, as of 45 minutes ago, with the magnitude range between 1.4 to 3.9 magnitude on the Richter scale were felt in the areas mentioned a while ago, and no tsunami thus far. Aftershocks were recorded, Mr. President.
Thank you. So, we're sorry to have detained you, pero siyempre part of the budget process, saka hindi naman natin alam na mangyayari po yun. Basta, at you're on top of the situation. Kasi tinanong ko ngayon sponsor natin na nasa loob ng sabi ko, after the earthquake, ano pa ba ang role ng PVOX? Meron, may sagot siya eh. But don't answer, Mr. Sponsor. Can we ask the agency to answer? After the earthquake, what is the role of PVOX?
Are we now suspending the rules?
No, but can the agency tell you so that we can compare it with your answer, Mr. President? Maganda yung sagot ni Tolentino sa akin. Hindi, may tanong ba tayo sa PVOX? May tanong ba tayo sa PVOX? 7-0.
Mr. President, they have a field team on site. They have a quick response team. Pero tomorrow, ugma this will be augmented by another team coming from the central office, from the main office, Mr. President, T-Borgs.
Ang ganda ng sagot ng sponsor nyo sa akin eh. Sabi ko, after the earthquake, ano pang role na? You have to monitor the aftershocks. Oh, yan sagot sa akin ng sponsor. This is, which is a scientific fact. After the earthquake are the possibilities of aftershocks, Mr. President.
I was told that the aftershocks regime would last for several days to several weeks.
Hindi natin talaga maano yan, no? And we do not even know if some of the earthquakes are independent of the initial earthquake. Is that possible? It's not really an aftershock. Ano ba yung aftershock? Yung machine before the movement. Pre-shock.
Pero
Pero ganun, pwede ko niyan eh. May naramdaman ko before.
October 2019, one fault, it was transferred. The energy was transferred to we found out of stress transfers. I don't.
yes, Mr. President, I was told that similar to the 2019 earthquake, there is a possibility of stress transfer, meaning to say a fault line adjacent or near another fault line can be jolted or awakened from its deep slumber, Mr. President.
Sige po. From your data, was there a fault line in the suspected center? Ano ba tawag mo doon? Ano ba tawag natin, sir? Yung
Epicenter.
Yeah, the suspected epicenter of this earthquake. Was there, from your data, may established fault line na ba dyan?
Mr. President, you're correct. There is an established fault line. It's called the Cotabatos Trench from Pagadian City all the way down to General Santos area.
So yun po ang gumalaw. At
That's the generator. That's the generator, meaning
Yes,
to say
gumalaw
that triggered the stresses felt.
Okay. There are two ways ng galaw, di ba? Parang pag ganun, at saka yung isang iilalim yung isa. So what kind of motion did we detect? Walang tsunami, so most likely wala siguro.
So
Walang
it's
tsunami.
subduction related. Subduction related.
Subduction is at a plate going under another plate.
Going down, going down. So
Should this, buti walang na-generate na tsunami.
72 kilometers, the depth of focus. Masyadong malalim, Mr. President.
Agan masyado sa malalim for ano. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Actually, general information lang po yung tinatanong ko sa inyo. Actually, wala. Mr. President, meron bang yes, you want to add something?
I was conferring with the experts here kung if the tremor was felt in other jurisdictions, Malaysia.
Yes.
for
What's
instance.
what's the report, Mr. President?
Nearest to yes, the west here.
What's that?
Indonesia.
The most probable scenario was that it was felt as far as Sulawesi in Indonesia, Mr. President.
So thank you, Mr.
malayo po. Malayo din ang narating. No tsunami recorded thus far.
Meron naman ito kayong counterpart agency doon na-report ba nila that they felt it in Indonesia? Wala pa.
No coordination yet, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Perhaps because they're here. They're
Anyway, Mr. President, is the entire office here? Hindi naman siguro.
I was informed that they don't usually coordinate with other authorities, but they announce.
Okay
They
lang.
announce.
Yeah, out of curiosity, because it was a volunteered information. Does this agency, does the DOST receive confidential intelligence funds?
No confidential funds of whatever origin,
So that
tectonic
means-
or otherwise.
So that means matatapos tayo before 12 midnight kung ganun. Hindi, actually, and the reason why, kasi we are in the company of the best scientists in the country, Mr. President. They need funds, but they already have the intelligence. Tama? Agree? So,
But their
That's why-
intelligence, Mr. President, is not confidential.
that's why they do not need intelligence funds anymore, Mr. President. The funds, huh? Intelligence they already have, Mr. President. Okay? So, Mr. President, okay, Philippine Space Agency is here.
Philippine Space.
I still remember the time when you were lobbying for 100 million in your budget. Ngayon, ano na kayo, sir?
Can you come
Philippine Space Agency, 1.75 billion. Okay. So, but of course, before we reach 1.75, pataas na kayo ng pataas over the years. So, can we just be informed about the achievements of our Philippine Space Agency, Mr. President? Because over the years, we have been pouring resources into the agency, Mr. President. For this year pala, 847 million ang level ng budget nyo for 2023. So, sige po, can we hear from, through our sponsor, can we hear from Director General Joel Marciano, the most significant achievements of the Philippine Space Agency?
So, Mr. President, I was informed that 3 or 4 of their most significant accomplishments thus far for 2023 are the following. They were able to sustain and enhance access to satellite data by producing and distributing 7,769 maps derived from satellite images, supporting disaster risk reduction, management, DRRM, and the monitoring of critical areas such as the West Philippine Sea. Number 2, they were able to broaden the domestic space ecosystem and the reach of the national space capabilities by conducting 117,952 person-hours of training and intensive workshops on utilizing satellite data for various groups in the country working on national security, environmental monitoring, agriculture, and DRRM. And number 3, they were able to strengthen national capacity to act on space-driven data by signing data sharing agreements with DNR, DBM, BIFAR, Mindanao Development Authority, the Land Bank of the Philippines, and the DNR cited PhilSA's engagement in helping them establish a geospatial database office within the DNR, and the role of satellite images in their action to shut down an illegal mining site. Number 4, among others, they were able to kick off the National Copernicus Capacity Support Action Program for the Philippines, or COPPHIL, with the European Commission, the European Space Agency, and the DOST. PhilSA is likewise hosting the local Copernicus Mirror site, which will position the Philippines as the hub for Copernicus data, space data in our region. Among others, Mr. President, marami pa hong nakalista dito, and this is a breaking news which I mentioned a while ago, coming from the activities of the President as part of the sidelights of his trip to San Francisco. The Philippine Space Agency now welcomes the news of commercial agreement between Astranis Space Technology of the United States and Orbits Corporation of the Philippines. Both groups reached out separately to PhilSA earlier this year to share information about their activities. This is what I mentioned, something about the need to have rural Wi-Fi connectivity services in far-flung areas to promote commercial activities, Mr. President.
So what's the plan regarding rural Wi-Fi connectivity? Isn't this supposed to be already provided by providers like yung ano ba yung kay Elon Musk? Ano?
Starlink.
Starlink. Ano?
Starlink, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Starlink. Hindi ba yun ang point niya sa mga remote areas? Do we need to duplicate the system, Mr. President?
Complements the solution.
And government will be involved? Yun ba yun? Will PSA be involved?
agreement.
Or commercial din yun, yung kontrata?
It's a commercial agreement between the two parties. The President just witnessed the signing.
So it's a complementary effort on the part of the private sector, but backed up by PhilSA, and the goal is to bring internet connectivity to unserved and underserved areas in the Philippines by launching micro geo satellites. Honestly, I will still have to ask what a micro geo satellite
At our
is.
expense, at the expense of the government, in micro geo satellites?
I think it's between Astranis and Orbits.
So that's between Astranis and Orbits, two private corporations. And then the potential benefits would be to bring improved education system for the youth, enhance marketing capabilities for local products, etc., etc. So most of these areas that are targeted, I'm now referring to anecdotal news reports, Mr. President, are those suffering from what they call technological poverty because they are internet poor and because the telcos find the cost of servicing them as economically unfeasible. Mr. President.
Because the breaking news cited by our sponsor is a contract between two private companies, one US and one Filipino.
Yes.
What's the role of, what's the envisioned role of the PSA? I mean, nag-witness kayo and then what? Does this contract have a budgetary impact?
By promoting space technology sa Philippine satellites lang, baka po tayo pong mag-register sa iyo. Kasi po kung Philippine owned satellites na register sa United States.
The role of the PhilSA would just be to backstop the parties of the agreement and probably help them register the satellite. There's going to be a satellite with the United Nations. So as the government agency, they would facilitate the registration. No budgetary implications thus far, Mr. President. So
Yun lang, parang assistance of being siguro I'm not sure of the treaty, but being a party to a treaty, there's a registration process siguro, and then PSA being the knowledgeable agency, you will guide the parties so that the Philippines will comply with our treaty obligations. Ganun po ba? Ganun po ba?
Ngayon, sir, is the registration and the liability convention, although we have not signed it, but we observe it.
there is a registration and liability convention.
Yeah.
The Philippines is not yet a party.
Not yet a party, okay.
We have yet to sign said convention, but we are observing the convention as a member of good standing of the international community, Mr. President.
So we're complying with the obligations of state parties even though we are not a state party. Okay lang yan. They don't mind. They do not mind na may sumasali. Okay lang po. Okay lang po.
Correct, Mr. President.
Sige po. Okay, that's clear. Thank you, Mr. President. Kasama dito yung FNRI. FNRI is here. Your product is the product of FNRI are research papers on nutrition. Ano ba? How to improve nutrition. Ano ba?
FNRI.
What is?
Can you give us a minute to rearrange my seatmates here, Mr. President?
Sige lang po. No need to suspend po.
Yes, sir, all the products.
Food and Nutrition Research Institute. What would be the outputs of this institute, Mr. President? It has more than half billion budget, Mr. President.
This is sir related to FNRI.
The FNRI, Mr. President, under Executive Order 128, is for the promotion of efficiency and effectiveness, delivery of the following functions, Mr. President. Undertake research that define the citizenry's nutritional status, develop and recommend strategies, programs for implementation by appropriate agencies, and diffuse knowledge and technologies in food and nutrition, and provide science and technological services to relevant stakeholders, Mr. President.
So, I brought this up to congratulate you actually, FNRI. Kasi sa hearing namin kahapon sa DSWD, they're putting to good use your research. They came up with this food stamp program. Ang basis nila sa theoretical basis doon is FNRI. Napapalakpak nga ako eh. I mean, so yan, at least nakikita natin yung sometimes kasi we look at the long list of the attached agencies sa DOST, nagtataka tayo, ano ba mga outputs nito? Ano ba mga practical value na outputs? One example was given us last night. Congratulations, kaya nga pero pilot pa lang yung program nila, kaya we wish them all the best sa program nila, sana mag-succeed. So, the nutritionally challenged children and families will be assisted by this program of the DSWD using research and recommendations coming from the DOST family led by the FNRI. And Secretary, congratulations.
That's correct, Mr. President. They're focused on malnutrition programs, including undernutrition and overnutrition, Mr. President. There is such a thing as overnutrition.
Yes, yes.
And this relates to being overweight and obese, Mr. President.
After the budget week, Mr. President, that would be our problem here in the Senate, Mr. President.
I agree. We will all be overweight.
Okay na to. Yun na. Tanungin nyo na lang. Okay. So, Mr. President, ito lang. Curious lang po ako dito sa Science Education Institute. Malaki pong alaga, 7.3 billion ito. So, is this our scholarship? Is this our scholarship for? So, in addition to Philippine Science High School, iba yun sa high school, this is for tertiary and higher education pa? Okay, how?
So for undergraduate, master's degree holders, and a doctoral degree holders, Mr.
So
President.
in a given year, ilan po yung natutulungan muna natin kasi siyempre multi-year study po. Ilan po yung parang scholar? Do we call them scholars? Okay.
54,000 per year, Mr. President.
Really? Oh.
50,000 undergraduate.
54,000.
50,000 undergraduates, 4,000 would be the graduate level, Mr. President.
Ito may NSDB dati. Hindi, parang kasi ito yung parang NSDB kasi sa undergraduate course ko yan eh. So ito yung Okay. So, ito po yung nagpaaral sa akin, actually. Yes.
You're part of the scholars record, Mr.
NSDB,
President.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And they're very proud of it, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you very much. They required a grade point average, Mr. President. Buti nilang madaling makamit. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, ito na siguro sa nuclear tayo. Unless the Secretary wants to add something about the science education. Siguro, how to avail. I mean, let's
promote teacher training.
They also promote teacher training and science education. They administer scholarships, awards, and grants, undertake science and technology manpower development, formulate plans. And I think this is available to all deserving and qualified Filipino youth. Based on meritocracy and the economic status of the student applicant, regardless of whether they came from the Philippine Science High School system.
Yes,
Mr. President.
Yes, so keep up the good work. Basta importante yun. Tapos, in what fields sila? In what fields? Yung mga postgraduate?
Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM.
STEM nga, STEM. And then, yung mga postgraduate natin, yung further studies sila, mga physics, ganyan.
Specialized fields kanina.
There are specialized fields prioritized that would include physics, chemistry, biotechnology, genomic, nanotechnology, among others.
Among others, artificial
Including
intelligence,
artificial intelligence.
robotics,
Yes.
life in space, mga ganun siguro.
Yes, it's hard to be surrounded by scientists, Mr. President.
Actually, I'm suggesting a new subject matter, life in space, Mr. President.
Life in
Okay.
space.
Astrobiology.
As they call it astrobiology.
Astrobiology.
Astrobiology and UFO. UFO. Extraterrestrial, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Sige po, so keep up the good work. At nakikita ko naman we're funding that generously, that Science Education Institute. With our PNRI, just in case they have heard, we have signed also in San Francisco a nuclear related document, Mr. President. Tama po ba yan, Dr. Arcilia? Meron ba? May news din?
Yes, Mr. President, but it involves the Department of Energy. This is a 1-2-3 agreement, whatever that means.
It's a section in
Section in the US law. So it will probably pave the way for
Importation of U.S. nuclear technology.
for the importation of US technology
Personnel.
and personnel, hand in hand with what the lower house approved last week on, I think, on second reading, the nuclear regulatory framework for the Philippines.
And also consistent with the information given to us by the DOE that this administration has already adopted pala our nuclear energy generation policy. So, yeah. Okay, so for those of us who want to debate the topic, it's time to debate the topic. Kung gano'n. Kasi meron ng second reading sa House and there's already agreements with other corporations or other jurisdictions, Mr. President. So because we have to debate this topic because the dangers, the cost, technology, the location, even the location, the security, the waste.
The regulatory.
Kasama kami ni Dr. Arcilia actually sa International Atomic Energy administration agency in Vienna.
IAEA,
Yes.
Mr. President.
And we went to an actual live nuclear power plant.
Sa Slovenia po.
Slovenia. I was told that you went to Slovenia.
Yes, to Slovenia. Crisco, Slovenia. Yeah.
Crisco nuclear power plant.
Which is
So-
Copy of the BNP.
a clone of our
Di Bataan.
nuclear power plant.
And before going to Slovenia to visit the Crisco power plant, I went to Bataan para makita ko yung pareho. One is not working and the other one has been generating power for 40 years? Close to 40 years if I'm not mistaken.
Safe.
Kasama rin ng Korean.
Yes.
That's the same likewise as the South Korean power plant
And
in Brazil.
in spite of the ocular inspection, I am still not impressed or convinced, Mr. President. Okay. So unless may bago itong mga may mga modular tayong pinag-uusapan ngayon, Mr. President. So that's all, Mr. President. I just want to confirm. Sa budget naman nila, wala naman tayong...
There's an increase, Mr. President, of 20 million
Yes, I saw it.
pesos.
The amounts are reasonable. Siyempre, this is the scientific community, Mr. President. Ang panawagan ko nga noon pa, wala pa ako sa gobyerno. We have to develop a science culture. Science culture in the Philippines. We have to put our money where our mouth is, Mr. President. So we help propagate interest in science. We help support science education as well as our scientists. That's the long and short of it, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, I was told that they're now into nuclear medicine.
Ayaw nga, pila, yes.
The PNRI, so they have a limited budget, and I for one, would be very interested in having our PNRI involve themselves in agriculture because there is such a thing as inducing radiation to our seedlings that would enable a mutated variety to increase the yield.
80% of our
Eight-
imported, 80% of our imported rice are mutation variants.
80% of our rice, our mutated rice, is coming from a mutation breeding technique, Mr. President.
Ito, Sunny. Thank you, Dr. Arcilia and the sponsor for bringing to our attention that dinala rin kami ng IAEA to the other uses of nuclear technology. Tama po yun. It's not only about this contentious issue of the generation of nuclear power. Tama. Ando po kayo, Dr. Arcilia, no? When we went to their labs, no? Opo. Ginagamit pa ito to combat actually mosquito-borne diseases. Ano na. So I hope nga the PNRI will be involved in these other topics so that we can appreciate nuclear technology, that it is more than just the generation of electric power, Mr. President. So thank you for that input. So what's the idea of the sponsor? We need to add to the PNRI a certain amount?
I think we have added
Already added?
added 20 million,
20
but
million.
if the good sponsor would propose, because this is very relevant how to
Tama.
develop
20 million.
a rice variety with high stress tolerance, even if there is a great climate stress, typhoons, drought, we can still produce the yield needed on a per hectare basis, Mr. President. So we can.
Yes, I will follow the advice of the sponsor if he has one. So, Mr. President, I think we should already let them go, and then our scientists actually will go back to work. I'm sure yan ang gagawin nila. Balik trabaho po ito mga to, lalo na po yung
P-Box.
natin po. Opo. And of course, Secretary. Yan din yung ano mo, di ba? That's your
Field.
agency, Secretary. So we wish you all the best and thank you for your patience. We're sorry to have detained you for so long, pero yun naman yung governmental aspect po, the realities naman of our budget process. Thank you to all of our scientists. I wish you all the best, more power to you. Let us together develop a science culture in the Philippines. And we thank our sponsor for his patience also, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po sa lahat.
Space Agency.
Yes, sir. Space Agency of the
Majority
Earlier.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I just be allowed to ask a few questions before we move for the approval of the budget of DOST and its attached agencies together with the Philippine Space Agency?
The majority floor leader is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've been listening attentively to the questions raised by our minority leader, so I will no longer pursue some of the issues that this representation would like to raise, as some of them are already raised by our minority leader. I'm just curious about all these increases and the budget of a Department of Science and Technology and its attached agencies. Right now, is it a correct statement to say from GAB, from 25.660 billion, the Senate version committee report is 26,731 million. Is that correct, Your Honor?
That's accurate, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have been talking a lot about the past few days about particularly some bureaus, agencies of government doing the same thing. I remember talking about the training program of ATI, of the Department of Agriculture, while TESDA is also espousing the training of agriculture programs. I was looking at the DOST, and DOST is composed of the Office of the Secretary and 18. Mr. President, I actually had a hard time reading each one of them a while ago. 18 attached agencies. May we know if the department has been conducting or assessing or coming up with a review of its organizational structure and the functions of each of its attached agencies, whether or not there are, Your Honors, possible overlaps between their functions and those of other agencies. The three of us here, Senator Angara, Senator Pimentel, are talking about some, perhaps, and we are not sure about it, but somehow we are asking this question, Mr. President. Example, the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development under DOST, its mandate is to formulate policies, plans, programs, projects, and strategies for health science and technology development. Now you have Health Policy Development and Planning Bureau of DOH, Mr. President. And this particular bureau advises and enables health policy makers and program managers in the development and implementation of evidence-based policies and plans towards a productive, equitable, resilient, people-centered health systems to achieve universal health care. I can go on and on, Mr. President, and because of lack of time, let me just give you another two, Mr. President. DOST has the Food and Nutrition Research Institute. This particular bureau undertakes researches that defines the citizenry's nutritional status and to develop and recommend policy options, strategies, programs, and projects for implementation by appropriate agencies. Now, Mr. President, the Department of Health has National Nutrition Council. And it is the country's highest policy-making and coordinating body on nutrition as mandated by law. Last but not the least, Mr. President, meron pong Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development, or PISERD of DOST. Ang ginagawa po nito, it formulates policies, plans, programs, implements strategies, etc., and emerge in the industry, energy, and emerging technology sectors. Meron din naman po ang Department of Energy. Meron po silang Energy Research and Testing Laboratory Services. And this is for the formulation of policies in support of exploration and development of indigenous energy resources and the promotion of energy efficiency. Mr. President, as much as I wanted to stop talking about all these agencies and government bureaus seemingly doing the same thing. But let me give another two, Mr. President. Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, PICARD naman po ng DOST. Ang mandate naman po nila is to formulate policies, plans, programs, projects, and strategies for science and technology development in agriculture, aquatic, natural resources. Ngayon ho, meron naman ang Department of Agriculture na National Fishery Research and Development Institute and the Philippine Council for Agriculture and Fisheries, which are both engaged in agriculture and fisheries research. Meron din pong Philippine Textile Research Institute. They conduct research and development for textile industry sector. Meron din po ang DA. Meron naman silang Philippine Fiber Industry Development Authority, which also conducts research on the fiber industry. Nagiging biro na po every time we talk about different departments doing the same thing and somehow confusing legislators, not only in this August chamber, but even in the House of Representatives. Parang yung DOST yung pinakamalaki, Mr. President. Laging napag-uusapan. Kasi parang ang DOST, may DA, may DOH, may TESDA, etc. So, I just wanted to put that on record and perhaps ask our distinguished sponsor if again, the department is actually conducting review, assessment of its organizational structure, functions of its attached agencies. Yun nga pong DTI, sinasabi nila, marami daw sa ginagawa nila, ginagawa na rin daw ng DOST. Hindi ko alam kung sino yung nauna, sino yung gumagaya sa isa. So, just to put on record, Mr. President, and para makakuha tayo ng mas magandang idea kung paano natin matutulungan ang bawat ahensya ng pamahalaan na hindi lahat the same yung ginagawang program, no? At the same yung ginagawa sa mga komunidad, nagte-train pareho, nag-develop ng parehong industriya, and stuff like that, Mr. President. So, may we ask the sponsor to respond in this particular issue, Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think you're correct. The good secretary beside me is in agreement that there might be some overlapping functions, Mr. President, coming from Executive Order number 128, which is circa 1987, which enumerated the agencies mentioned by the majority leader. For instance, the attached agencies, National Academy of Science and Technology, Philippine Science High School, Technology Application and Promotion Institute. These were all enumerated under the law, which is a law. Executive Order 128 is a law because that was promulgated under the Freedom Constitution. And all of this were, while subsumed by some of the functions were adopted by other newly created departments or agencies, were maintained by the original National Science and Technology Authority. You're correct, Mr. President. It is as if there will be overlapping functions, but this is what the Secretary is saying, that the new ones adopted the functions, the earlier functions of the National Science and Technology. So we're not talking of your good analogy, Mr. President. How can you have two ball handlers with one ball in a Clippers team that would perhaps result in an overlap of ball distribution?
May we know if the team of the gentleman from Tagaytay, the Los Angeles Clippers, won after the trade?
No, not yet. No chemistry yet.
Exactly because of that analogy,
Yes.
Mr. President.
I was leading you into that engagement, Mr. President. So I totally agree that perhaps
Perhaps, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, just to expedite and I don't want to belabor the time of everyone here. I think the bottom line is what the president just told us during the last LEDAC meeting attended by our colleagues here, and the president himself tasked the Senate, including this representation and the Senate President Zubiri, to look into this and prioritize right sizing. I believe, Mr. President, right sizing is not necessarily downsizing, and I have been very vocal about it, that there is indeed a need to right-size government bureaus, agencies, and departments. In fact, the DBM already stated that right-sizing is designed to arrive at the appropriate structure and size of government agencies that will be responsive in the delivery of public goods and services in an effective and efficient manner at the right time and at the right cost. So, Mr. President, if we can ask the Secretary to help us look into this, kung may nakikita rin po siyang solusyon, saan dapat ito ba yung expertise ng DOST para mas ma-focus natin yung pong pinaka expertise ng departamentong ito, dun sila mag-focus, no? And kung meron mang ibang ahensya o departamento na nakikisawsaw doon sa expertise po ninyo, dapat we should do something to stop them from pursuing that path that is not their expertise, Mr. President.
We agree, Mr. President, but the reason given by the good secretary here is that they're the ones in charge of research and development, and the other government entities are supposed to coordinate with them. What is happening right now, Mr. President, is that their outputs are being utilized by other government agencies to justify perhaps their own existence, Mr. President. So, for the record, Mr. President, there is a pending bill in the other chamber. This is House Bill 7240 which is the act right-sizing the national government. It has already been approved on third reading by the lower house, and it's pending in our chamber, Mr. President. But I totally agree with the observation given by the good majority leader, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And to crystallize the statements made by our good sponsor, in this particular budget hearing, we were just informed by our resource persons from the Department of Science and Technology that they already have that research, that capability of increasing our production at least by 80%, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
For rice, for instance, for preservation of our fruits and the products, Mr. President. And yet, the Department of Agriculture is not even implementing or not even listening to what they are saying. I mean, the fact that this particular agency, department, is focused on doing research, Mr. President. So what's the point, Mr. President? What's the point of having this, and the government agencies will not even conduct or listen to what they are doing? Just as we were talking a while ago of PSA, the Department of Agriculture is no longer trusting their data. So what's the point of having that institution?
So, Mr. President, I agree with you. I agree with you that there are some outputs, studies produced by the DOST family not being utilized by the other government agencies. It's not a problem of lack of scientific research and data coming from the DOST, but the seemingly lack of utilization on the part of other government agencies. So perhaps the rationalization idea could generate a fusion of government outputs that would lead to a more cohesive and efficient bureaucracy, Mr. President. Palagay ko yung pagkukumpas nito, yung Yung po yung kulang-kulang. And if we can extend it further, there should perhaps be a research and development office per LGU. If you will agree,
Thank you.
per LGU.
Thank you, Mr. President. And perhaps the good sponsor can ask the DOST to give us here in the Senate of this equipment, research, studies that is worth implementing in the different agencies and departments of the government, particularly, Mr. President, with that of the Department of Agriculture. And let me also state into the records that this representation was asked by the President himself, and the Senate President can attest to this, to champion the passage of right-sizing bill, Mr. President. I did not agree immediately because I wanted to have more research, Mr. President. In fact, we commissioned a research organization, if I'm not mistaken, from Ateneo de Manila University. PIDS is also doing or has conducted a research on this. And after the budget deliberation, we will be filing this particular bill in the Senate. And we would be needing the cooperation and the wisdom of the different agencies, especially the Department of Science and Technology. Let me go, Mr. President, to another topic that is very close to my heart, which is the flood forecasting and the warning system, Mr. President. May we know the role of Pag-asa in flood management? What is your, perhaps my question would be, your standard operating procedure if there is continuous rain which may result in flooding?
Mr. President,
They provide the monitoring and the warning.
they are more into the side of monitoring and giving the appropriate warning, early warnings to our kababayans, Mr. President.
And then you coordinate with other agencies, is that correct? Including NIA, for example, the National Irrigation Authority na nagmamanage po nung dams. Tama po ba yun?
You're correct, Mr. President.
MWSS, various Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council, perhaps, regarding early warning systems. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
May we know, Mr. President, as we go along, no? Do we have a mechanism to evaluate and perhaps find out if we are performing better every year, Mr. President? Is there a such thing like that in the Pag-asa? I-improve ba yung forecasting, yung warning program, yung sistema ng communication? Kasi based on our experience, Mr. President, in our province, nitong nakaraang July, Mr. President, month of July, we experienced severe flooding. And it appears there was really lack of coordination among the agencies regarding flood forecasting and warning system. And that's why a lot of our kababayan, especially those living in the low-lying areas, were surprised when flood waters came. Kaya gusto ko malaman sana kung effective ba, na monitor ba natin, nakikita ba natin yung performance natin. Yun pong flood forecasting and warning systems, itong FFWS, which was first piloted in the Pampanga River Basin in 1973. 1973 pa po ito. Yung flood forecasting and warning system for dam operation project, conceived in April 1983 and was implemented in stages and fully completed in 1992. So medyo tinitingnan ko po yung mga dates. Parang matanda pa ho sa akin tong isa. At ito ba, ginagamit pa rin po ba natin? Kasi kung ganito ho at hindi pa rin makabagong teknolohiya yung ginagamit natin, kawawa na hong gusto talaga yung mga nagsasuffer tuwing bumabaha po.
Yeah, Mr. President, our records will show that our flood forecasting and warning systems were established years ago and strategically located in Pampanga, Agno, Bicol, Cagayan, Pasig, Marikina, Libuganon, Cagayan de Oro, Panay, among others, including Davao and Buayan, Malunggon. So additional 4 FFWS were established in Aklan from January 2022 to June 2023, Mindanao, Agusan, and Abulog. So ngayon po, 17 flood forecasting warning systems meron tayo. Pag may nangyayari pong, if there is an event that would be called a weather disturbance, they continuously validate the results aside from their monitoring to improve their systems. But of course, Mr. President, there are disruptions that indeed cannot be validated in the face of public opinion, Mr. President, lalo-lalo na yung binabanggit nyo, narating ko rin po yung San Miguel nung lumubog, narating ko rin po yung General Tino sa Nueva Ecija nung bumaha, nung bagyong Karding. And
Ang point ko lang, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, is that do we have really good or working, effective warning systems? Kasi yung binanggit ko nga ako kanina, yung sa Pampanga River Basin, 1973 pa po yun eh. Napalitan naman po siguro na yun, no? And more effectively, and more importantly, I would say, we get to evaluate our systems if it is working. Just yesterday, Mr. President, I was told yung Bustos Dam nasira eh. Ang laki nung binaba ng tubig, ang laki na nag-suffer yung mga kababayan natin dun sa Bulacan. I know, hindi po dito yung sa NIA, pero again, hindi ko alam kung anong ginagawa ho nila doon. Tinanong ko ho kanina yung mga kaibigan natin doon, sabi tinitignan pa rin. So sabi ko parang wala pa rin.
I totally agree, Mr. President, kasi yung Bustos kasi rubber dams.
Yes.
Ang nilagay doon, pag naarawan, nagbibitak-bitak po yun.
Exactly the information that I got, yung rubber something, yun yung nasira.
Yes. So, Mr. President, ang sinasabi po ng DOST, yung mitigation measures. The warning systems are in place, but the mitigation measures are connected with the population growth and density, the urban development in an area. These are beyond the turf of the DOST, the PAG-ASA. Yung kanila po warning eh, pero yung paglago ng komunidad na naapektuhan hindi na nila kontrolado. Of course, they can support.
But the coordination is there. We are on time. It's been logged na ganitong time na target natin. It's already communicated. The information was already relayed, conveyed. That's all I wanted to ask, because I wanted to make sure that our system is working, number one. Number two, part of the system, which is to ensure that this is being communicated properly, timely, most especially, Mr. President.
Mr. President, there is a protocol for this, and I've been confused ever since. They just give the information. There is a separate group controlling the release of waters. The dam operator, which is under the NIA, NPC, private corporation.
Yeah, I understand that, Mr. President. I was just wanted to make sure that on your end, you were able to tell them of the warnings, etc. You log it on time, and you check it every now and then to make sure that your performance is improving. Diba? Meron po. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. One last thing, Mr. President. I'm a living testimony of DOST's CES project, especially ito pong Mobile Command and Control Vehicle with Triage Technology o yung MOCOV. In fact, Mr. President, we played a significant role last year for for this particular MOCOV program in our beloved province in Bulacan. And then this year, we were also instrumental in coming up with another one in the great province of Aurora. And I just wanted to find out, Mr. President, is if we still have a program for this. Magkano ang budget for next year ng CES? Because this is under CES, right? The community empowerment. Is that correct? Under CES?
So 279
Yes.
a million 3,000, Mr. President.
270 naman. That's all over the country, no?
Yes,
Itong,
Mr. President.
CES. But particularly, yung MOCOV po, ang Region 3 lang po ba yung ano nito? Yung MOCOV po na program, sa Region 3 lang po ba ito o other regions also are doing this?
We have one in
16.8 million, Mr. President, per MOCOB.
Per MOCOV. Ang question ko lang po is, ginagawa po ba to sa ibang rehiyon o sa Region 3 lang?
Yes, Mr. President, they
Meron din sa ibang rehiyon.
replicate that in other regions. Ano?
So, can I be more specific this time? How much is the budget for MOCOV alone? Because I think this is really a good program considering we are being visited by at least 20 typhoons a year. Tapos yung sa mga disaster risk management natin, malaking bagay po ito para maiwasan yung mga nagbibigay buwis buhay ng mga kababayan natin. Sa Bulacan, namatayan kami ng 5-6 na rescuers doon sa Bulacan nung nagkasagsagan ng baha. With this kasi malaking bagay na maprotektahan natin yung mga rescuers. May we know how much is the budget for MOCOV in the entire country? Kasi yung 300 million, almost 300 million plus next year, buong CES na ho yun eh.
I think the budget for this year is 72 million.
72 all over the region. So ang
All over the country.
Opo, ilang MOCOV lang po yun? If 16 million? So mga 4-5 lang po yun? All over the country na?
For Mr. President.
Apat lang ho. So kung 4 lang po yun, sa Central Luzon kasi 2 na nung nakaraang 2 taon, yung sa 4 na yan, may mapupunta ho ba sa Central Luzon? Wala. Not this year. Kawawa naman kami ni Senator Angara. So that's why, Mr. President, I'm asking that question because in the inauguration or initial implementation of MOCOV, I attended the said event of DOST in if I remember at Clark Air Base 2 years ago, and I vividly remember what I mentioned to the DOST family in Region 3 that we should have more of this, at least one per province. So siguro, Mr. President, at the proper time, this representation would like to put into the records that 16 million lang isa. Siguro kung 2, 3, 4, kaya namin para sa aming rehiyon dun sa Region 3. At nandito naman yung chairperson ng Senate Committee on Finance para maging model yung aming rehiyon at ipakita sa ibang region na they should follow suit.
Including Region 4A, Mr. President.
Yung Region 4A, bahala na yung sponsor ng budget dito. But yung Region 3, pangarap po namin, lahat ng probinsya man lang, malagyan po nito dahil kesa laging tinatamaan ng bagyo, malaking tulong po ito. So, I am just putting that into the records and I just hope that the sponsor will support me.
Yes, definitely Aurora should have a MOCOV.
I already gave one to Aurora this year, Your Honor.
They just turned over, I was informed. Yes.
So we will give now to Tarlac, Nueva Ecija,
Cavite,
Zambales, Region 3, Your Honor, Region 3. And Bataan, Mr. President. So, thank you, Mr. President. But if Cavite wants to have this program, Mr. President, I will also support the gentleman from Cavite. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Reciprocity.
Thank you,
Majority
distinguished
Leader.
gentleman from Cavite, our dear colleague. Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate or ask further questions. I now move to close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Department of Science and Technology, Office of the Secretary, Advanced Science and Technology Institute, Food and Nutrition Research Institute, Forest Products Research and Development Institute, Industrial Technology Development Institute, Metals Industry Research and Development Center, National Academy of Science and Technology, National Research Council of the Philippines, Pag-asa, PCAA, NRRD, PCHRD, PCIEETRD, Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, Philippine Nuclear Research Institute, Philippine Science High School, Philippine Textile Research Institute, Science Education Institute, Science and Technology Information Institute, Technology Application and Promotion Institute, and the Philippine Space Agency to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion of the Majority Floor Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the budget of the Department of Science and Technology and its attached agencies and the Philippine Space Agency. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Basta kayo. Congratulations.
Mr. President. So that we can also tackle, Mr. President, the last but not the least agency, I move to consider the budget of Philippine Postal Corporation, led by Postmaster General and CEO Luis Carlos, who is here with us, and to sponsor the measure, Senator Tolentino. Maybe we can just hear from the good sponsor the budget for Philippine Postal Corporation.
The consideration of the budget of the Philippine Postal Corporation is now in order for today's interpellation. Senator Francis Tolentino and
Yes, Mr. President.
is recognized.
For fiscal year 2024, no budget was earmarked for PhilPost coming from the NEP and the NEP and GAB. Mr. President, the proposal coming from your good committee is that PhilPost should have a budget of 70 million pesos.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpellate or ask any questions. I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate and consider the budget of Philippine Postal Corporation to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There's a motion of the Majority Floor Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the budget of the Philippine Postal Corporation. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we suspend the session until 10 o'clock in the morning, Monday, November 20, 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
Congratulations.
Is there any objection? There being none, the session is suspended until 10 o'clock in the morning, Monday, November 20, 2023. Session suspended.